No, I'm not from Inkandla. I'm representing Umlas. I'm from Umlas.
Oh, Umlas.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Good to see you. And from which institution are you from?
I'm from University of KwaZulu Natal.
Okay. And what brings you here? What did you think traveling? How many Ks from Natal to here and you wanted to be here in person?
Yeah, I want to know how technology and artificial intelligence help to enhance government decision making.
Right. I think you're in the right place because I think that's pretty much the focus. I mean, people speak about technology, but they don't speak much about what it does for the government. And what does it mean to you to see government using technology?
I think it's catch up with the world because now we are in fourth industrial revolution. So utilizing and enhancing uses of technologies like AI or artificial intelligence can help to stabilize or getting new ways of stabilizing the economy as a whole.
My good sir, thank you so much. Enjoy yourself and have yourself a great conference ahead. We can't wait to talk to you again sometime soon. All right, that's a student from the UKZN who's joining us here. We're going to talk to, I'm just going to check with my team if they'll bring me the SARS Commissioner to come and join me on stage here to talk more things about what SARS is doing. I'm going to check with my team. Please check if they could bring us the SARS Commissioner for us to have a chat with him. But before that, let's have another gentleman to have a chat with us. Come closer, sir. Don't be shy. How are you? Good to see you. Looking good.
Thank you so much.
Good. And your name?
My name is Robert Mwanyempetsa from Nelson Mandela University.
Ah, okay. That is in the Eastern Cape.
Yes.
I like the diverse. I was speaking to someone from Western Cape and you're from Eastern Cape, so I like the diversity. Thank you. What brings you here? Traveling all the way to from Eastern Cape to here?
Okay, it's mainly the theme of the conference. We are talking about the issue of big data. We are talking about the issue of artificial intelligence. We are talking about the use of technology in advancing government programs. Nowadays, we are talking about the technology of things, the Internet of Things. So there is need to transform our societies using data-driven decision-making, which is going to enhance the performance of most government institutions.
My good sir, have yourself a good day, and I hope you're going to have all the learnings that you're looking for. And we can't wait to see you succeed in your career and everywhere.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Keep well. That is a student from the Western Cape who has just joined us here on the red carpet. Now, we have a very important guest that's going to join us here on the podium, or on the red carpet rather, who's the SARS Commissioner who's here. He needs really no introduction for us to talk to him. Mr. Commissioner, if you can just come closer here. Good morning. You're looking great.
Good morning, Miss.
Good to see you. Good to see you. You're not stranger to a lot of people. I can't introduce you enough, but I'll let them know that you are the SARS Commissioner at the South African Revenue Service. Thank you so much for being here.
It's an absolute pleasure.
You're most welcome. And tell me, what role does the Revenue Service, what role did it play to this important conference of the Gtac PEC 2024?
Well, we work with Gtac on a number of issues and when we are invited. And so today our participation is really to demonstrate digital transformation in practice, in action. Right. And we believe that over the last 20 years, SARS's digital transformation, firstly, we would not be able to serve taxpayers and the public, and therefore government, as well as we are currently doing with all the health warnings that comes with, if it wasn't for the fact that we created an environment that is enabled by deep investment in data science, as well as using enabling technology to serve all our stakeholders. So for us, digital experience or digital transformation is not something of the future. It's something that is very, very real and present in our everyday activity. And of course now, as I may mention later on in the panel, more than ever before, we have the introduction of artificial intelligence, large language models, deep learning, machine learning have made all of this possible. And that allows us to also progressively enhance the experience with those who have to interface with us in a way that is seamless. And we'll share many examples of that during the course of the morning. But the one point that I want to make clear is that digital transformation doesn't have a mind of its own.
Right.
You have to be clear what problem you're trying to solve. You have to be clear how digital transformation enables the delivery of your strategic intent. If you're not clear about what experience you want to create, you may just find yourself digitizing a bad experience, accelerating an incorrect answer, or fine-tuning uncertainty. And so that in that respect, clarity from the beginning about what purpose digitalization and related products must serve is an indispensable prerequisite, which, if not clear, will not deliver our ambition of an e-government.
That's beautiful. And if SARS has been at the forefront of what you're talking about, you've digitized to solve problems that the public has been facing, particularly when you came into office. We've seen a number of transformative digital steps that you've implemented in SARS, talking about e-filing, talking about other services that you offer. Where do you see the future of the revenue service when it comes to the use of technology and data to make the lives of the South Africans even much better?
Well, I mean, in the last 10 years, our caseload has grown by almost 40%. In the last 10 years, we've added 14.5 million taxpayers that we must serve. And so, as I said, it would be impossible for us to capture 30 million returns, assess it with human eyes only, and then deliver an assessment outcome. And so for us, digitization is at the core of our operating model. So let me just talk about that for a minute. Our operating model consists of increasing and expanding the use of data, data science, artificial intelligence. The second is to ensure that we use technology to create the desired digital experience in a seamless way. And thirdly, we have to also take our people along. Very often people are left behind in digital transformation. And we are clear with our staff that many of the routine tasks can be better done by computers. And so that's part of the first transition, to enable more and more routine tasks to be digitized and done without human intervention, other than in the design and the building of the data models. And to prepare our staff in the future to work alongside AI agents. So you will not be working only with human partners in your team, you'll be working with AI partners in the team. How do you prepare a workforce for an AI-enabled work environment and without them feeling threatened and the threat of being replaced by technology and artificial intelligence? And then in addition to that, to see, because technology can be intimidating, but to see it as enabling and augmenting your work rather than replacing the work you do.
That's beautiful. And lastly, before I let you go, Commissioner, some of the students that are joining us online and here, they wish to be in your shoes one day. What's your career advice to someone that is looking to advance in their career?
Well, anyone who wishes to be in my shoes must examine themselves. This is a tough job. It is unrelenting pressure on this job. But as I always do to young people, don't focus on your future job. Focus on doing your current job with exceptional diligence, delivering impactful performance, and the next job will find you. You will not be looking for the next job. And so use your current job as the demonstration of your capability. Jack Welch used to say, the best predictor of leadership is leadership. So if you can manage a popcorn stand very well, I'm going to now give you maybe a corner shop to manage. And if you manage that well, I'll give you the the large store. And if you manage well, I'll give you the region stores to look after. And if you do that well, I'll give you the national stores to look after. So young people are often so focused on their future job, which they are entitled to envisage and have an ambition for, that they're not using the opportunity that is right in their hands. So that's my advice. Use your current job as the opportunity to demonstrate that you can do more.
That's a SARS Commissioner. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Looking forward to listening to your keynote shortly when we begin. All the best for the day. Thank you so much. That was the SARS Commissioner joining us. And yes, if you were listening, he did say that your future job is in fact somewhere in between your current job. So use it now to advance where you want to go. But also remember, SARS is there to ensure that you have much more access to technology. Your life is much easier when you do. Some of us have seen e-filing and a number of things. And it's for that reason that we are here to really understand how can technology advance our life and make it much easier as we try to maneuver our way in this digital era. This is the Gtac PEC 2024 and we are here at the red carpet. We'll begin shortly. Let me just check the time on my side. They tell me we are almost about to go in. Let's quickly go to an ad break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation here on the red carpet. Welcome back to the Gtac PEC 2024, where we are having a number of delegates in venue and also online. Understanding, if you just joined us, that we have over 800 registrations that will be joining us online, and we are talking about 200 or so that are here with us, from students to dignitaries to everyone who's hailing from different sectors, private sector, government officials, and so on and so on. Talking about government and the officials, one of the key people for this event, who also needs no introduction, is Ronette, who's joining me here on the red carpet. Ronette, good to see you once again.
We see each other these times of the year, and thank you for being here today for us again. Really appreciate that. Shows you the hidden talents in Treasury, you know.
Looking great. I say this now and then, but you're looking great.
Thank you, thank you. No, ready for the day. It's a big day for us.
It is a big day.
A big few days. You know, we're going to be busy here doing very exciting things, hearing interesting things. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope our audiences as well, you know.
And we have a number of students, professionals, young and old, junior and senior. And what is your advice to them leading to the next 3 days of the conference?
Well, is get out your pen and paper, because we all know that we concentrate better when we take notes. And feel free to ask questions. We are here to have an intellectual discussion, to try and find the depths and understand issues. So there's no hierarchies. If you're a first year, if you're a PhD student, doesn't matter. Come and ask your question. If you're an old bureaucrat, really come and share your wisdom, come and share your insights. And sometimes even the frustrations help the next generation to say, are we going to do it differently?
Right. I asked you this last year, and you've been doing this since, I think, for the past 8 years. Started it as a winter school. We later on changed it as a public economic conference. What keeps this conference going?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. You see, I think people don't realize how passionate civil servants are. They think of us as bureaucrats out there, but in actual fact, just about every civil servant that you will talk to will tell you that they have a goal, that they want to achieve something, that they're aiming to do something in the country. And it's that type of interest and energy that keeps us going. So 3 days a year, we take some time out and we reflect about what it is that we know, how we can shape our future differently, and people are interested. We have over 1,000 people registered for this conference, so it's been growing and growing since we started in 2016, and I think we're going to have 3 very exciting days.
You want a word of advice from me? Do not stop.
There we go. Do not stop. I hear you. Thank you.
If you're doing this and there's appetite for people to keep coming, please do not stop. We need this than ever before.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, let's give people some time that is it's an easy and a thinking time and a networking time. I also believe people here find ways of understanding better around their spaces. They network with bureaucrats, with journalists, with NGOs, with academic institutions. It is a wonderful mix to be here.
It is a wonderful mix indeed. Ronette, all the best for today. Thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait for the next 3 days.
Thank you very much, and see you in the next 3 days.
All right, that was Ronette, the acting head of Gtac, that is the Government Technical Advisory Center, who is behind the brains behind this conference that has been going on for the past 8 years. Yes, you heard me correct, for the past 8 years, starting as a winter school, and now it's called the Public Economic Conference. Economics Conference, yes. So that's what you're going to expect as you hear over the next 3 days. A lot has been lined up for you. We're going to change things in a short while. We'll begin our conference in the main venue, so don't go anywhere. Stay put wherever you are. We should be connecting with you when we go on stage. But for now, grab yourself a nice cup of coffee if you haven't done so yet. And as Ronette said, bring yourself a pad or a pen to keep notes going, because shortly we will be beginning with our conference. This is the Gtac PEC 2024, and the hashtag is Gtac PEC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your host for the 2024 Public Economics Conference, a skilled and poised facilitator of corporate events. With more than a decade in the public sector, he's here to give you the best experience of the 2024 Public Economics Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vosi Mahupa.
I was expecting some applause as I come on stage, but you guys are so stingy. Eh? Bring it up. Where's my tune? Someone switched it off. Eh? I also wanted to show with some dance move, but they had to switch it off. It's okay. All right, they're bringing it. Anyone who know how to dance here? Maybe you can come and teach me? No one? I won't go to the dignitaries, but there's this new dance I've seen. I can't hear it. All right. How do they do it? Am I doing correct? Yeah? And then they turn. Is that the right one? All right, I've been told, by the way, I'm exposing myself to over 800 plus people that are joining us online, and I'm exposing myself to about 200 or so people that are here looking beautiful, as the youngs will say, Deba, in here at Pretoria, in the Maslow Hotel in Main Lane, that are joining us. We are being joined by academics and students hailing from about 17 institutions of higher learning. There's 17 universities across the country. We have participants that are hailing from national departments and organs of state. I'm talking from directors, juniors, seniors, and deputy director generals joining us both online as well as here in the venue. We have municipalities and as well as a private sector that is here with us in the venue as well as online. And I've been also told that we have representation from about 9 provinces. They tell me that all the 9 provinces are represented here. I was like, Anita, I'm not sure. I need to test that. So I'm going to test that. I hope the online guests will also join me in testing that. And you also going to join me in responding. And I'll go down to Limpopo and hamba namavenda heshu nditi dimachilo ne ka uninote bafumagazi na vanna. I hope you're good this morning. Clearly, there's no vendor in the room. Will Anita have been proven wrong? But let's go to Rampahlele and say, "Bapedi ba re shu ra le dumedisha bo gaitsedi le ba sogana re shu re tshepa gore le hono le ithabetse go ba le rena le mo ka moka online le mo lefelong le re leng gona." No pedis. Now I pick a pedi there. All right, let's see if we go to Free State and we speak to our Dames en Here and say, "Goeiemôre Angeli Alman Dames en Here." That's what I can say in Afrikaans. But let's go to Emonti. We hope that Osisbe Tubakona Sitimolweni Kunenonke Manene Manenagazi joining us. This room is full of Xhosas, eh? Siyanamukela manene namanenekazi. Also you joining us online, siyanamukela. Also, how can we finish without going enkandla? Asambini enkandla sisanibulisa nonke ezinsizwa nabodade bethu enisijoinayo nonke from KZN. We say welcome here that you are joining us. Mpumalanga, I hope you are here as well. We'll go to Siyabuswa Kamhlanga sithi lotshani nonke mandebele khethu. Nangu dadewethu phakamisa isandla sithi lotsha sakwamukela. Namhlanje sisijoyina kukhulu ekseni mambala sihlangene namhlanje sikukuhle hle kukarisa si la ku Gtac Economic Conference. Well, for some people it's just flying over the head, but she can hear me. She can hear me. All I'm saying is that good morning to you all. I hope you're having a good day this morning, and I can tell you that it's going to be a very, very, and very fantastic conference. We have a lined up of speakers prepared just for you. We have an online audience that will be interacting with us throughout. We have very interesting facilities that will keep you awake. So if there's one thing I can promise you, you won't be sleeping on your chairs. There's a lot to be done there. And just a bit of a conference objectives that we needed to bring you to speed for with. Remember this, we are going to talk about digital transformation and the role of technology. So it's going to be divided into 3 days where it will move from theory. We talk complex concepts, complexities. We'll have speakers coming in to give us the insights that they do have in as far as the field is concerned. We're also going to have your participation that will come forth for your contribution for us to understand how well do you see this. We'll later on move it to a bit more practical on how we think about technology. But most importantly, there's a lot that has been said about IR, smartphones, gadget, data this, technology this. Less has been said about how technology and data can transform our lives. Less has been said about how technology and data can be used by government to transform our livelihoods. Just imagine, you're sitting at home, you're feeling a pain, you go to your smartphone, and the doctor is at the door, or the medication is at the door. Just imagine, you're driving through the road, you see a pothole, and you can immediately report it, and tomorrow morning, you are driving safely on the road. Less has been said about that, and we want to get those conversations going. We want to ensure that those conversations are going. Not long ago, most of us were queuing long queues at the revenue services with papers to submit our returns, but now, at the click of a button, we are able to submit our returns and continue with our daily lives. Less has been said about how government is using technology and its role to improve our livelihoods. And that is why you and I are here today to learn more about these and also contribute in understanding or helping government to use technology efficiently, particularly to improve our livelihoods. Just a bit of housekeeping. As you know, every house has rules. The emergency exit, we're going to play you a clip that will talk about that now. But for those that if you want to relieve yourself, you want to go to a restroom, if you exit the door and turn right, there should be restrooms across. And if you feel those ones are a bit packed for you, you can go to the M floor. Just jump into the escalator, a lift or an elevator. Jump in there, press M, and it will lead you to an M floor where you can have additional ablution facilities for you to use. On your table, you are sitting with a number of papers, but one key important paper that is on your table is the paper with a number of QR codes. Excuse me. So if you don't want to miss out on any of the activities of the conference, just use the paper, scan the QR code, that will lead you to a Slido, depending on where you come from. Scan that, it will lead you to a Slido, and you can put in a code. You don't need to download an app. That's an old fashion. Just go on the internet, slido.com, put in the code. You'll be able to send questions live here. You'll be able to interact. And this also goes to our online audience. You go online, Slido, slido.com. And when you're on Slido, there's a code here, 14357881. That is hashtag 14357881. That code will lead you to be able to participate. Well, you can test it now and let us know where you are from. Just test it now. Let's see if you guys can use Slido and let us know where you are from, where you are joining us from, and where people in the venue are from. We also have a wall that you can use to access there. I think that wall will be able to let you know of all the social media interactions that we have in the conference. So if you want to have that facility, there is a scan. In fact, let's simplify this. Take the paper in front of you in this venue and scan all the platforms there. And also, if you're online, go on social media and follow Gtac and use the hashtag GTACPEC. And yes, you could see people are coming from Johannesburg. Pretoria is leading. Gauteng is there. And Madwaleni is there. Cape Town second. So the more, the greener it is, it means the contributions for that are more. In this instance, it means that we have more Cape Townians that are joining the conference than Pretorians. We have Pretoria taking over, so this is how it's going to work throughout the day. And this speaks to you in the venue as well as our audience there online. By the way, I have good news. We have awesome prizes to be won by both you here and you at home. For your participation, we would like to thank you. So, we're going to each day tally our scores from day 1, day 2, and day 3. Those that participate the most, or someone that participate the most on social media using the hashtag Gtac, Gtac, PEC, hashtag Gtac PEC, will stand a chance to win awesome prizes. Those that have attended this conference before, they'll tell you that we are very good at giving. So we want to give you something awesome. So use the hashtag Gtac PEC on social media platforms. We'll be reading those live from LinkedIn, X, we used to call it Twitter, Facebook, I think. We'll be streaming those live for you, us to get a sense of where you're joining us from and what you think about your experience. Share your pictures. You can do that on the wall as well, on the social media. The selfies, interact. We want to get the interaction going there. All right, talking about interaction, we will be having a few questions that we're going to be asking now for you to make sure that you are able to interact, comfortable with the facilities that we have, and everything is good to go for. But before that, maybe let's get some safety alert and let us hear what we need to do in case of an emergency.
Dear guests, please take a moment to listen carefully to our health and safety procedure in the event of an emergency. Should the siren go off, all guests will be advised to calmly evacuate the venue through one of the identified emergency exit doors. Please only make use of the staircase as all lifts will automatically be grounded. Follow the emergency exit sign where security personnel or a fire marshal will direct you to the assembly point. Once all guests have safely arrived at the assembly point, remain calm and listen to all further instructions. Additionally, please note that this is a non-smoking venue and smoking will only be allowed at designated areas.
Well, that speaks to all that I hear. If you're at home, you probably know which toy to use in case something goes wrong. You can just use the next door that you see. If you're in the office, also you know what the safety precautions are there at home. For those that are here, that was a message for them. I hope you take it to heart. And again, those that are here, during tea breaks, we will go outside. There are nice tables set up for everyone to have a nice drink, coffee, water, whatever you prefer, but 100% non-alcoholic. And the sugar is controlled. SARS is here. There's sugar tax involved. So we're trying to play it careful. We didn't provide any sugar for this event, so we have that taken care of. So also at home, during tea breaks, please make yourself a nice cup of coffee, tea, water. That will also go very nicely with the event. By the way, when we are, those that are in the venue and also at home, if you hear this sound playing, you must know that it's time for you to come back here. Right. I won't be your cheerleader now, but yeah, if you hear the sound, just come back, make your way back, and that's going to be the sound we use for the next 3 days to ensure that you are settled in time, because everything, it started in time. We should do everything within time and don't waste time in between, so we could finish in time. That's why that's how we want to run this conference. Talking about time, it's 8:50 on my watch, and we have Zulus would say, Umama wasekhaya. Our host, the lovely host, is here with us. She's going to open the event. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the stage is the head of the Gtac, Ronette Angela. Please put your hands together and help me welcome Ronette on stage.
Thank you, and good morning. I like this 2024 Public Economics Conference. It is an honor to address you as we begin this event that holds great significance for us all. Where National Treasury and the Government Technical Advisory Centre Gtac, as we're going to refer to it in future, launched the Public Economic Capacity Building Program in 2016, we had high expectations. And we've delivered a number of master's students with donor funding that we had, people that have been employed in the National Treasury and some provincial Treasury spaces. But we feel that this event here is exceeding our expectations. We started with 250 people in 2016, and today we are over 1,000 people here logging in the venue itself. We are focusing in this conference on the intersection of technology, data, and public service delivery. And this is where we want to situate our goal of improving capacity in government institutions. We aim to equip government officials with skills and knowledge needed to navigate the complex policy challenges and ensure disciplined and sustainable public spending. The program for this year's conference reflects our commitment to harnessing technology and data to enhance government service delivery. Over the next few days, participants will engage in sessions on digital transformation, digital inclusion, and digital dividends at the end. And allow me to elaborate briefly on what this means for us. When we think about digital transformation, keep in mind that this is projected to add $13 trillion to the global economy by 2030. However, the pace of this transformation varies significantly across regions. In developed regions, around 85% of the population has access to the internet, while here in sub-Saharan Africa, we lag significantly, with only about 30% of the population accessing online facilities. This digital divide has serious implications for economic growth, education, healthcare, and quality of life. Digital inclusion, this remains a critical challenge. Again, while South Korea boasts nearly universal internet access, approximately 20% of South African households lack this connectivity. And addressing these gaps required target interventions that consider cultural, economic, and educational barriers. It is not just a straight technological answer, is what we're trying to demonstrate for you here over the next 3 days. Once we can harness this technology, the dividends offer immense potential. Studies indicate that at a 10% increase in broadband penetration, that can boost GDP by up to 1.38% in developing countries. However, to fully leverage these dividends, investments must extend beyond infrastructure to include comprehensive digital skills, training, and education. And this is the discussions we're going to have today, tomorrow, and on Thursday half day. Let me point out that these various sessions that we're going to be having are not just academic discussions. We are welcoming our academic institutions, of course, and we're going to have the experts talking as well. We're going to have people talking and presenting. We're going to have panel discussions. We're going to talk about case studies, as always. And we're going to have both local and international perspectives. We have 58 speakers that represent a diverse cross-section of expertise: government, academia, research institutions, and NGOs, non-profit organizations, I think is the more appropriate term. We have participants from 17 South African universities and 6 international learning institutions. Our participants are joining us from 12 different countries, and I believe this is a new record for us. Several of our speakers are world-renowned experts in technology and will be joining us virtually, contributing to the wealth of knowledge and experience that defines this conference and the type of conferences that we've always had. Over the years, we have hosted 8 public economic winter schools. During the COVID period, we, like the rest of the world, pivoted into technology, and the online format allowed us to reach far more students, government officials, and industry leaders. We have embraced this hybrid format, as you can see, combining the best of in-person and online experiences. And this year, we are thrilled to welcome, as I've mentioned, over 1,000 participants. We are extremely privileged to kick off the conference with a conversation between our own Director General at National Treasury, Dr. Duncan Pieterse, and one of our successful entities, the Commissioner Edward Kieswetter from SARS, and they will set the scene for the rest of the conference. You can expect that level of discussion for the rest of the conference. I'm also excited to announce that we have a keynote speaker in Dr. Melanie Garson, who's with the Tony Blair Institute and has worked extensively in the UK government in shaping their thinking on embracing the use of technology and big data. I myself am especially looking forward to the session on Estonia, and I think that it's often cited, and it's a very interesting experience to talk to people from Estonia to understand the extent of how they have used digital access to transform their society, and have actually significantly boosted the economy and attracted global attention. And personally, I'd like to spend some time there. That's part of my goal in life. The program is packed with exciting sessions and simply too many to mention here. But I would like to officially welcome you that I'm now going to open the 8th Public Economic Conference, this dynamic hybrid event that bridges physical and digital spaces, allowing participants from around the world to listen and learn and lead. The conference is in the final instance about you, our participants, and we would like you to contribute towards shaping our mutual learning and a better future for our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Be careful. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ronette Angela, the acting head of Gtac. It's open. Officially, we can start. All the formalities are done. Izinja, as Bushi US Zulus would say, dogs are carefully being kept. No one is going to get hurt. We have a very interesting lineup, as you did here, very interesting keynotes coming from the Tony Blair Institute. And also when we close, you don't want to miss what we have for you. Very interesting guests that will be closing the conference for us. The DG of the Treasury is here, as well as the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service is here with us in the venue to give us all the information that we need. Just to also look at who's online and what are they saying about us. We do have a number of people that are saying, well, I think these tweets are quite old. I think you can do much more better. But Cypren really saying the Gtac is underway. We do have Gtac also posting some nice pictures on the social media platforms. If you could check them out there, the hashtag is Gtac Gtac PEC 2024 or Gtac PEC. Let's just use Gtac PEC. Much safer, much easier, much crisper. Not easy not to forget. So use those social media platforms. We'll be able to stream those live, and that stands you a chance to win very awesome prizes. That goes to you, that you are joining us from home. It goes to everyone else in the venue here. All right, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving further on. We have an interesting session that is coming up about harnessing technology and data, shaping the future of South Africa's public finances. That will be guessed by dignitaries, the DG of Treasury, as well as the SARS Commissioner. But to help us facilitate that session is Amanda Jitsing. Amanda has been with government for over 15 years, and she is a long-term advisor of Gtac, and she is in conversation with Dr. Duncan Peterson and Commissioner Edward Kieswetter. Please give it up for Amanda. All the best.
Trace sent me 3 pictures of the live dashboard. Are you the tech people?
Was it Duncan?
Send 3 pictures to him. I want to see if they can show it up for me. Okay? It's, the 3 pictures.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, DG. Good morning, Commissioner. We are absolutely delighted to have you both here to kick off our conference. And I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. So we'll probably get right into it. Commissioner, So the first question goes to you, I think, and tell us a bit more about what, in your view, drives digitization in government.
Good morning, and it's really a delight to be here, and to all of those online. I'm creating a picture in my mind, a digital picture in my mind of what you look like. People often ask me, what is our digital strategy? And I say we don't start with a digital strategy, we start with a clear business strategy. Because if you don't know what purpose digital transformation must serve, it will serve anything. So clarity of purpose right up front is key, and for us at SARS, it is always about using digital and data and technology to enhance the experience for the taxpayer. That's single-mindedly our focus, and to serve our strategic intent of voluntary compliance, which is underpinned by 3 objectives. The first being to make things clear and certain for taxpayers, so that they understand their obligations. The second is to increasingly make tax a non-event, and we've done that for 5 million taxpayers this year. They didn't have to do anything. And the third is to detect and respond to non-compliance. So to be clear about what we want to achieve, digital transformation is driven by that, because you can also use digital transformation to solve the wrong problems. Be clear what problem you're trying to solve. Digital transformation often will accelerate inefficiency. If you're fundamental thinking about what you're trying to achieve, you'll just get to the wrong answer faster. If you're using digitalization, or you're fine-tuning uncertainty, hoping to get a better answer. So for me, that's the important thing. Clarity about what purpose digitalization must serve, and then a relentless focus to building that and nothing else.
Thanks. So Duncan, I think a similar question from my side. In your view, what drives digitization in government?
Thanks, Amanda. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here today. Look, along the same lines as the Commissioner, I think in government, in sort of broad terms, one can think about the role of digitization in 2 ways. For service delivery departments, it's about how do you use data and data analytics to enhance the service delivery experience for those citizens that you serve, whether this is Home Affairs or any other department that has primarily a service delivery orientation. For policy departments like the National Treasury, I think it's slightly different. For policy departments like the Treasury, it's about how do you use data analytics to inform policy and to create better quality policies that are more evidence-based by enhancing data. And we'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit later in terms of how certainly we've worked with our own data and our own data analytics capability to ensure that we can deliver better policy outcomes.
Okay, great stuff. So for those of you in the audience and online, Vusi took us through Slido. If you have any questions for the DG or Commissioner, could you please type it in and we'll deal with it towards the end of the session. So Commissioner, could you tell us more about how SARS has used technology in recent years to help the taxpayer, to make it, as you call it, a non-event?
Yeah, I just received a few minutes ago 3 pictures of our 2-pot dashboard, because that's the most recent development, and if the audio people can put that up in the meantime. But let me talk about, so for us, if I take the individual taxpayer, about 60% of our 8 million returns that we expect are from standard income earners. And we've worked very hard to say we want to eliminate the need for 5 million people to do anything to fulfill their obligations. And so we use only third-party data from local banks, retirement funds, medical schemes, and international banks where South Africans may have assets. We use all of that data, plus the payroll data from the employees, and then our tax processing engine has the rules of assessment, the rules to compute the assessment outcome. And once the outcome is produced, it goes into a second phase, which is testing the outcome for any risks of fraud or impermissible deductions or non-compliance. And only then the outcome is transmitted to the taxpayer. So for 5 million taxpayers, they don't have to do anything. We'll do the data science work. We'll have built machine learning algorithms to produce the outcome. Just that work, as I said, we have had this season a 98% acceptance rate of the outcome that we had. The 2% of those who chose to edit their returns, about half of them didn't change anything, the same answer, and the other 1% then changed it. If they've edited their returns and submitted it to SARS, they will get an assessment outcome in under 5 seconds.
Sure.
Now, think about this. Our workload over the last 10 years have increased by about 240%. In the last 10 years, we added just more than 14.5 million new taxpayers. Imagine a world where we have to capture every return, make sure there are no errors, then hand it over to our assessment staff, who will pour their minds on it and detect anything missing or anything irregular, and then produce an assessment outcome. We could never do that today successfully, and that will have a huge impact on the country's revenue because every declaration either has a positive or a negative outcome. Another example is customs declarations processing, whereas again it was manual, it was paper-driven. Today, those declarations are, by the taxpayer, the trader, are inputted into our system. They will get a declarations outcome in 7 seconds, and so they will know that their declaration has been submitted and what the outcome is. Including building the risk engine behind that. So you can see both of them I describe as experiences to the taxpayer or the trader. Of course, in doing that, we are also enhancing our operating model to be more efficient, more transparent, more effective in the execution of our mandate. So we are a huge beneficiary. We're working with 2 other government agencies, and I'll talk about that later, because I think there's a huge opportunity for us to work together and to leverage the core capability that SARS has built over the last 2 decades. But let me pause there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. So Duncan, could you share Treasury's experiences in using data and technology?
So I think one of the best, more recent case studies is what happened out of necessity mainly during COVID on the social relief of distress grant. And often it's these sort of crisis situations that can initiate quite significant changes from the state's ability to leverage technology to have a very good impact. Because of COVID and because of the lockdown, the government very quickly had to harness digital means to enroll and verify social relief of distress grant applicants. The traditional way of doing it was a SASSA grant officer. The South African Social Security Agency had to manually enroll people. It was typically characterized by quite long queues, but because of the lockdown and because of COVID, SASSA, with the help of other government departments, and the Treasury played a role here as well, transitioned to digital enrollment and verification. On the enrollment side, via WhatsApp, via SMS, and through websites and so on. And on the verification side, we introduced innovations in our social grant system that weren't there before. Firstly, on the verification side, we were able to start leveraging other databases in order to ensure that those who were applying for the social relief of distress grant were actually rightfully allowed to receive it. Whether these are UIF databases, Home Affairs databases, NSFAS databases, and so on. So you're able to harness the power of a lot of the administrative data that already exists in the state in order to check and verify eligibility. Secondly, because the social relief of distress grant is a means-tested grant, which means it's tested against your income, for the first time in the grant system, we introduced cross-checking of income records with commercial banks. So we signed MOUs with our with all the major commercial banks, where we were then able to verify the income of individuals and use that as a mechanism to implement the means test. And I think these two innovations, along with how we then started to pay the grants via EFTs as opposed to cash disbursements, although there are still some limited number of cash disbursements, represented quite a significant change in our social grant landscape. What's happening now, on the social relief of distress grant, you're talking about 8 to 10 million beneficiaries. And of course, we have many more millions of beneficiaries that also receive old age pension grants and child support grants and so on. What's happening now is that we are extending the lessons from the SRD into the other grant space. How do we implement the lessons from the SRD on verification and enrollment to our other grants in order to improve the quality of the grant beneficiaries' experience, but B, the value for money of the taxpayer resources that are being directed into a social safety net. And finally, I think what's going to be important, and this is ongoing work between the Treasury and the Department of Social Development, and it will require the help of SARS and others, is to eventually transition to a social security register, where all of our grant recipients are on a common register that is cross-checked against all the databases so that we can provide a much more integrated service to citizens, whether you are a UIF beneficiary or a social grant recipient.
Okay, thank you. So it's really good to hear that we're learning and we're using the lessons from the use of innovative technology, and we're extending that throughout government. And in this case, particularly with regards to SASSA. And how many beneficiaries do we have? 21 million people?
In total, yes, around 21 million.
So that's making 21 million lives a bit better and a bit easier. Okay. Commissioner, we have a question from William online, and while we're talking about SARS and how you've used technology, William wants to know, how does SARS use AI in calculating the tax obligations and during the assessment process?
So if they can put up the slides, I want to refer to that. But let me first say that we have built a fraud risk detection capability that uses machine learning and AI. So there's no human intervention with that. That alerts a taxpayer declaration for compliance risk perspective, and then we hand that over to our employees who do verification of those returns. The alert rate at the moment is 20% and under 20%, and we're trying to work that even further down. And the next stage of our development would use AI now to do the verification and not have people do the verification. Because anything for which you can write a script, in other words, a set of rules or an algorithm, can be done better, faster, more accurately than any human being can ever do. And so that's the next stage of that development. But we always start with the end in mind. So, for example, the objective of serving a taxpayer leads the enforcement of taxpayers, which is why we've used AI technology to give a seamless experience for 5 million people, while at the same time, at the back of that, we've paid to date on the filing season 22.5 billion rand of refunds already to about 2.6 million taxpayers, and that's an average of over 8,000 per taxpayer, which is great for the economy because that has the multiplier effect, gets the money back into spending, and therefore there's a virtuous circle there. And then secondly, in doing that, we still have been able to provide an assessment outcome in under 7 seconds and detect impermissible refunds of just over 10 billion so far. And that's the benefit. We raise additional taxes, we prevent impermissible refunds whilst creating the seamless experience. One of the things that have really occupied us is we were put under tremendous pressure, the DG will confirm, by having a date of two-pot system imposed on us. We didn't have a choice. And so we had to get ready again because we knew on the 1st of September, what is the experience? I want money, I need to submit a directive. The longer I wait for the directive, the longer I will wait for my money. So we were single-mindedly focused up until over the weekend to say, how do we ensure through AI-driven rules that we can supply a directive in the same time we can do an assessment, in other words, in under 5 seconds. And then ask ourselves, what are the obstacles that would prevent that? In our case, if you're not registered for tax, if you have outstanding returns, or if you have outstanding money. And so we address those issues ahead of time. And we measure that in real time. So I can tell you, for example, if you look at the screen, that as of last night, we have received all 2,759 directives. We've already completed 2424. That is asking for 103 million rand from their retirement funds and will deliver 6.7 million of tax to the fiscus. So this is the kind of stuff we build. Behind this sits a lot of rules, a lot of data crunching, a lot of AI in order to do this in this way. The next slide shows you by fund. So these are the list of funds that have submitted directives and whether it's the status and the money. And then the third slide gives you a similar view. So behind all of this, in order to deliver a seamless experience by providing a directive almost instantaneously, we have made it a near non-event. And taxpayers can get access to their retirement fund. So that would be a very, very current example.
Yes. The two-pot system started, for those that don't know, on the 1st of September this year. So this is hot off the press data. Fantastic. So let me ask the DG of Treasury. So Treasury needs a lot of data to run its economic models, to understand policy better, to understand the implications of policy. Can you share with us your experience of using big data and big data analytics in the policy-making process, but also around the economic modeling?
So, I mean, there's quite a lot of, and I think you've summarized it well, because internally we have to have quite a lot of research and modeling capability to advise the minister, advise cabinet and parliament on things like the fiscal framework, the macroeconomic outlook, how we should be executing our borrowing program or our funding strategy. But I think one very good example on the big data side is, I think, a very successful collaboration we've had with SARS, with the Revenue Service. And it started around 2014, 2015. And for those of you who don't know, and we referred to this earlier, the government in its normal course of doing business collects quite a lot of administrative data. This is very different to survey data collected by Stats SA for a very particular purpose, like the census or the labor force survey or the quarterly employment statistics. We collect tax data, we collect UIF data, we collect education data, we have home affairs data, and so on. And in around 2014-15, we were one of the first countries in the world, actually, to start thinking about how do we bring anonymized tax data into the National Treasury, to improve the modeling work that we do, but also some of the policy work. And it started on a very small scale. It started with 3 computers, a couple of data analysts. We brought the anonymized tax data, corporate income tax, personal income tax data in, and started working through the data, cleaning it. Because of the initial success of that program and the interest from academics also in using the data, we then transitioned in about 2017 or so, where we introduced a data lab with its own server capacity, its own security arrangements, where we would invite academics alongside Treasury staff to work on the data. One of the big benefits of that kind of approach is that in using the data for their academic purposes, the academics were also helping us to clean the data and to standardize the data. So they were helping to generate this public good. And the lab, I think, has gone from strength to strength over the years, and has been, in fact, a global example of how a government can use administrative tax data to inform its modeling work and to inform its policy work. So today, there's a lab in the National Treasury, which academics can access, other government departments can access. It houses the tax data, anonymized. So now we, for example, have a panel of a section of the labor market, taxpayers, over time, that we are able to track and help us to think through what are the impacts of certain policy changes on taxpayers. And we have the same for corporates. We have a company panel over time that helps us to track corporate behavior and can allow us now to do the kinds of assessments on our policy changes that weren't possible before. So if you go to our SA Tide website, which is the collaboration under which we collaborate with SARS and others on this project, you'll find some of the research that's been done there. Many of the papers co-written with Treasury officials. A recent paper that was published a few weeks ago used the data in the data lab to assess the impact of changes of the top marginal tax rate on the wealthiest taxpayers. How do these taxpayers respond to changes in the top tax rate? And we are able to see, for example, that in fact, changing the top tax rate because of the way taxpayers are able to manage their tax affairs actually brings in a lot less revenue than you would anticipate. And so that's the kind of very real research that then helps inform us in our policy positions, but can also be used quite directly as part of our modeling and other exercises.
Great. I want to circle back to the Commissioner, and these are questions coming through from our online participants. Could you tell us, as SARS, you have driven the adoption of technology in government. You know, you're at the forefront of technological adoption. And one of the interesting things for us to understand were what are some of the barriers that you might have faced as an institution in the public sector in driving the adoption of technology. And there are a number of questions online around how do you get staff buy-in, because presumably, you know, it might threaten staff jobs and the way we do things. So could you share SARS's experience there?
Circle back and offer you some water.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you use the mic?
Let me first say, and Duncan will agree with me, any collaboration in government is like pushing water uphill. We don't work well together. But there's a couple of things we could do as a whole of government that could enable that. For example, we are really advocating strongly for a unique digital identity for every citizen, every resident, and every business. So that wherever they pop up in government, whether it is, and we'll be able to see how people are double dipping, for example, into the social grant system while also getting a tax rebate and refund. And so by entering a single identifier into any of our databases, we can see the connection to other databases. And so a single digital identity will strengthen the integrity of our entire financial system, because we'll be able to track stocks and flows of financial assets. And SARS can't do that. That has to be driven by the head of state, by president almost. Other countries have appointed a chief information officer or chief technology officer in the office of the president or the prime minister. Then it's not two DGs arm wrestling itself, but it comes from the high authority. So let me give you a very simple example of we've been a partner to Home Affairs for many years. And then something happened and Home Affairs wants to go on their own, and then it doesn't work, and they come back to us. And we've been around that block. So we had a meeting with the Minister of Home Affairs, and he said, if you can make an assessment, produce an assessment outcome in under 5 seconds, why can't you do it for a visa application? Provide a visa in under 5 seconds. So we've taken on the challenge and working with Home Affairs to deliver something like that over the next 6 to 12 months, using one country as an example. We are desperately interdependent with the Hawks, with the NPA, to ensure that tax and financial crime is ultimately prosecuted. The law allows us for information exchange protocols, but if you don't have an information sharing culture, you're never going to share information. You then become a data imperialist, and you sit on your data as if it's yours. And so we have to address, at a policy, at a strategic, and as a practice level, how do we make data accessible where the version of the truth is only once? Of course, partitioned by mandates. The only purpose to which SARS can use data is for tax purposes, not for any other purpose. For example, surveying national security. The law, the Constitution, mandates us to work together, but we don't often work together. And SARS's Act was actually very smartly written, that allows SARS to do anything for any other agent in government. So when we help Home Affairs or Treasury or DTIC, the law actually permits that. So those instruments are in place. It is about the culture of sharing and collaboration. That is our biggest barrier at the moment, not the technology. The second issue I touched on early on is about what purpose data must serve. Because if you're not clear about that, then you don't have the sense of urgency. It's like having a pile of bricks. Bricks, data and bricks, if you make that analogy, the same pile of bricks can produce a prison cell, a wonderful bedroom, a restaurant, or a hospital. So you have to start with what is it that you want the bricks to do, and not just organize the bricks and hope you find something out. So that's the second issue in terms of a clear purpose becomes the barrier. We don't have a common purpose for the whole of e-government. And an entity like SARS on its own can't define that. So what we have done is we've said we will help where we can and hopefully demonstrate the power of collaboration. We are currently busy with a project with the SARB for an instant payment system. And we knew from the beginning that people will not move from cash form of payment to instant payment system if it isn't as easy, as safe, and as effortless as cash. So we are working with SARB to build an instant payment system that has zero cost to the clients and near zero cost to the service providers on the platform. And then the safety that cash doesn't have, which is get lost or stolen. We started that project a few months ago, working with the Reserve Bank From the example in Brazil, which is one of the models we looked at, they've increased their financial inclusion to over 90%, and they've increased or decreased their cash flow in the system from about mid-70% to under 50%. So these are some of the barriers that we have to overcome if we want ultimately an e-government. Clarity of purpose, build the right organizational arrangement, and government is organized inefficiently because you have ministries that act as silos, and so there isn't a whole of government interdisciplinary approach. So that requires policy change, it requires strong leadership, and then the culture of collaboration, which if it isn't there, makes it difficult to work together because everyone is working to their own agenda, not to the broader agenda.
Yep.
Maybe give just one last point of perverse incentives. So between SARS and the NPA, we prepare a case file for prosecution. We have set ourselves the standard that that case file must be prosecutor, with the prosecutor involvement and prosecution ready. But NPA is measured on the number of successful prosecutions. So there's a perverse incentive for them to then take the simplest cases, like an outstanding return, at the expense of a more complex money laundering or criminal tax crime. So we also have to look at how each department is incentivized and how do you create a KPI that doesn't necessarily measure the performance of the department, but of the entire, for example, in our case, the entire criminal judiciary system, and what is the ultimate criteria and measure of success there. So until we do those things, we will always struggle to work together and to fully leverage the inordinate power that data and technology provides.
Thank you. So Duncan, perhaps you could talk to the barriers that you see from a whole of government perspective. So what are the barriers to digitization in South Africa? And perhaps you could add to the Commissioner's answer, particularly touching on this point of intergovernmental collaboration and collaboration between departments, but I'm assuming, Commissioner, it was also across spheres of government.
Yeah, look, I think the Commissioner is right. I think a digital agenda for government has to be led at the level of the presidency. And so one of the decisions that we've made, and some of the people here might be familiar with the work that we've done under Operation Vulindlela, which is a joint initiative between the presidency and the Treasury to advance certain structural reforms. As part of the second phase of the collaboration between the Treasury and the Presidency, but also bringing in the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, is to work on digital public infrastructure. So it's led by the Presidency and by the staff there, but pulling in all the relevant departments. And one of the tasks that this team has to work on is, for example, the issue of the digital identity, which we think is quite important, but also just building the basic mechanisms for government departments to collaborate on their digital activities, embed sort of data analytics in their day-to-day work. And see, what we are doing is working on a few pilots with a few of the critical departments in order to expand the use of digital public infrastructure. I mean, the social grant example I cited earlier is a very good one, because you have lessons from the social relief of distress. Yeah. You need to now implement that on a much broader and much wider scale. And so doing that through the presidency, I think, is a good starting point. So we are heading in that direction. But I think there are probably 2 or 3 other challenges I would highlight, and I'm sure the Commissioner would agree with me on the first one, which is the availability of data scientists.
Yeah.
What we've discovered through our own activities, in particular the data lab, is that there are simply not enough data scientists available. I think we've worked quite well together with SARS to share resources and share data science capabilities, and I think it's a very good a model for how some of these scarce resources have, in certain instances, worked seamlessly between the team at SARS and the team at the National Treasury, and that's something that I think has wider applicability for the rest of government. Interestingly, I had a conversation with one of the professors at the University of Stellenbosch, and they are now introducing data science as part of the compulsory modules for their economics graduate programs. So increasingly, more and more, even in the social sciences, more and more faculties are seeing a reason to bring data science expertise into their curricula. And I think that's something that I think is quite important. I think the second issue is the issue of cost. Data scientists are expensive, but the infrastructure itself is also quite expensive. And not only is it expensive, but also many government departments, the National Treasury included, does not have the core expertise in order to fully transition to adopt some of the new digital infrastructure and to engage with the OEMs, with the original equipment manufacturers, around what our needs are and how those needs should be delivered. And I think that's another core area. The cost of the transition to digital infrastructure, the ability for departments to be able to undertake that transition in terms of their own internal capabilities, and then also the scarcity and the costs of data scientists.
Okay. Thank you.
You asked about the people issue. Can I quickly speak to the people issue? So the first thing is...
You have to use your mic.
we often forget that in any transformation, people and the development of people has the longest lead time. The data and the technology side are actually fairly easy, but preparing people for the digital future is often missed. The other day I met with my senior executives. I'd given them an assignment about 18 months ago to start redrafting every single job in SARS on a 5-ladder career progression with beginner, intermediate, general proficient, advanced, and mastery. They're struggling with that. So the other day when I had all of them in the room, I did a demonstration to them, calling up my AI agent that I work with, and asked the AI agent, please provide me with the job description for the generally proficient tax auditor. And the AI agent wrote it. Then I said, can you please redraft this, customized for SARS, and it rewrote it using SARS language. Then I said, can you now provide me with a training program to prepare someone to become a generally proficient tax auditor, and he did the training program. I went on, I said, what would be the key performance indicators? I said, can you provide me a performance contract? And then I said, now can you write me a machine learning code that will help me manage the performance of a tax auditor? And it wrote it in code using machine learning. I then said, can you rewrite this using deep learning and LLM? And it did that for me. I then said, give me the salary ranges in the South African market for all 5 levels, and it gave me the salary levels. And then I said, now can you write me an advert, because I want to go to the market and look for one. And I did all of this in 30 minutes in front of everyone. And the point was, to my HR practitioners, if you're not upskilling yourself for this future, you will become irrelevant. Data science is hard, so you have to do both. We were fortunate, we just appointed earlier this year a chief data scientist, female by the way, for those of you who want to know, female data scientist. I thought I'd get a clap for it. From industry, and a chief technology innovation officer from industry. But you have to invest in your people you already have and upskill them. And today, it's relatively easy to be upskilled if you are keen to learn. So people should not feel threatened. Digital transformation, over all of the experiences, have disintermediated some jobs, but it has created new jobs and new industries that didn't exist before. The problem is that Africa is at the moment, by the most researchers, creating a half a new job for every one job that is being destroyed, while in Asia they're creating between 2 and 3 jobs for every job that's being disintermediated. So we need to up our game. Our school delivery system doesn't prepare people for the future world of work. If you engage in rote learning rather than understanding, if you don't develop curiosity, collaboration, and communication as the future skills. So we have to start addressing the people issue already from school through to university, and then an investment in the people we already have employed. Then you don't have to be scared. In fact, I'm quite excited about that.
It's changing times. Duncan, there's a question for you online from Will. And he was asking, how do you integrate public sector entity data, SOE data, in order to analyze it? And could you share some examples with us?
So we've, I think about a year or so ago, we started on a very exciting project to bring entity procurement data into the National Treasury, and to clean the data, standardize the data, and start using it for our own policy insights. Typically, the way we get SOE data, because one of the oversight functions we have in our asset and liability management division is for the financial performance of what we call Schedule 2 entities, Eskom, Transnet, and so on. But we don't have a lot of direct line of sight over their actual data. One reason we don't is because, with the exception of Eskom, many of these entities don't yet have integrated financial systems across their different business units. So it's very difficult to get integrated data from them. Number one. Number two, we haven't typically had the capability or the resources to be able to integrate and interrogate large chunks of data, which we now have with the data lab. So about a year or so ago, we started getting procurement data initially first from Eskom and Transnet. We had a data science team from Wits University that worked with us, obviously in an anonymized setting, to work through some of the data. And the insights that we've been able to get from the data has been fascinating. There's another step to that. Once you start taking the procurement data and you start matching it with other types of data sets, like Persal data, for example, which is a database where all government civil servants, employees are registered, then you can start getting very interesting insights about, for example, government employees that are doing business with SOCs that are either not allowed to or has not declared those activities. So that for us was the sort of the initial step, starting with Eskom and with Transnet. We plan to roll that out on a much greater scale, and then the final step of that, which is what we are working towards, is then making that data public. And making it public at a transaction level, so that in the same way that that researchers are able to use the tax data for policy insights, the public and other researchers would now have access to procurement data that they are able to then validate for value for money, to understand procurement trends, and to understand how we can better allocate our resources.
And that will probably feed into procurement reforms and help support the implementation of the procurement bill, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's the point I think the Commission made earlier. We don't gather data for its own sake. We set up the system so that once we are able to analyze the data, we can use it for policy insights. For example, in the case of the procurement bill, we plan to have sector-specific procurement regulations that are tailored to the needs of each sector. And so the procurement data that we're getting from SOCs, for example, are going to be very important to help us draft effective sector regulations.
Okay. Commissioner, I think our time is almost up, but there is a last question that the audience wants you to answer, and that is, how much of taxpayers' money do you spend on IT in SARS?
Far too little. Far too little.
Could you use the mic again?
Yeah, far too little. I mean, we engaged with the Minister and the DG of the Treasury earlier this week to map out that in the next 3 years, just for modernization of SARS, we'll need about R1 billion a year within our allocation. But we can also demonstrate that the R1 billion has a huge return on investment. We did a project. We did a project in the last 9 months where Treasury made an allocation to us of R1 billion. We ring-fenced a project and returned 22 billion rand. Sorry, in total, it'll be 63 times the money back when we finish the project. No other investment is going to give you 63 times your money back.
Yeah, that's a great return on
The important
investment.
point for me is just to elaborate what the DG has said. The first is that if I had a magic wand, I would do two things. Apart from the digital identity and funding the investment, the first is I'll create a common payment system for anyone who does business with government to use that payment system, no other payment system. That is able to then track the expenditure, where it comes from, where it goes to, what it's for. At the moment, we don't have that. The second is a common disbursement platform. We have SARS that disperses over 400 billion rand, probably most accurately than any other agency in the form of refunds. Then we have SASSA with their platform. Then we have Labour Department, UIF with their platform. So we have multiple platforms for government disbursing money to citizens and services. So a common platform for the disbursement of money would be two big things for me that will enhance our financial integrity. I want to just make the point quickly on we work exceptionally hard to ensure, because I saw a question on data privacy, to build an environment that is secure, and touch wood, we haven't had a significant incident, but we are hacked all the time. And we periodically, very low profile, no one knows when we do it, we do ethical hacking. We try and break into our own systems to ensure that it's secure.
White hats.
And then in the use of AI, we have a very explicit objective for ethical AI. Because again, AI can be quite intimidating, but it can also be used to serve nefarious purposes. So we're very clear that one of the considerations in our playbook for digital transformation is ethical AI, in addition to the security of data, protection against cybercrime, and data confidentiality. You will know that we have gone to the highest court in the land to argue the principle of confidentiality and treating that data sacrosanct. Taxpayers would not trust us if they thought that we were careless with their very, very private financial information.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes left. Looking ahead, last question, looking ahead, what are the strategic priorities for the National Treasury when it comes to digitization?
Well, I think in our case, we've, like the Commissioner indicated earlier, we've also just appointed the National Treasury's first Chief Data Analytics Officer. And I must, now that the Commissioner has done it, I have to outdo him.
Okay.
Because Dr. Ayanda Schlatzwayo is in the room.
Yes, Ayanda, stand up.
And she is, and she's agreed to take on the very brave task of dragging the National Treasury kicking and screaming into a future where we are embedding data analytics in our research and our policy analysis process. Two, she's working, and she started with one of our divisions, but she's working with various of our divisions to automate some of our processes. There are many processes in the National Treasury that could benefit from some of what the Commissioner was talking about, but also just process automation. How we execute our borrowing strategy, how we assess certain requests that we get, and so on. And so her task that she's embarked upon has started with a data maturity assessment of the National Treasury, where she wants to understand what the ability is for the institution and what skills do we have available and how do we upskill our staff in order to take the next step. Another important part of her work, working with the colleagues in the data lab, is also to facilitate internal capacity building. We have a lot of excellent resources in the National Treasury. We are running many of our own training sessions on R and Stata and MATLAB and other software packages that the staff can use to implement some of the activities we want to take forward. So I think it's exciting work. And we look forward to seeing what impact that can have on the organization.
Thank you. And with that, we've come to the end of our session. I would like to thank the Commissioner and the DG for talking to us today and for kicking off the Public Economics Conference. We wish all the delegates online and in the room well over the next 2.5 days. And Vusi, I don't know where he is, but I'm handing back to you. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause?
All right, please give them a big round of applause. I'm sure you learned a lot. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Duncan. Thank you, Amanda. I've learned a lot, and one thing I've learned, a takeaway from me, is I'm open to make friends throughout the conference. As they said, a number of government officials are here, and they belong to 2 ports. So I'm making friends. By the way, when that money comes, I'm here. We're ready to spend that money. By the way, that was a fantastic scene-setting session by the DG of the National Treasury, Dr. Duncan Peterse, as well as the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, alongside Amanda. Please, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the audience. For the panelists, Yeah, we learned a thing or two, and this is really just the beginning. If you know an iceberg, this is just the tip of it. We're going to go deep into the details as we go. And on Thursday, we have a session about the data lab that we're going to be able to unpack all these nitty-gritties that I spoke about and be able to understand in practice what it means. And those are some of the sessions that will be empowering throughout the whole session. By the way, I was visiting the social media platforms, and I did see a post by Busiswa 079710660 on X saying day 1 of the Public Economic Conference 2024. Busiswa is in the venue. Can we see where Busiswa is sitting? Busiswa, where are you? Busiswa is in the venue, she's shy, but here's a nice picture that she posted on social media platform saying she is here. Also, we do have Zolani Zonanye saying Gtac South Africa, the digital divide in Africa and South Africa requires targeted investment in technology infrastructure. Sadly, it's mostly rural communities who are excluded. I wouldn't have said this much better. Thank you, Zolani Zonyane. Please keep them coming. Remember, there's a prize for those that interact on social media platforms, that is X, LinkedIn, and elsewhere where you can. And also, most importantly, both online and here, we are allowed to ask questions via the platform. Our platform is Slido. So if you're on Slido, you can use those papers on your table, log into Slido, and keep your questions coming. Our online audience has been fantastic with that. We've seen some of your questions coming in, and we highly appreciate them. We see you. I think when we started, we were sitting at around 800 audience online. Please give them a round of applause for that. About 800 of them were online joining us. I hope the number is still there if it has not increased yet. And we do have you looking beautiful in the venue. Use that platform to interact with us, ask questions. What we're going to do in the next session during the Q&A, we're going to use Slido. If you can, please use it. And we're going to also have a roving mic that will be able to interact and use for us to ask questions to our panelists that will be joining us in a short while coming. Talking about our expert that is joining us before we go for a tea break, we do have Ronetta did mention her from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change in University. I understand she's now online and she's waiting to give us a keynote address with the chance for us to ask a few questions to her and interact with her. We do those through Slido as well as we do it in, if you want to do orally, we'll do so. So we have Melanie Garson from the Tony Blair Institute. Her profile is up there for us to read, and we'll have a presentation about 20 minutes where you'll be taking notes and learning. Afterwards, we'll get a chance to ask Melanie some few questions. Melanie joining us online. Melanie, are you there? Good to see you.
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you, Melanie. Thank you so much for joining us here in South Africa.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. It looks absolutely fantastic.
It is fantastic indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Melanie. Please give her a round of applause as she joined us online. And over to you, Melanie.
Distinguished guests, participants in the room, participants online, like myself, thank you for having me. It's really an honor to have a chance to speak to you today on behalf of the Tony Blair Institute. And particularly after that session that really helped situate where we're thinking in a lot of the work we do in thinking how you build a resilient 21st century government. So that's me. You've seen my profile. I'm the cyber policy lead at the Tony Blair Institute. I'm also an associate professor at University College London, where as part of my role there, I actually spend time also going into the Treasury in the UK, also talking about how do you know you're solving the right problem, particularly when you're thinking about grand Treasury problems. As far as the Institute, for those of you that don't know us, we're located in about 40 countries globally, with about 1,000 people. And our work is focused very much on policy, strategy and delivery, with tech underpinning all that. And a little bit of the vision that we talk about with leadership and the work that we do is what the subject is today. And that's beginning with thinking, what is resilient 21st century government? And resilient means lots of things to all people. And I'm a cyber person, so resilience takes on a whole different meaning, which I might touch on at the end. And it was great to see the previous session, as talking about dealing with COVID, and the UK was exactly the same. That was a spike in claims made during COVID. And the government, like many governments, couldn't scramble quickly enough, did not have the personnel to deal with it. So they went for a massive hiring process to think, well, we need lots more people to try and deal with all these claims. And of course, what happened to do the hiring, by the time, hiring in government here is terribly slow. I don't know if it's different where you are, but I should imagine it's not a quick process. And by that time, actually, it had tailed off. So it really began to think about how efficiency of the state works and how we have to really think about reimagining what the state is in the 21st century and where tech sits as an enabler of that. And that's thinking about the state holistically. And, really, this is sort of mentioned in the previous sector, even in session, even within government, sort of where the silos are, we're finding that interoperability, not just about reimagining one department, just not reimagining one set of patients, but really thinking about how do you step back and think about how the state is, who its partners are, what is the potential for science and technology to really transform that for better services, for better citizen engagement. And if we look back at, what the 20th century state, the state that we're sort of working with for a lot of us, it only met citizens with a huge amount of human effort. And we had to think about ways to make that effort easier, whether that was through standardization, whether it's through bureaucracy, and also the thinking about the status quo bandwidth that we have for it. And what we're finding is scarce funding because of the just huge size of that endeavor is not going to addressing a crisis. It's not going into investments, not going into the delivery that we need. And that leads to a lot of ineffectiveness, and that in turn impacts the politics and the political debates that we're leading on with either one side of claims that, services aren't addressing real people, that there's corruption in the system, and it becomes a tool by which opponents attack. And it leads to a consequent lack of faith in government. So bearing in mind that the role of government is to be in service to the people, to work better for the people that they serve. And as we come into the 21st century, we've found that, technology is the path that makes that possible. As we move through these sort of states where state has a lot of power over its citizens, to technological innovation to perform its functions more strategically with more empowerment of citizens in this picture. But that creates challenges, and some of the challenges you've also been listening to just before. And for the developed world, in places like the UK, we have deeply entrenched processes and systems that are quite resistant to taking on new policies. In the UK, there is an issue, for instance, with doctors not wanting to share data into the biobank. So that's, got old processes, old ways of doing things that don't always facilitate that. That makes replacing legacy systems challenging. In the developing world, there's opportunity, because there's a space not to replicate 20th century bureaucracy. They're going to miss out that huge unwieldiness, and really think about how you create that from scratch. And in Cambodia, this is the approach that is being taken in. They're sort of adopting actually a lot of tools from Singapore, and you can mention that the Singtel approach, and really sort of leapfrogging into that greater efficiency. Now, we talked about, and in the previous session, of course, that AI comes into it because we've already gone past, we've had our ICT era, we've got, the way that information can be solved. We've had the revolution that allows those routine tasks to be phased, and now we're in this ultra accelerated AI era where we have that combination of machine knowledge and production alongside human knowledge. So where artificial intelligence works alongside human intelligence to really think about how we redistribute human production, how in that teaming we can completely reshape the way that we do government like we never have before. And this revolution we're in is absolutely unprecedented in scale, in scope, in how we're doing it. It's reshaping how the trade and the very fabric of how we operate. So it's reliant on, it's come from having better semiconductors, access to the cloud, this amount of data, with 99% of all human data produced in the large decade, the quintillion of bits of data we produce every single day, and then the advent of generative AI that has a new methods of doing things. Now, by the same token, this is driving demand for chips and cloud data. And one of the questions that was asked earlier was about this digital divide and about the universal coverage that this opens up. I'm been honored enough to be able to speak again tomorrow while we're doing a little bit about compute and the access to compute being part of that digital divide, but also where initiatives where we're pushing towards universal coverage is really opening up the access to the benefits of these technologies. So what we're shifting to is a state that begins to master the AI era for its benefits. So also like put AI in the service of the state for its citizens and really think about how that's used to break through the bureaucracy, how we create new connections, and the more that we enable this new tech, the lower the cost of these connections become, and how we analyze this data for new opportunities. And so that thinks about, well, what is this new model with the state, and how, we've heard some great examples in the previous session. I always feel a bit redundant, to tell you the truth, because it's like you've got it all there, all those examples that were given of how the state comes to reimagining what it does and how it does it and who does it, and whether you run on a digital background, whether you rely on armies of civil servants anymore. Or is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? Can it solve connected issues, or is it only dealing with problems in its silos? How agile is it to problems? Exactly with the slide that I started off with, when you've got a crisis, can it be quickly activate into that? Is it open or closed? And whilst states that close off are more vulnerable, the state is open. Do they have more prosperity? That comes with security risks to some extent. And how targeted is a state in what it is trying to do? Now, when we look at states, we have to look at how quickly the private sector is embracing these opportunities. We know, state and government runs much further behind. But if we look at the impact that this kind of absorption is having in the private sector, and thinking about how do we replicate those kind of dividends into the public sector. So, knowledge workers are completing 12% more tasks, 25% more quickly. So what would the impact of that be if we can bring it into government? If we're thinking about AI assistants that can to deal with queries much faster, whether businesses that are using it are 40% more efficient and have 70% higher customer satisfaction. So imagine from a government perspective that people are always 70% higher satisfaction when people are engaging with it, and thinking about the extent that does it improve the quality of decision making. The other thing, and this was also mentioned in the previous session, that private sector is doing, and the challenges is the investment in the infrastructure. And this has become, and there was a question earlier, and I have a slide in a bit that goes into sort of how much of your taxpayer dollars are going into producing this, but it's thinking about what is the investment that, if you think about companies are putting into it. So it's reported they're going to have invest up to $250 billion into AI infrastructure by 2028. So really think about what the amount of people we're providing for and how much we need to invest into that. But what we are seeing, and we've heard some great examples already this morning, is that there are existing AI tools in place and across the public sector that are really having a massive impact in how they're being applied. So if we look here in the UK, that a hospital trust in Wales that really couldn't accurately predict and plan for its beds, for its services, used a combination of an AI tool and a digital twin designed to accelerate discharges from hospitals. And this related for one particular hospital in a bed saving, a 3,000 bed saving for bed days saving per year. It saved 21,000 hours of staff administration time by automating this administration. In the end, tangibly reducing these backlogs, reducing these wait times actually can lead to a reduction in death. We've got thinking about where you make policy more act, where you have summaries, where consultation responses can be processed. So when a government opens a consultation in 12 days and not 3 months, and that can come with massive saving costs to government. So it's where you get that investment into it and where there comes that investment out, where that can be better redesigned or redeployed across government. We have all sorts of government jobs that can be done that AI can jump in and improve. And that goes from the citizen engagement. We've heard about some of that already, whether that's providing information, whether that's dealing with casework, and that's, going through responses, helping speed up those processes, and also in helping the decision making, in accepting and developing new policies, in monitoring the implementation of current policies. So really across the board, when we begin to step back and think about where can we use this alongside human endeavor. Again, this is something that we've alluded to or discussed in the previous session quite clearly, is that tension. Well, what happens to the jobs? And this is not always about replacing jobs. It is also about accelerating how you do your work. And it's sort of that adage of it's not necessarily that AI is going to replace your job, but somebody who knows how to use AI well, they're the people that can replace your jobs. And I think it's the same within your system. So when we begin to think about, as we're integrating technology, it always has this limitless potential across a wide range of services and government departments, as we said, from speeding up analysis, from forecasting demand, from modeling those complex systems, from understanding opinions, and from even running private offices, from even preparing those briefings or helping prepare those briefings. It's allowed to supercharge the processes that are unwieldy, that heavy 20th century, big state bureaucracy. So, and it's very much lowering the effort and friction and costs of citizen engagement. And by the same token, that reduces inequality of access. So where in Seoul, Korea, they have sort of all their public sector data came together, they have citizen consultants that have new formatting style and timing and language. You've got the automation of transactional public services. And Portugal, Brazil, they sort of thinking about this with energy charity. I think Portugal have also even been experimenting with sort of elements of the divorce process going through with AI assistance for the beginning stages. So really think about how you can automate those transactional services. India has had a massive really rise and sort of associated with their digital payment. They had a huge failure in welfare payments. It was fundamentally fraught with fraud. Only about 20% of people in India had sufficient identification to be able to open a bank account. With that 90% adoption of digital ID, so it covers like 1.3 billion people with the Indian Aadhaar. Banking penetration rose from 20% up to 80%. So this is by 2021. So direct transfers now of funds to new bank accounts are eliminated. Fraud and corruption actually saved the government like 2.22 trillion rupees. That's sort of $29 billion. And overall, that was about 5% of the federal budget was saved by doing this. So really helps create that equality within services. I'd say it's multiplying out the quality and the data, the daily tasks, being able to streamline and analyze complex workflows, as we've talked about already, thinking about where optimized bed allocation that we saw in Wales, but also really analyze real-time data at pace and scale. This is becoming increasingly used within tools such as in cybercrime, such as sort of identifying misinformation and thinking how we can react with it. And it's, allowing data policy makers, better research to be able to operate across different assumptions and have more effective delivery. So in the COVID early warning system in the UK, it's sort of enabled frontline data to be seen in near real time. We've seen the improvement of briefings as Red Box Pilot in the UK that's helping ministers improve the strength of their briefings and also understanding public sentiment. So again, a case for the US, there's a service called UK service from Varian, that really thinking about how you can aggregate this analysis and interpretation of public sentiment across a number of data channels to really think about the improvement of public services. And this is where we're going to come to in a minute, with like the right enablers in place. So because when the right enablers in place, we have a deeper transformation possible, and really thinking about where AI can be used as a default. So we talked a little bit about these digital assistants as a channel for recommended services, having a multidisciplinary AI support team, national policy twins that can really, and again, let's go to where we have this question of silos and information sharing, and how can you do this instant simulation of complex scenarios and their long-term impact. And so if we think about all the ways that a digital assistant can be used to make services personalized and make them more pleasant to use, so you have related services that can have review and confirmation, where you can get pre-approval notifications, where you can have a national policy twin, as to say, that really brings together, that can visualize government, can see that knock-on effect that you're seeing. I must admit, on that level, I'm often thinking why we're not applying more policy twins to just traffic circulation, but it's the equivalent of thinking about when you're driving down a road and you see all the different roads that you're trying to take diversion through are all blocked off, and using tools like a national policy twin really accelerate that decision, be able to see very quickly across government where might be stoppers for the incredible ideas that Treasury might have, but maybe, fall down in the Department of Work and Pensions because an element of it isn't there. So really breaking through these silos and being able to, in real time, rewrite those projects. So going to the investment question, and really over, you asked in your context, like how much your taxpayer money is being paid into doing this and investing in technology. Well, the initial costs are going to be huge and are going to be massive, but certainly what we're projecting in the UK could far exceed the upfront cost. So we're talking about an investment of 9.2 billion in this interoperability implementation, but that would gain 200 billion pounds in productivity gain, assuming the tasks that you would, a third of tasks were affected. So the investment will yield massive gains and growth and better allocation of resources in the future. Now, as has been mentioned, this relies on having a best-in-class infrastructure and really thinking about shifting to that national deal to cloud infrastructure, whether you have a digital ID for every citizen, government apps running on the national cloud. This also address to some extent some of the cyber issues depending on who your cloud hosting is. And then, as again spoke about in the previous session, digital skills training for both government and citizens, and making sure that there's both the digital skills to use these digital services and also bringing in the training to actually build them inside government. We think about the connectivity, and that's a combination of terrestrial and satellite coverage on a wide base. And whilst we still need to close that, particularly that last 10%, the terrestrial internet still provides better latency. There is those opportunities now to work with satellite providers, particularly in rural areas. And, this becomes really important when you combine that. So, for instance, in Bangladesh, there's a project looking at telemedicine that, 60% of Bangladesh lived in rural areas. Sometimes they only have 3 medical staff per 10,000 citizens. And by building connectivity using technology, they were able to increase telemedicine access that actually reduce costs to see a doctor by 56%. So really thinking about how we integrate that and have that holistic vision of the two. Leadership needs to do a comprehensive analysis. What they do often with this as part of the work we do is thinking about how, are these systems connected? Are the solutions best in time? Are the systems providing value add? And is what you're building scalable and inclusive? Because however much you build, it's not, it's like a plant. You can't shout at it, grow and grow and grow. You've got to give it the conditions to be able to scale and to be able to grow. As a person, and this has been mentioned as cybercrime, this produces risks, and you've seen this particularly across Africa in recent months, where environmental action has sort of damaged the subsea cables and damaged connectivity. We've had, in the UK, and looking towards countries like Costa Rica, where they had a huge ransomware attack on government, where you get geopolitical hacktivists or ransomware groups sort of actively targeting what is low-hanging fruit, what can often are unprotected systems, and worldwide outages like we saw with the CrowdStrike, and thinking about our systems as we build out these systems. Are we making sure that, going back to what is resilience, that we build these systems, we build these, put in this incredible investment into making government more efficient, but is it able to operate in the time? Have we done everything to protect it? But resilience, and bringing that key of resilience, is also that, do we still have that plan of action, the backup plan of if things are not always there, how do we work through it? So the best analogy I like to say is, are we stuck in an elevator if things go down, or are we an escalator? Can we still operate through that resilience? So as we build that reliance on technology, is it agile? Is it adaptable? Is it secure? And are we able to still operate well and at pace that's, well, maybe in a slightly slower pace, but things will still become operable in the untoward circumstances that we can't work with that. So really thinking about how we secure that data, baking in security requirements into this digital infrastructure. And we need to build this in place, because the faster we build it, the better and quicker the returns. It's really stepping back, having that holistic view, so it's not going to hit a bottleneck at some point later on. And just a minor thought, because one of the areas that I also work in is thinking about where tech policy sits on the global stage, where this sits with foreign policy, where this sits with diplomacy, because of being part of this world is also thinking about, is the diplomatic capacity equipped to engage in these conversations, engage in the governance conversations about this tech. And actually, this is a picture of an upcoming report that I'll be releasing. It's a sneak preview on sort of countries that sort of still don't have cyber ambassadors or don't have tech diplomats. And these are part of the picture, because it is working within the tech ecosystem that are going to be building the tech, and also on the global regulations of the tech. So leaving it there, and that sort of whistle-stop tour for a lot of how we think and how we come to thinking about what is the reimagined state look like, where that has real-time data for policy, where you have, researchers find new ideas, where there's closer integration with the people building the tech, and a constant source of information to give leadership and overview for a better future. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I don't know how many minutes I have left to actually answer any questions, but I'm happy to answer a couple.
Thank you, Melanie. That's Melanie Gasson joining us live from London, the Tony Blair Institute. Melanie, a few questions are coming in online here, but just maybe to kickstart, we don't have much time, just to get your quick reaction or maybe advice that, given the data security issues and risks that you've outlined there, where do government draw a line between the optimum use or sharing of data and protecting the data of ordinary citizens? We've seen a case of reported cases of data, our devices lost in the, we've seen reports of devices lost in the Ministry of Justice in the UK, and also I think the Home Office lost a number of devices that putting the data of the ordinary citizens of the UK at risk. So how do we draw that line between the optimum use and the sharing or the use of data of ordinary citizens?
Yeah, and it's a great question, and it's one that people have the most fear about. I mean, the examples you've given are actually human error above all the other things that we have to think about. It goes in this combination of having the right level of data protection laws. I think there's the two things: know your data, know where your data is, thinking about what are your crown jewels in that data. So this is where we begin to get the decisions of what kind of cloud edge data center structure is right for any individual government. And thinking about the technological solutions, so like the privacy enhancing technologies, so, you know, the financial sector do it well, where we have that data sharing, where we can strip out the sensitive data and share the data that improves the kind of decision making that you need. So it's not, you know, there's a series of decisions, but it is also having that holistic overview of knowing all your data sources, where that's being kept and how they work together. But it's not an easy, you know, it's not an easy problem to solve by any means.
Thank you so much, Melanie. We have Nikki on the slide that is asking that given the future roadmap for digital transformation, when will the operating systems of governments be adjusted to accommodate the updated technology? Do you have any views on that?
Again, it's one that's very close to our hearts, that question, because it's working with governments to actually leapfrog some of these elements of digital transformation, to integrate these tools along the way. But it does come back to, and as you say, thinking about these baseline technologies we have. When I talk tomorrow about the future of access to compute, and this is a surprising amount of it, that we did an index where we looked at, you know, sort of 55 countries, and only 36% of those countries had access to machine learning that was, cloud that was optimized for machine learning. So it actually comes back to really resisting sometimes the temptation to invest in the new shiny tools and make sure that the investment has gone into these baseline infrastructures. And that's, you know, we can think about the access to cloud, but it also involves having that access to energy. So really understanding the sort of matryoshka doll, if you want, of where you underpick and think about where do you need to start with this.
Do we have any questions in the room that we can take a hand that you want to maybe voice your question? You are welcome to do so. Whilst we're still searching for one, Melanie, there is Moroka Kautsane, who's asking really on Slido that how is the just transition, which is quite a popular topic of late, how is it impacting the speedy implementation of digital transformation?
It's a really good question. Again, I think it's difficult to generalize across, you know, all countries. And I still stand by it. So it's similar to my answer to the previous question. It's making sure that the countries can see the real picture of the infrastructure, of their services, and be able to, you know, optimize and design their journey. And I think that's, you know, and this is something we do at the Institute. It's why we work in countries with individual governments, because there are no one-size-fits-all journeys for countries in this picture. It's really thinking about how you can look at that in your country. What are your priorities? And work from that picture to optimize the pace for yourself.
Let's see if we have any takers in the house. Going once, twice. There's a gentleman raising a hand. Just briefly, sorry, go ahead. Just briefly, a quick question to Melanie, and she'll respond.
So Melanie, one of the speakers before you mentioned one thing a few times, which I resonated with, which is when you're doing this transformation, what you need to think about what problems you're trying to solve. And one of your slides was talking about how technology is improving healthcare, right? But now I'm trying to understand there where healthcare is going to be assisted in a case where you don't have enough healthcare professionals, but you do have the technology. That's my question.
Yeah, that's a really great question, and it's actually a whole series of policies that we're thinking about, and I could talk about this for a while, but I will direct you. The Institute has published some work on there in the healthcare system, in where looking at what we call digital patient beds, the combination of having wearable technology that can help monitoring at distance. So if you think about that combination of a wearable feeding into a system that can provide alerts, that could then in turn, as was pointed out in the previous session, tell the pharmacist that you need a prescription or that your prescription's running out. And there are areas where we look at that combination can solve some of these problems of lack of access directly to an in-person physician.
Thank you, Melanie. We do have a number of questions still, but because of time, unfortunately, we have to stop it here. Samuel Bongani Sekanka asked about the 21st government and how it enhances accessibility to digital platforms. We have Musa Kumete, who also asked about cloud hosting of information, whether the risks are there and how they can be mitigated. Shabalala Muiponi coming about the practicality of citizens when it comes to training and the use in digital era that is skills. We wouldn't have time for this, but if you can, Melanie, I'm not sure if you are on Slido, you could perhaps respond to some of these after we concluded this. But thank you so much for your time. It's been a great pleasure hosting you all the way from the United Kingdom. I will wish you all the best. In fact, we wish you that maybe next year you could take and jet off to come and join us here, making things much more interpersonal and easier, but we are glad to host you online still.
Thank you so much, and have a great conference, everyone.
Thank you. That is Melanie Gasson, who's the from the Tony Blair Institute, joining us from the UK. Very interesting view of how governments are using data and some of the risks that are embedded in there. As much as we embrace it and think it's a thing to go, there are risks there, and we must think about ways to mitigate and manage those risks. Anyway, let's go and have a quick break. We're going to have a break for about 20 minutes or so, but let's be back here at 10:50. Those that are joining us online also, you can have yourself a nice coffee at home, whether office, maybe run to the cafeteria and get yourself something warm. We should be reconvening back at 10:50. Those that are here in the venue, outside there, you'll see all the stalls that are for you. We'll see you at 10:50. You're still at the Gtac. Let me just take off this earpiece. It's distracting my thoughts. Welcome back to the Gtac Public School or Public Economics Conference of 2024. If you caught the first session of the event, I'm sure you enjoyed it. We started it with the Ronette giving us an outline, Dr. Duncan Peters, as well as the SARS Commissioner coming in there, really giving us all information about data in as far as National Treasury and SARS is concerned. And joining us now on the red carpet is Dr. Duncan Peters, who's the Director General of the National Treasury. We just want to get a sense of his thoughts around the event and more things. Dr. Duncan, thank you so much for joining us. Looking good as always.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
You know, it's always a privilege to see you making time for events like this.
No, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but I was involved in the first Gtac Winter School Public Economic Conference in 2016, I think it was. And then I came back as the academic convener of the conference in 2017. So it's always been an event that's close to my heart. I think any event that brings together academics, students, government departments is always something that will resonate. So happy to be back here and very impressed to see how the event has grown over time. It's certainly much more sophisticated than it was in my day when I was managing it and part of the team. So well done to you and Renette and the other colleagues.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the evolution of it and the National Treasury's role in this. And I'm glad that now you are at the executive seat of the Treasury. The event is still going on. How do you see this event evolving over the next few years?
Well, I think the one innovation that's been interesting has been the hybrid innovation. Because, of course, when we were doing when the event started all those years ago, it was everyone together in the same venue. Back then, it used to be at the University of Pretoria, and that had a certain attraction to it in terms of being able to interact with everyone and interact with the students. But of course, it also had certain limitations in terms of the number of students you could accommodate. So I think the hybrid is a very good innovation because, of course, now you're able to bring in many, many more students and you're able to crowd in more resources in that way. And I think that's an important part of the evolution going forward. I think the other aspect is initially the Winter School Public Economics Conference was very much focused on the student academic interface. And I think what the organizers have strengthened over the last couple of years is bringing in the policymakers much more meaningfully, so that the students still get exposure to the latest thinking, but they are spending a lot more time also engaging with policymakers and understanding policy issues. And I think that's the real benefit of the conference.
That's beautiful. And how do you see the National Treasury embracing the use of technology in its work, given the era that we are in, the use of data and technology?
Look, I spoke about it in the earlier session today. We have, for the first time in our history, appointed a Chief Data Analytics Officer. And I think that's a very important first step because we are putting the discussion about technology at the center of the work that we do. Dr. Ayanda Shlatwayo, who's the Chief Data Analytics Officer, is an economist by training, but has worked a lot with large data, has worked a lot with administrative data, and has over the years developed her own skill sets in how do you use big data to inform policy. So in terms of her work, she's starting with a data maturity assessment of the organization, understanding how we currently use data, what skill sets we have to use data, and what we need to do at a division by division level to transition our processes into the future. Simple things like process automation, how do we use AI in our activities, how do we leverage data analytics much more meaningfully in our analytical work, all of those questions she's having to grapple with. So we look forward to that, and I think it's an exciting time for the Treasury from that perspective.
Finally, before I let you go, you have young students here that are around what's your advice to some of them that are looking forward to joining the public sector?
Well, I think the one thing I would say is that they have to pay a lot of attention to how technology is changing and what that means for the skill set that they have to acquire in order to ensure that they remain relevant in the workplace. Certainly when I was a student, a lot of the ways in which we interacted, for example, with data analytics was almost an afterthought as we were going through the complex calculus and research work and our usual training to become an economist. I think it's no longer an afterthought. I think now with universities introducing data science in their curricula, I think students have to think much more carefully about how they sharpen that skill set so that when they join the labor force, they are able to hit the ground running.
Dr. Duncan Peterse, all the best for the work ahead. I know you are preparing for the MTBPS with big challenge ahead. Wishing you all the best. We'll see you around sometime soon.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks so much.
Keep well. That was Dr. Duncan Peterse joining us here on the red carpet of the Gtac PEC of 2024, giving us all the insights about the work that the Treasury is doing in as far as data and technology is concerned. I understand we have someone waiting for us. Amanda Jitsing is waiting for us to join and have a conversation with us about her thoughts on the Gtac conference so far. So we're going to bring you more of these experts from time to time. So let's welcome Amanda here to join us. Amanda, come through. Thank you so much.
Hi, Lucy. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Looking good.
Excellent job.
I'm flattered.
Great stuff. So I've been told to punt the spending reviews a bit and tell the audience about the spending reviews and what we do at Gtac, and to get the students to look at them because there's potential for a research topic there if you're doing your master's. So at Gtac, we do a number of spending reviews, and what spending reviews really are is a methodology where you can use big data, government administrative data to unpack what government is spending on. And if you're really good at maths and statistics, what you can do is take that data and combine it with delivery data or performance data to create a full picture about what we're buying with the money that we spend as government. So we've done close to 200, 250 spending reviews across national and provincial government. We haven't quite gotten to local government, but it's probably the next thing that we will do. And all the spending reviews that we've done are available on the Gtac website. It's www.gtac.gov.za.
That's correct.
And you will get on that website, particularly if you're a student or an academic, you will get the spending review report, but also the data set, as well as the model that we developed. So play around with it, go look up the spending reviews, and go to the Treasury website where you can download through the data portal a whole lot of data that you can play around. So for students out there, great, it's a potential research project.
Amanda, thank you so much for your time. Certainly students will go online and get all this data. Interesting work. I've seen some of the spending review work you've done. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely conference.
Have a lovely conference too. Take care too. That is Amanda Jitsing, the long-term serving advisor of Gtac, that is Government Technical Advisory Center in Pretoria, Tshwane. We're coming to you live from Pretoria in the capital city. That is the mainland. Yeah, that's where we are. And thank you so much for joining us online. We have someone that I've known for a very long time, Daniel Makone, who's one of the panelists who's going to help us in the conference earlier on. And he's joining me now on the red carpet to just give a few thoughts around the conference. Mr. Makone, good to see you. Looking good?
Yes, Vusi, good to see you as well. Looking good. And so far, I mean, the conference has really been eye-opening. That first session with the DG and the Commissioner, I think were really kind of useful in setting the tone and what's already happening in the public sector around digital transformation, and particularly the use of data and decision making and in public finance. So yeah, I thought that was really quite a nice way to kick off everything.
Now that we've kicked off everything, what should people look out for in your presentation?
So we are doing a panel with CETA, Gauteng Province and Eastern Cape. So it's really kind of talking about the implementation of these projects leading towards digitalization. So I think it's really going to be interesting in seeing what the challenges are, how we've been resolving the challenges, and what actually goes into implementing these projects and these systems. Because I think so far the conversations are really on a conceptual note, but now we're delving into actual practical projects and implementation, and this is backed by spending reviews that we've done on the broadband and ICT in the Eastern Cape. So I think that will be quite an interesting perspective to show how government really is trying to drive this digital agenda.
And what time is your session coming again?
So my session is just after lunch. We'll be on from about 13:30. So yeah, that's when we'll be having our discussion.
Daniel, thank you so much. We wish you all the best with your session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That is Daniel Makoni, who's one of the IT experts doing some work with CETA. He's going to give us a session on technology and data that has been used by government. We're going to go to a break. I think when we connect, we should be coming live from the event and taking the feed to where we continue. So stay put, don't go anywhere. We still have more to offer. And this is the Gtac PEC 2024. 1, 2. All right, we are about 5 minutes behind time. They're still sorting out the presentations. So you can grab your last cup of coffee if you want, but we should be beginning in about 5 minutes' time.
When I need motivation, my one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, yeah. She is always in my corner, right there when I wanna. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there.
If someone is still outside, please let them come in. Let them know we're about to begin now.
My wish is like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her.
All right, welcome back everyone from the break. I hope you did grab yourself a nice cup of tea, coffee, and also welcome back those that are joining us online. We are still here at the Gtac PEC 2024. The hashtag to use is Gtac PEC. Just use the hashtag PEC without 2024, and we should be able to see all the contributions coming in and all the live feed. And given a chance, we'll read those live to our audience. And also, remember, we do have a Slido where you can ask all your questions and interact there. Talking about Slido, we do have a nice 2 questions prepped for you, just to get you interested and prepared for this. So I'll ask my team to please beam up those 2. Maybe start with the first question on Slido, and let me see if they loaded it yet. Just want to get to know you a little bit much better, where you can interact. Do we have the questions up on the Slido for the team, for the audience to respond to? Oh yeah. All right, not these ones. I was referring to the quizzes that we thought we're gonna have here. But these are the questions that came in earlier in the sessions, coming from both the audience online and here. But if you don't have, it's fine. We can always do those after the break. All right, after the lunch break, where we're just gonna get you thinking and get to know you much, much more better. Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of time, we're going to move on to our next session, where we will have, I think now we're going to have 1 panel session before we head off to the lunch. We're going to have 2, in fact, the expert talk and the panel discussion. And the expert talk is about understanding the complexities of technology and digitization. Did I pronounce that correct? Yeah. I'm trying to see if you guys are listening. I made a mistake deliberately. I hope here they can still hear me. So it's about Continental perspective on digital transformation, as well as digital transformation scenarios for South Africa. And Alison Gilwant is here to help us with the presentation of the session that we're going to have. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome the Executive Director, Research ICT, that is Africa, and Adjunct Professor at the University of Cape Town, Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance, Alison Gilwant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is the only screen that I can see.
You can look the online audience.
Okay. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting for the screen to come on. It's just come on. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you today. I think this is an extraordinarily timely conference. I also didn't check how I move this on. Yeah. I suppose the significance of this section, I think, is to really provide the broader global and continental context for the discussions that you're going to have. Lucy's going to do a deeper dive into the public sector and the implications of this for the public sector. But I'm really going to be looking at issues of digitalization and datification that are occurring very much intensifying, at a global level, and really compel us to understand how all of these decisions we're making are can no longer just be made in a national context. That we very much need to get the economies of scope and scale for a data economy to be competitive by throwing our weight behind the single digital market and the African Continental Free Trade Area, harmonizing policies that are being rolled out through frameworks across the continent, which I'm going to refer to, but also understanding that this is very much a global market, and we've got to be more actively engaged in global governance. These issues of digitalization and datification have been identified by the UN Secretary General as one of 2 seismic shifts that will determine whether the century, this century is going to result in greater inequality or greater equality. So how we govern both digitalization and the other is climate change will determine whether we are improving or exacerbating inequality. So contrary to a lot of the hype around AI and presentations of what's kind of happening in more mature economies, in fact, there's more evidence to demonstrate that these data, advanced data-driven technologies and digitalization are in fact exacerbating inequality. And as I said, this has become such an issue that during COVID we saw the extreme structural inequality that we see being exacerbated by people's inability to digitally substitute. And that is particularly in South Africa. I'll show you some of that data tomorrow. So people were unable, the most marginalized, even those who were barely online, not really able to digitally mitigate or digitally substitute for the risks associated, health risks and economic risks associated with the pandemic and lockdown, were most marginalized. And so the Secretary General, as part of the common agenda around post-economic reconstruction with post-COVID, has been mandated by the common agenda to produce a global digital compact that will be negotiated, or is being negotiated and will be endorsed at the Summit of the Future later this month. So central is digitalization seen to this, that we've got a special compact that is focusing on that. In South Africa, during the pandemic, President Ramaphosa also committed us to a new social compact that had digitalization at the core. And perhaps it's an opportunity to remind ourselves of that and to look at what empirical evidence we have to demonstrate that government is actually providing a new digital deal, which we've been calling for in response to that compact. So we've got very, very little time and a lot to cover, but I just wanted to deal with what I think in these global developments that are happening and that's happening across the continent within the AU, various frameworks, policy frameworks that are being developed, is this one of these most sort of wicked policy problems we have, and that is the digital inequality paradox. So despite some people getting more access through Aadhaar in India, actually digital inequality, as opposed to just the digital divide, is actually getting worse. And that really relates to the issue of the paradox relates to the increased, as we overlay increasingly advanced technologies over existing digital inequalities, which are themselves, as I said, a reflection of structural inequality. Inequalities are actually being amplified. And this is not only between those who are offline and online, as it was in the voice environment, but it's actually between those that have the technical and financial resources to use the internet actively or even to contribute to national prosperity, and those who are barely online, passively and intermittently consuming a narrow set of digital services, which the majority of South Africans are doing. So although we've looked very good when we look at connectivity figures across the continent, about 65, 70% now, I'll show you the data tomorrow, of that 65 to 70%, only about 40%, 35 to 40% are meaningfully online, or actually using that for transacting, for contributing to livelihoods, etc. And an important point about this is that as we go on and speak about, the AI hype and what AI is going to do and the panacea to all our problems, the real issue is that until we address these underlying digital inequalities, these are actually just perpetuated. So it's fine if you're using generative AI or chat GPT for a very specific digitalized data environment in SARS. But you try using that for a school in Limpopo where you're trying to deal with this in various languages, if you're trying to find out something, local knowledge that's not been digitized at all. So in fact, chat GPT has contributed significantly to inequality. And our own inability to address this, to have a digital policy, a transversal digital policy across government, again, as was said, probably driven from the presidency. It doesn't mean the presidency does all the policy and everything, but actually coordinating the levels of coordination we need between the public and private sector, across the public sector, to ensure that we can mobilize these technologies, deploy these technologies. We've got, for example, fantastic data scientists at the University of Pretoria, Vukosi Maravati, who is developing local language, large language modeling, and cannot get the data sets from our public broadcaster, the SABC, in order to develop these languages for GIS to communicate in the constitutionally official languages of our country. It just requires a few unblockages, and it could make such a difference. But that is all we can do at the national level. We're very much affected by what is happening at the regional level. And I wanted to just say very, very quickly through these slides, you can look at all these indexes, the Digital Readiness Index, the Digital the ICT Development Index of the ITU. All of these will show that Africa is lagging far behind. If you want to know where South Africa sits in the top performing African countries, Kenya was ranked 70th, South Africa 74, and Mauritius 76. Just for your information, on this index, in 1995, when we were developing the telecoms policy, Korea, South Korea, and South Africa were ranked 42 on that index. South Korea is now the top of the index, and we are at 74, okay? So we've had a whole lot of big challenges that South Korea hasn't had, but South Korea also had a whole lot of challenges that they've very successfully done through private investment, publicly driven private investments into their environment. So these issues that I mentioned back here, are really going to be coming up. They're very much part of the G20. The G20, of course, shifting from Brazil to South Africa, and an incredible opportunity for us, this Troika leadership of the G20, which has put a digital transformation agenda stamp on the G20 as it passed from India to Brazil and now to South Africa. And the issues there are exactly issues of data governance. In fact, Brazil is proposing a D20. So we've got the Think 20, we've got the Media 20. They're proposing a D20, a Data 20, because data is just really the glue of the economy and society now. I'm particularly wanting us to focus on the proper understanding of digital public goods, because I think as economists, this is absolutely critical to how we regulate this and how we ensure that all people have access to this valuable resource. Other issues are going to be information integrity, which relate to content and misinformation and fake news, but that's increasingly driven by viral AI and on digital platforms. And then, as has been mentioned, the big issue is going to be digital public infrastructures and how well are we prepared for that. At the continental level, this is very much what they're looking at. Just to say, we've got all these figures. We're way behind. So even if we look now in 2024, the latest figures, just out of the ITU temporary figures, we're looking at about 25-30%. And even these figures are very optimistic. When I show you the South African data, you'll see what a real demand survey shows us. And then again, I'm just going through these very quickly to show you that we used to be quite kind of complacent around what we looked like when we look at data centers in South Africa, for example. These basic data centers are now bottom rung, what you need in order to run a data economy or compete in a global economy. And just to show you this is from the AI Compute Index, which I unfortunately don't have a subscription to, so I can only use the slides are available, and it's very expensive. But this is just to show you this very high-powered computing that you need, that Melanie was referring to, in order to run these large language models, etc. But if you look at these, this was February 2024. You can see here that these are the biggest national private cloud and public cloud operators. And you could see the national high-power computing, we had at least some national players here. With this massive investment of Meta, just up until, just a few months, 5 months, with this investment of Meta, they've kind of outstripped, they're magnitudes of scale bigger than anybody else. So you look at Tesla, Google, I mean, they're small fry in comparison. And then if you notice what is very significant about that, all these national computing power, it doesn't even show on the top 10. So no national government has the biggest computing power in the world any longer. And these will have magnitudes of scale more. So this is the kind of issues we're dealing with, not whether we've got a very nice data center somewhere in Africa. Okay, I'm not even going to go through this because I think you're kind of all aware of it. But the problems really are not just kind of certain amounts of internet connectivity or AI. We need to get to these critical masses. And these critical masses in the evidence have been determined by kind of number of connections on assumptions that people are always online, that people are actually transacting and doing. Across Africa, people are connected, but they're not doing very much. Their usage levels are very, very low. So we've probably got to get to critical masses, which we're seeing in the evidence, much greater, back to the old kind of voice levels of 40%, to see the network effects associated with GDP growth, etc. I just wanted to point you to this in the context of this meeting. It's a work that we did during COVID, on the COVID responses to equity, where we looked with Latin American partners and Asian partners at digitalization and the potential that increased digitalization offers to increasing visibility of individuals and firms to the state. Traditionally, this work has really been done around expanding one's tax base, and of course it has that very important function as well, because you've got to have something to redistribute. But during COVID, it was also about bringing informal sector firms, in-sector formal operators, people, unemployed, maybe even if they're getting grants or if they're even getting permissions from other people online through digitalization. And really sort of demonstrating how an appreciation of this in government and through government and a coordination would allow us to have better state formation. We'd be able to get better resource mobilization. We'd get this increased visibility through digitalization and datafication that would allow for the levels of digital substitution that you needed to get grants, to get feed yourself online, school online, work online, and that it would need to address some of these very profound digital inequalities that we see in the data that I'm going to show you tomorrow. So what I wanted us to do, and I don't think we have time, so I'm going to refer you to this. Sorry, and I see those dates have been left off. I'll pop them in there. But to understand that the internet, data, cybersecurity, and indeed global governance itself, these are public goods. Arguably merit goods, they are non-rivalrous, okay, in the fact that you can use them and it doesn't diminish anybody else using them. They've been made excludable because they're largely proprietary-driven at the moment. A lot of the work that's been done on data and the data economy out of UNCTAD and ITU, and UNCTAD and the World Bank has tended to focus, I think it's shifting now, I think the Information Lives of the Poor World Bank report already makes that shift from understanding data value creation as purely a commercial supply side issue, that's how you allocate the resources in order to get profits, to a more kind of Ostrom-like demand-side valuation of data that allows you to build public value and, of course, see the social welfare gains of doing so across a government. So those investments might not be traditional kind of surpluses and rents, but it might be much greater well-being across your society. So I didn't actually put my timer on the end, so I'm going to ask you to give me a 2-minute when it's 2 minutes. I'm now going to just really run you through some of the Continental developments, because over the last decade, there's been enormous acknowledgement of global inequality. There's been a lot of focus on what a digital economy and then a data economy and now an AI general purpose driven economy might contribute to solving some of the really extreme inequalities that we see on the continent and that I was referring to, both within countries but also between countries. And there are a number of developments on the continent that have built together a really nice policy for the digital ecosystem. And of course, central to that, of course, is the Continental Free Trade Area. I'm not going to say much about that, except a lot of the positive stuff has been said. I think there's a lot of, we've written a lot about, and I've given you that reference, also, sorry, on the next slide, on the challenges around the digital protocols. So sorry, this is, you can just see where we stand globally in terms of e-commerce, and of course we've got the WTO moratorium on e-commerce, but in Africa we've got the digital protocols, part of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Why we've gone into that in a kind of WTO-like secret, as if we're negotiating with hostile partners, instead of something like the European Union, where we're trying to create a common union, I don't know, but that's what we've done. The digital protocols, as they stand, almost word for word in the paper you'll see, taken from the WTO protocols, seriously undermine the recommendations and the principles of the African Union data policy framework, which seeks to redress not only the harms that were spoken about with these advanced technologies, but also the economic opportunities that need to be addressed. If we're going to be able to deploy these technologies to redress some of these inequalities, we really need to deal with the underlying economic issues, access to data, access to quality data. Of course, data protection, but that's kind of been individualized and dealt with just as, if you check the privacy box, then you're done. But what about actually allowing people to exercise those rights in order to enjoy, second generation rights as well? So the African Union has developed this digital transformation strategy for 2022 to 2030. It's already quite far down the line. It mandates the development of the data policy framework and the interoperability framework. And essentially what it does is, as I said, it creates the ecosystem that you need. Sorry, I'm there. The ecosystem that you need in order to run a data economy. So a lot of countries have actually had technical assistance on this, and so they've built these building blocks up very nicely. South Africa sort of started very early. We were one of the first countries to do POPIA. It took us 10 years to actually implement it. Now it's out of date. Other countries are. So we, in many ways, we look very patchwork. I'm working with the Gambia at the moment. Fantastic array of policy instruments in order to deliver in a digital economy. It's also got so many people in it, but it's very fantastic. Anyway, so these cross-cutting themes, everybody's mentioned for digital public infrastructures, we need that broadband infrastructure, we need the data infrastructure, we need the digital ID, and very importantly, we need those online payments. We can't deliver those services without. Unless these are universally available, the only people who benefit from e-government services, from fantastic online tax services, are those who have all of those things in order to be able to be effective online. And then, of course, they're critical sectors: digital industry, digital trade, digital governance, digital education. We need an enabling environment, digital infrastructure, digital skills and capacity, and digital innovation and entrepreneurship. And basically, what they do is look at these foundational pillars, critical sectors, and these cross-cutting themes, and that's what you need for it. And then they've broken down this digital transformation strategy into a number of policies in order to implement that. We worked with the African Union on this data policy framework. It is an extremely progressive document. It's unlike what you'll see other data policy frameworks coming out of other parts of the world, because it starts off by acknowledging the foundational infrastructure we have to have in place, those 4 things I mentioned, that we have to have in place before we will be able to get this digital single market that we want, that we'll be able to have the cross-border data flows that we need for the Continental Free Trade Area. Basically, the data policy framework envisions the transformative potential of data to empower Africans, countries, improve people's lives, safeguard collective interests, protect data rights, drive equitable social and economic development. Very interestingly, in those principles, we managed to get in the concept of data justice, which has been a main project of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence that we've been working on. And that, as I said, is not only about responsible and ethical data or responsible and ethical AI. It's actually about redressing those inequities that make largely Africans on these very big global data sets invisible, discriminated against in automated decision making, or underrepresented. Basically, this is being rolled out on the continent. It was part of a big EU-AU policy. Just to say that the number of policies that are happening at the moment, a lot of different donors with different agendas, very often the vacuum that is there is just filled by the donor who comes first, the donor thing. So some of these policies are unfortunately not aligned. As I said, with the digital protocols for the Continental Free Trade Area, no reference to this really enabling data policy framework. As I said, you can see here all of these elements that have, the whole ecosystem requires different kinds of data governance. Your market, your enabling environment here in terms of your institutional arrangements, your competition commission needs to be able to talk to your consumer protection, needs to be able to talk to your economic regulator in relation to the data protection or information regulator. We've got a fantastic one. We're very, very lucky. And we've also got access to information, which is an important part of that balance of privacy. Many other countries don't. And then we've got all of these critical issues around sovereignty, data localization, and then, of course, open data and getting cross-border data flows. Very importantly, the other common agenda, a digital transformation agenda mandate was to develop the interoperability framework. So you've got the data policy framework, you've got the interoperable framework for digital ID. Essentially, this has really struggled because of countries' issues around sovereignty and various things. Basically, it just tries to get interoperability. Of course, until we sort out our rather bizarre human mobility constraints on the continent, this might all be a bit of a myth. But basically, what it tries to do that is by looking at what you would need to have in place from a business point of view, from the technical requirements, operational requirements, legal requirements. Many countries, again, have had support on all of these. These are now building blocks for them to build the data economy. And then just to say, again, of course, AI, whole sorts of funders, and also things. We've got an AI blueprint from Smart Africa, World Economic Forum type document, mainly geared at the private sector. We've got the AI strategy, which has just come out, driven by UNESCO's Responsible AI Ethics, basically overtook our NEPAD's white paper on AI, which was sponsored by IDRC and various other sovereign funds. So, and then in South Africa, we've got our National Department of Communications and Digital Technologies developing an AI paper. We've got Science and Innovation developing another paper. And, so this has to come together. I mean, this is not going to work unless we bring this all together. So that was just really very, very particular. You need to go back to all those documents now and look at all the things that they're trying to do. But there really is this really remarkable framework, this real window of opportunity for building this single digital market, and of course common market more generally, to which digital is the underpinning. Unless we get this digital single market sorted out, there is no common market, just whether it's cross-border trade information or not even digital services or anything. So it's absolutely critical that we get this right. But there is that framework there. I'm often in those forums and we don't participate enough. We need to, especially in the context of G20, African Union's organizational membership of the G20 as from this year, very much looking to us to support this progressive integrated agenda that we've had with the Troika leadership of the G20. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Thank you so much. You can have a seat here. We'll talk to you soon. That was Alison from the Executive Director of Research ICT Africa at the University of Cape Town's Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance. One more time, please give it up for Alison. So keep your questions for now. Just keep typing them on Slido. Those that are joining us online can do so as well. Type your questions on Slido if you have any for Alison. And also, those that are here, you can also do so. Type your questions on Slido. Any question really goes, we'll be able to read it out loud to everyone. But also, if you hear, I'm using a lot of alsos. Is anyone counting my alsos? I've been saying also the whole morning. Anyway, if you are here, you have an opportunity to use a microphone to ask questions. But we'll do that after we have Lucy joining us online. Lucy should be online joining us. Lucy, known to you and I as Lucy, but Home Affairs know her as Luciana Abrahams, who's the director of Link Center, University of the Witwatersrand. She's joining us online to give us also an expert talk on understanding the complexities of technology. Lucy, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you with us. Can you hear us?
I can.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Lucy. Over to you, Lucy.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to talk about a public sector perspective. The public sector is a very diverse kind of institution, multiple institutions. So when we think of digitalization and digital futures, what are these digital futures being driven by, whether in South Africa or elsewhere on the continent? And we could say that they are being driven by use cases. What is the usefulness or the particular specific use of digitalizing anything in the public sector? Where's the value, the social value? We understand something like mobile money. We know what the value is. What is the value of a digital future for education or health or any aspect of public service? And so what's becoming increasingly interesting is how modular methodologies are being applied. So when Alison refers to digital public infrastructures or digital public goods, what we really think about is a kind of a module. I think everyone in the audience is very modular, because when we study, we are studying modules, and they have a particular design and they have a particular symmetry. And so to deal with this complexity, which is often very complicated, it's very complicated to build digital government or digital education or digital health. These modular methodologies, which are for now enshrined in something called Gtac. This is what many institutions across the public sector this is the approach that people are using. We can move the slides along, away from the first slide. Yes, so there in front of us, we have a perspective of Gtac, and you can see the modules and the layers. Well, you see the layers in the diagram, and within each layer, there are multiple modules. Let's move to the next slide. So if we want to apply modular methodologies that can make things, or can make building digital government not simple, but simpler than each country doing it alone, we need to think about at least three things. And I've chosen for our discussion this morning to talk about assemblages, affordances, and agency. And we're going to be talking a lot about agency. So assemblages would be these modules. So for example, we can have a digital identity module. And that digital identity module is, let's just call it a template. It's a software template, and it can be used and reused and improved by many institutions, not each having to invent their own digital identity system for their country. That would be an assemblage. Then we can talk about affordances. So in other words, what do those assemblages enable us to do? What can we do? Well, we can build digital identity systems much more quickly than if we did it alone. And we can use digital identity for multiple services, digital health, digital education, all kinds of services, because digital identity would be a requirement for each of those quite distinct services. And then very importantly, agency, the capability to act, the capability to build with or without modular methodologies. But I'll talk a little bit more about the advantages of modular methodologies when we are trying to advance significant numbers of people, have significant numbers of people, millions of professional developers across the continent, not thousands. So that's where agency comes in. We are the agents. We have to be the agents of our own digital development. Let's move to the next slide. This is a bit of a busy slide, but I'm going to try to simplify it. It simply suggests that there are multiple layers, multiple institutional behaviors and conditionalities that are required to operate something like Gtac. Gtac is at the early stages of its evolution. It has a few use cases. The Digital Public Goods Registry has 161 items, including building blocks. But this is far from where we might end with a modular methodology for building digital government. I want to focus on one or two things, particularly the idea, I think it is in layer 4, the idea of digital multilingualism, human and artificial intelligence. And what that means is that everyone, as far as possible, must have capability in a particular field, as well as in the digital capabilities required for that field. So if throughout the education system, from primary to tertiary level, the person is becoming a teacher, a nurse, a professional of any kind, that person will have knowledge of the particular professional skills, an administrator, an HR professional. But the person will also have knowledge and capability of the digital skills to function in that environment. And in the future, to function not only as a human collaborating with digital technologies, but a human collaborating with multiple digital technologies, including artificial intelligence. So we can talk about human intelligences and artificial intelligences. And what's really important is that if we are to break the digital divide, and I hold a similar view to Alison, that governments in particular, but all institutions, universities in particular, must act in ways that break down this divide in capability, this single lingualism, where we are only taught very narrow knowledges, and our digital multilingualism is very limited, because that contributes to the digital divide. The efforts in the education system to introduce digital technologies have been relatively weak. So that needs to change. And then I want to just shift to the right-hand side of this diagram very quickly, where we're talking about specific kinds of capabilities. On the extreme right, data services capabilities, development and support capabilities, and coordination capabilities in what I'd like to call a shared services environment. So across the African continent, including in South Africa, we have these shared services entities. In South Africa, it's called the State Information Technology Agency, SITA. Many of these institutions are not yet fit for purpose to really operate and build digital government extensively. Therefore, we need to understand what the capability requirements are. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry, no, not that one. Just back one. The one with the, there we go, yes. At least one of the key foundations is coding skills, just the capability to program and fix and amend and adjust and continuously revise. And there are multiple environments within which coding skills is being developed. And that ecosystem, when you look at the slide, it looks like a bit of an amoeba. It looks like it goes everywhere. And yet it's just not enough. It's just very far from enough. Even with, we often say, you know, there are close to 700 technology hubs on the continent in many of the major cities. And we'll see that slide in a moment. And yet it's not enough. It's just very far away from enough. Next slide, please. Yes, that one. So on the right-hand side of the diagram, we see the map of Africa with some of those over 700 technology hubs, or more fondly called tech hubs. And those are spaces not only where young people learn to code, but where they are actively engaged in building their startup businesses, communities of startups, accelerators, incubators, incubating new ideas, both software and hardware, in things called maker spaces. And on the left-hand side of the slide, we see some of the capabilities that are either currently being built or where there could be much more dedicated focus on building those skills. Because where do we go if we want to build digital government capabilities? Isn't any particular place one can go. Software engineering tends to be quite broad, taught at universities, in engineering departments or software engineering schools. But there's very limited, dedicated focus. Prof. Tanya Ajram has a degree program at Stellenbosch University that focuses on public finance and public economics, and she incorporates this digital component, but we really need to see much more dedicated capacity building at universities, tech hubs, industry, around digital government. Next slide, please. Yes, so I hope you can see the fine print there, but very important in that fine print is if we look at the statistics for South Africa and for the rest of Africa, the statistics indicate very small numbers. I think it's 119,000 professional developers in South Africa. Maybe it's 150,000 now, 690,000 professional developers for the whole of Africa. As we can see, those numbers are really, really small compared to even just an estimated size for building digital government. We would need to have maybe 1.5 million professional developers or more just for digital government. And that number is really a thumbs up. We could say many millions because, for example, We don't only need professional developers for digital government applications in general. If we think about the field of cybersecurity alone, we probably need very large numbers of professional developers just on the cybersecurity side. Let's move to the next slide, please. I am watching the time. Right. So just a quick, not diversion really, but to talk about artificial intelligence enabling education as a use case, a specific use case. If we're saying that each new technology leads to another digital divide, yet another digital divide, and a lot of research suggests that we now have 4 or more kinds of digital divide, and we might add AI as a 5th or 6th digital divide. And then here are some of the other, or some of the more specific problems with that digital divide. A lot of what we're doing with technology is pure substitution. Just saying, well, instead of having a teacher in the classroom, let's substitute that teacher with AI, or let's have a combination of AI-based content and the teacher in the classroom. But that's a very passive engagement with very advanced, very sophisticated tools. So that's in the bottom left-hand corner of this quadrant diagram. And you can see passive, human techno capabilities, and passive modes of learning. And that's the biggest problem with learning across South Africa and many parts of Africa, is that learning is passive. And passive learning is one of the reasons for the significant failure rates that we see. So if we move to the right lower quadrant of the diagram, the key word there is augmentation. How do we augment the learning experience? By making it more active. Then we can move back to the left-hand side of the diagram, upper quadrant. Passive human techno capabilities, but more active modes of learning. So we want to modify the learning experience. We want to use visualization, for example. And there are really excellent free open source programs like GeoGebra, which is short for geometry and algebra, and which create a visual engagement with mathematics learning. And it's fun, and it's a game, and it's gamified. And teachers and learners can play. Now, I'm sure the idea of playing while learning maths is an idea that isn't real for many teachers and many learners. But this is exactly what we want. We want dynamic capabilities. And in the top right-hand corner, the active-active quadrant, we want to completely redefine the learning experience. So outside of that bottom left-hand quadrant, all the other quadrants, augmentation, modification, and redefinition, really foresee much greater teacher and learner engagement. And what that requires is, coming back to the point about digital multilingualism, that a maths teacher certainly needs to understand maths, but a maths teacher also needs to be able to code and develop and build applets that make learning more meaningful, more contextual for learners in particular countries. So we can use GeoGebra, and there are thousands of applets to choose from. Well, hundreds at least. But our maths teachers need to contextualize that for our learners, whether in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal. And that requires additional coding skills and capabilities. I'm going to move to the next slide, please. And we'll soon be reaching the end. This is really just to look at. The slides will be shared with you. And we suggest this notion of end games. we can have different end games, depending on how active or how passive our engagement is with AI in education. The notion of an end game comes from chess. Chess players will know this. And of course, the end game is you need to foresee what that future is. The chess player, professional chess players can see the end game many moves ahead. So when we're thinking of AI enablement, whether in education or any other field, we need to foresee the end game, because the end game will influence the moves we make now in the next 3 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And of course, as we also know, the end game isn't actually the end. It's just about seeing into the future, seeing that digital future, so that we can organize ourselves better, we can be more capable. But one end game always leads to a new game. Let's move to the next slide. I think these are the last 2 slides in the presentation. Also quite busy slides. And they are really just setting out. If we have this particular high-level visualization of how we might move better, more efficiently, more effectively in the digital government space, by continuously building use cases, by advancing the capabilities of shared services entities, by using modular methodologies like Gtac, by in particular building digital multilingualism. And then all the other technology components, the middleware, the building blocks, the DPIs, the network infrastructure. We still need to assess our digital capabilities. So on the right-hand side, numbered 1 to 10, are a list of some of the key capabilities that would be relevant to each of the layers in this high-level visualization. And then the final slide, thank you. Next one. The final slide relates to, if we were to apply this in the tech hub environment, the more informal, more open environment outside of the formality of the public sector, what are other digital skills and capabilities that would be useful in that context? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for the interesting, insightful presentation that you just given us there online. We highly appreciate it. Just remember, we also had Alison giving us a presentation. I'll invite you back on stage, Alison, to take a few questions. But before that, let's give it up for Lucy one more time. All right, we have a number of questions, I think a few, on a platform called Slido, and we're going to take some of the questions again here in the audience. If you do have your questions, please have them ready. We'll have a mic coming to you, but we highly encourage you to use Slido to type in your questions coming from there. Also online, they can do so to type their questions in. We have the first one, Alison, I think from Noluvo Blom. Noluvo Blom, I'm not sure if Noluvo Blom is here or online, but she's asking, how can the future technological advancement be leveraged to reduce rather than increase digital inequalities? That is Noluvo Blom. Maybe whilst you think about that, let me also to you, Lucy, let me try and see if this maybe goes to you. What, again, from Noluvo Blom, what are the main reasons that governments struggle to exert authority over high cloud computing services? Justin Visache coming in there and really asking, can you give concrete examples of how AI will exacerbate Africa's digital inequalities? How can we change this? This is to you, Alison. Can you, Alison, give us concrete examples of how AI will exacerbate African digital inequalities? How can we change this? Let's take these 3 questions and then we'll move on to the rest of the questions. Starting with you, Alison, of course.
Thank you very much for those questions. Basically, I would require a thesis to answer how we redress digital inequality and how we redress the inequalities that are manifest, digital inequalities that are manifest in AI. I will refer you, however, to some work that we did within the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, a work stream on data justice as a basis for AI justice. Let me explain why digital inequality, and I'm particularly using that to capture the non-supply side structural problems. You will see when we do the empirical evidence tomorrow that the main drivers of digital inequality, or the main determinants of digital inequality, are education. Education and the correlated income factors of income. So when you see gender disparities, for example, it's because girls aren't staying in school, or because girls are leaving higher education to have children, those kinds of things. It's not the gender in and of itself, although of course there are cultural and non-visible empirical factors that would be at play there, or non-statistical factors that might be at play. So what we need to do is, as I said, not only focus on some of the compliance regulation that allows us to address some of the harms, like privacy, but also acknowledge that there are harms caused simply by exclusion. So simply by large numbers, the majority of Africans simply not being in the giant data sets that are used to create these million-dollar industries that you saw here, means that when they are used for all sorts of decision-making, financial decisions, decisions around how climate change is going to be, so resources are going to be allocated, all sorts of things that are using these very big data public sets when they can get access to them, but those companies are using them for themselves. We see that, and they're very successful audits done by, in fact, I should point out, absolutely fantastic leading Black women data scientists. I think many of you will have known of Timnit Gebru, Ethiopia, Joy Bolumwemi, and of course Abebe Birhani, who do these big audit data sets that demonstrate how these data sets perpetuate historical injustices of misrepresentation, of stereotype, of when they look at, Sophia Noble looks at these big data sets, internet data sets looking, for example, under the labeling of Black women, the majority, the overwhelming majority, so over 70%, is actually pornographic content. That is what the internet is telling us about Black women. The remaining are, bare-breasted Black women in fields from the previous century or whatever. So these, that we just taken for granted, the information that we get on ChatGPT, this is taken from the data sets of those people who are already online and the websites and the browsers and things that are already there. 90% of the content is in English. As I said, you're simply not, by enabling those people who already have access to that, who are wanting to look for content that the ChatGPT is able to manipulate and to present to you, actually makes those people more enabled. So, university students in the US, for example, who are wanting to use ChatGPT, or in the tax department to use ChatGPT more effectively to do work, actually are becoming more enabled than people who are, at University of Transkei anthropology department, who might be wanting to look up something in isiXhosa or something like that. So it's really systemic, and that's why just these ethical frameworks, ethics by design, or these harm frameworks really can't deal with these systemic and structural inequalities that make AI not reduce access to these digital services, as is often presented in some of the hype.
Thanks so much, Alison. Let's maybe, Lucy, when I take the quickly, I'm not sure if that's relevant to you, but there was a question asked around the main reason governments struggle to exert authority over a high cloud computing service.
Yes, of course. I think there are two key reasons. Firstly, cloud computing developers, the owners and the infrastructure builders, are mainly not located on the African continent. They are not indigenous companies. They're not companies indigenous to African countries. They are global companies or companies with head offices located in the North, in the US, in Europe, in Japan, in China. And so the operations of those cloud providers isn't located in a country where the country may wish to apply certain rules or laws or regulation. So if the institutions do not fall, if these organizations, these service providers, their operations do not fall within your country context, your country jurisdiction, then it's quite difficult to design laws and regulations, but it's not impossible. And so my second comment would be in the form of a question.
Yeah.
Do governments really struggle or are they not working hard enough, creatively enough? Because there's always a solution. But in order to find solutions for the ways in which digital technologies operate today, where they are boundaryless, we have to work a bit harder. We have to think a bit more carefully about what is possible and learn. We have to learn from other jurisdictions. To some extent, we have in South Africa. If we look at questions of data protection, where data is hosted outside the boundaries of South Africa, we have learned from the EU General Data Protection Regulation. We have a fair facsimile of that called the POPI Act, but we took a very long time to bring it into operation. And so we really need to look at ourselves and ask ourselves whether we're working hard enough and smart enough for this digital era, where speed is everything. Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much, Lucy.
One sentence.
All right, one sentence from Alison just to wrap it up for us.
Sorry, I just wanted to, just that question about, yes, it's terrible, what can we do about it? Yeah. And to build onto what Lucy said. So, if we're saying what can we do right now, I mentioned the African Data Policy Framework.
Correct.
Looks at how we can leverage data governance. And of course, this is way beyond data protection. Data protection, as you saw on that big ecosystem, is just one aspect of what we need to do.
Right.
It's really about unleashing the economic potential. What can governments do in particular? Governments can ensure that they're obviously non-confidential, their government data is made open in a manipulatable format, that researchers, that entrepreneurs, and this is being done in Asia, can use that data in order to contribute to value creation for the economy. What we also propose within the African Union Data Policy Framework, that this is done within the common market, so that we are sharing data for research purposes, for economic value creation on the continent, between countries, so that we can get the economies of scope and scale that we need. Yeah. Now, we've done that we've at the same time, with the digital protocols, signed off on a WTO type, most favored nation, etc., that prevents us from doing that in a way that doesn't allow us or doesn't make us also share it with Meta and Facebook and everybody else who we actually, challenged to there was no way we would be able to beat them. So we really need to look at how very practically we can economically regulate in this country. How can we get access to data? How can we get access, as the European Union did during COVID, when Meta and Facebook said you couldn't do it? They actually said, well, we need this in the public interest. And now it's in the European Union law that all researchers have to be able to get access to that data, and they can't operate there unless they do that. We can piggyback on that.
Sure. Definitely can piggyback on that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Alison and Lucy. Please, a warm round for them. Thank you so much, Lucy. Certainly, we can piggyback on the conversation. Lucy is here throughout the sessions. We can have a chat with Lucy during the networking sessions and pick up these conversations. We see you, Liam James. We see you, Zolane Zonyane. We see you, Justin Visache. Turai Chikoti, I apologize. We see Monyandi also, Amanda, you are also there on slide. Georgina, Nyamane, Ntandogazi Machini, Sibusiso, Dikele Rivuma, Nikki. We see all your questions. We do not take them for granted at all. It's just time that is against us. But most of these questions may be answered in the next question, which is pretty much linked to what we just spoke about. And in the next session, we'll be looking at how does government use AI, that is artificial intelligence, and big data to forecast demand for public services, allocate resources effectively, and address emerging needs of citizens. What are the main wins? What are the unintended consequences? The use of AI in streaming and optimizing service delivery in healthcare. And of course, we'll be joined by a panel facilitator for this session and also with his panel that will be talking all this. So keep your questions coming. We see them, and given a chance, we'll answer them. The interesting part though is that some of these panelists are here with us, so we can always have a chance to interact with them. And talking about the panelist that is here with us is someone that I've worked with closely for a number of years at the National Treasury. And he's now the acting chief director there, going by the name of Keta Dlamini. He's here on stage. Please help me welcome Keta to come join us.
How are you?
Is your panel joining you here?
One I think is online, and then I think Andrew. Okay. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel discussion on how government uses AI to forecast demand for public services, allocate resources effectively, and address the emerging needs of citizens. And we are looking for wins and the unintended consequences. I believe we'll be joined by one panelist online, and then we'll be joined, I think, by Justin Visache on stage. So if I may, okay, Andrew is already online. And each of the panel members will start off with a 15-minute presentation, followed by a Q&A led by me, and then we'll turn it over to the audience to talk about something that I think is particularly exciting, thinking about new data services. Andrew has written a very interesting paper on the Western Cape hub, and as well is now doing some work on HIV and as well as health information systems. So Andrew, I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll have Justin join us on stage. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let me just check that you can hear me okay, and that you can see my screen.
Yes, Andrew, we can see your screen. We can see you. So
great.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. So thanks to the organizers for the invitation to participate in this session. I'm a doctor who's spent most of my career working in public health, working in the public sector, working with public health data. You may have thought that you would be hearing a lot of, seeing a lot of impressive advances in technology and AI in this session, but in fact, I'm going to really focus on the challenge in government of being able to leverage technology and build competence in government to use emerging technologies. So I'll tell you a little bit about my journey in health data, and then I will and our journey in government developing competence to work with large amounts of health data, and then I'll pivot to trying to talk to some of the challenges and where I believe we can really make a difference. And you'll see as well that I've changed the title. I was given the title of the use of AI in streamlining and optimizing service delivery, and I've changed it the use of data and AI because I believe that the fundamentals of data integration are absolutely essential. In the slide on screen, on the left, you'll see a picture from a program I was privileged to participate in early in my public health career, where we were supporting an initiative of government with civil society to advocate for HIV treatment at a time when our national government hadn't yet embarked on the national treatment program, and when there was a lot of skepticism globally and nationally on the ability of government to deliver treatment for HIV because of its complexity and its cost, and skepticism about the ability of African patients to be adherent to treatment. We firmly believed it was a moral imperative that treatment be provided to everyone with HIV and who needed it, and that it was definitely feasible and that costs would come down. The picture on screen was a celebration in 2003 when we reached 400 patients in the public sector on treatment. So in the context of having 6 million South Africans on treatment now, it's hard to believe there was a time when it was an effort to get to 400 people on treatment. And at that point, where we reached 400 people on treatment in total in the public sector, notwithstanding a couple of other initiatives that were happening at the time, 600 people were estimated to be dying every single day from HIV. Over time, to track this cohort of people, increasingly large cohort of people with HIV on treatment, we needed to link the cohort to clinical services, clinics and hospitals, to laboratory information, to pharmacy information, to mortality data, to TB data, and many other data sources. And we realized that the journey we had followed for HIV was replicable for all of healthcare. And that led us to want to integrate data across the whole of the public sector healthcare system. And in fact, there was an emergent architecture that facilitated this, and that's on the right of the screen, which is the Health Information Exchange architecture. And I think we've heard a lot from other speakers already this morning about interoperability. And in healthcare, it's an absolute necessity. In most health jurisdictions, there are a multitude of different systems, provider-facing and client-facing systems. And in order for providers and clients to have all of the data available at the same time, it's essential to have a framework for interoperability. And this is very mature and well developed in health. I'm just checking, are you able to see my pointer on screen?
Yes, Justin, we are. Sorry, yes, we are, Andrew.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So the idea is that there are very well established standards for interoperability, and so all the systems that are facing providers and clients use that interoperability layer to talk to a backend that has got these repositories, which are quite self-evident. For example, a registry of every single beneficiary or person in the system, a registry of every health provider, a registry of every health facility, a registry with all the clinical data that's collected against individuals, a list of all the terminologies and coding systems that we use. And that is the principles of a health information exchange. And South Africa was one of the front runners in Africa in adopting a health information exchange strategy in the Health Normative Standards Framework, first published in 2014. So it's definitely, we have a framework with which to operate. And the other reason why I enjoy sharing the HIV data journey alongside the integrated data journey is a similar skepticism that gets expressed about the ability of government to work with person-level health data. So remembering that the history in government has been aggregate health data that's collected and analyzed indicators, and here we're talking about huge volumes of person-level health data, and there's been consistent skepticism as to our ability to build these skills, build these competencies, and build these systems in government. And we firmly believe, as we did with HIV, that it's an imperative and it's definitely possible and feasible. So 10 years ago, we started the journey in the province where I work, leveraging a unique identifier. So I've heard people talk about digital identities this morning, and in healthcare, the global guidance is that the digital identifier for healthcare should not be the same as a civil identifier. Not everybody who needs healthcare has a civil identifier or feels at liberty to share the civil identifier. The civil identifier is not necessarily privacy preserving, whereas a unique health identifier is globally recommended. My colleagues where I work had spent 10 years previous to this ensuring that every single hospital and every single clinic had a system to register patients against a 9-digit unique identifier. And in fact, South Africa has adopted the health patient registration system, which is a unique identifier for healthcare countrywide, which uses a 10-digit numeric, of which the Western Cape 9-digit identifiers are being subsumed. And this makes it much easier to integrate data. So we can take every single available data point that's linked to an individual and integrate it against this identifier into a data environment, a consolidated data environment, which we also try to ensure operates as a functional health information exchange, in addition to being a repository of data for analysis. And being a functional health information exchange, the primary focus is service delivery. And this is quite an important distinction, because we often get pictures as government from purveyors of new analytic techniques to say that those techniques might offer value to government. But in fact, if one were to go straight to trying to analyze data that hasn't been well curated, hasn't been used, hasn't had a virtuous information cycle emerging from use, the analyses may not be that valuable and may not actually benefit patients that much. However, if we start with providing clinical records to clinicians, integrated data to clinicians who are treating patients, and identifying those patients who need our intervention, we automatically generate data sets that offer value when analyzed. We had quite a lot of hubris when we started this journey, thinking that if we built these technologies, they could become, I also heard the term digital public goods, they could become a public good, open source, that could be used by others and accelerate the journey that others could take to get to integrated health data. But what we learned with time is our biggest asset was actually the people. Having established people who had good domain knowledge, good technical knowledge, and knew how to use the tools available to them in government was the biggest asset. And when COVID hit us, we really felt the value of our workforce, who were able to pivot very quickly to use the tools available to them to build outbreak response systems and to build a whole host of systems to support the service response to COVID. On the right, I've listed a whole lot of cadres of staff. And I heard the DG of Treasury this morning saying how difficult it is to find data scientists or to hire data scientists in government. And if you look at those cadres and you look across the health departments, you'll find very, very few formal positions for those posts in the services. And yet when you look in the equivalently sized private sector institutions, then they might number in the hundreds. So there really is a gap in terms of our capacity, our resourcing for these staff cadres in order to be able to leverage integrated data in healthcare. A second point I want to make is that one of the responses to this challenge in resourcing of those staff cadres is one of the responses is that we could centralize these functions. If we could do this once for the country, then surely we wouldn't need to have as many people with those skills. and that is actually a false assertion. So there are a lot of very important nationally hosted systems, and there's a very important national role in stewardship of health information systems. And for example, some of the systems that are listed at the top here, the master facility list, the National Health Laboratory Service, the vaccine system, the patient registration system, and those are all fantastic shared assets nationally. But at subnational level, and I say subnational because it doesn't have to be a province, it could be whatever entity we use to deliver and coordinate care at a subnational level. There's a whole lot of systems which are varying at a subnational level. The ambulance system, the dispensing system, the theatre and emergency systems, the radiology systems, the referral systems, the patient portals, and there's no way that a single national entity would be able to curate those data from all of those systems in one go and make them functional and available to everyone. However, if at the subnational level you have data competence, you have people who are proximal to the staff that are managing and interacting with these systems, curating the data, virtuously improving those systems, and then being able to share curated data in a standards compliant way upwards, whilst also leveraging the data that's coming from the shared systems downwards, we really have a virtuous system. So it's never an either or, it's always an and we should avoid falling into the trap that we can solve the data competence problem by centralization only. So to pivot slightly to some of the challenges facing the public sector, and I'm going to go back to the HIV example. So for any chronic condition, we seek to identify everybody with the condition, make sure that everyone knows their status, make sure that they all get the appropriate treatment. So in HIV now, every single person with HIV should be on lifelong HIV treatment, that we assess that the treatment is working, and for HIV, if people are taking antiretrovirals and the virus is suppressed, then we know that the HIV won't be impacting the immune system, and disease progression is much less likely. And so that's our aim. And the same applies for almost every chronic condition. In South Africa, half of our adult population have at least one long-term health condition. So the burden for the public sector is absolutely massive. And going back to HIV, at any point in time, of the 8 million people living in South Africa with HIV, up to 30% might be off treatment at that point in time. And not there's a variety of reasons. Our services are sometimes difficult to access. Patients' lives are challenging, and staying on treatment is a challenge. And similarly, of those on treatment, there's quite a substantial proportion in our setting, about 15%, who have recently restarted treatment, meaning they were quite recently in this group of people off treatment and have now re-entered care. So these two groups in red are the ones that really need our attention as the health service, whereas there are groups of people who have been doing extremely well and need very little from us, and yet we bring them back to our services month on month or every 2 months, just so that we can confirm they're in care, because we haven't joined the dots. We don't have the digital systems to track them, and so we keep overwhelming our services with people who get very little out of spending the whole day queuing for the services, other than being able to get their medicines. So this brings us to why joining the digital dots can really transform service delivery in healthcare. And this is a busy slide, but I'll take you through it. In the middle here is the service delivery platform.
Andrew,
we're very familiar.
Andrew, I'm going to ask you to move to a close because we've run out of time, unfortunately, and we will pick up some of these points in the Q&A. We have Justin in the room, so could you move us to a close, and then we'll welcome Justin on stage, and then we'll have a Q&A discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So the point on these last few slides is really that by joining the digital dots, we can really enable not just facility-based care with longitudinal health records, but we can also enable digitally tracking everyone who needs to be in care, but through a variety of diverse care delivery channels, and have a safety net for them so that we can identify who might have fallen out of care and immediately react digitally and also action whatever actions need to be taken to try and optimally care for those patients. I've talked very little about AI, and I would have talked very little about AI other than to say that there's pluses and minuses. I think some aspects of care are going to be made more efficient, but there's also going to be more sophisticated care that's going to, people have talked about the equity gap, that are going to require, that are going to be harder to deliver compared to our very standardized treatment guidelines at the moment. And I had a section on data governance, and we are moving towards trusted research environments and secure data environments, which many people fear, but are actually going to be massively enabling. So once data custodians know that their data is safe, and even de-identified data can no longer, in most countries that are well-resourced, they no longer share de-identified data for analysis, but rather bring those who need to work with those data into secure environments. And this absolutely is the only way in which we're going to be able to leverage our data assets in healthcare. And that the overall objective is to free up healthcare workers to do their job, which is to care with the human touch and try to make the rest of care delivery as efficient as possible. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I call up Justin Visagie to talk about the spatial economic tax data. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Keta. So I know you cracking the whip there, so let me get on with it. Similar to Andrew, I've sort of been asked to share a practical example of how using this new digital age of information can actually make a difference in the public sector. And I suppose I'd like to achieve two things through this talk. The one is hopefully some of what we're doing might actually be useful to many of you in government in terms of understanding local economies. But the second is I think it serves as a clear example that we can actually achieve a lot. And I think we should do more to try and achieve those things. So let me be practical. And I thought one way of getting into this discussion is in a different domain. Oh, I think this is my slides. There we go. Which is, do we have any Formula One fans out there? Okay. So if you just type big data in Formula One, you'll be amazed at what comes up. This is just one of these nice sort of information sheets. But literally the cars are generating terabytes of data. And to give you a sense of how much that is, one Grand Prix generates as much data as about the US Library of Congress. Okay. They've got hundreds of sensors. And all of this just to get those four wheels around the circuit as fast as possible. And I suppose our provocation is, what if we had the same mindset about service delivery, right? What if we have the same mindset about how we can use information flows that are already going on to try and better understand and then improve how things are done? So in my own field as an economist, this is just showing you research drawing on administrative sources. And it's quite dated, but you can clearly see the upward trend that people don't just rely on the traditional surveys any longer, but they're tapping into these digital flows. And I think if we had data up to the present, you would see that the trend is sort of exponentially upwards. These are all the four biggest economic journals, and you can see how research increasingly is drawing upon it. Of course, data, administrative data, big data has its pros and its cons for decision making. One of the I'll start with the advantages, is there some improvements in accuracy, right? Sometimes when people answer a survey, they're not honest for whatever reason, and you can reduce recall bias. All of this is really helpful in getting more accurate information. The second, which is also really attractive, is that it's comprehensive. You're getting information on everyone, where if you try and go into the field, it costs a lot of money, costs a lot of time, and you only get a fraction of the total population. It's also longitudinal. So because it's always going on, it's not just a once-off activity, but you can then assemble the data over time and build up this asset, and that can really help with the decision-making. And because these data flows already exist, it can be fairly cost-effective. But there are disadvantages. It's not a purpose-built tool, right? So you sort of have to work with what you've got, and that limits its scope and its flexibility, and you'll see some examples in our own case. Usability, is the data ready? Trying to get it curated, able to share with those who want to use it. And then, of course, trying to access it and share it. Sometimes this can be sensitive data in and of itself, and our ecosystem is still maturing to the place where we can sort of join all of these things up together. So I just want to also echo Andrew's sentiments as he was talking about, is centralization kind of the answer here? And I think in this conference today, a lot of what we hear about is kind of at an institutional infrastructure level, where, do we have the necessary pieces in place so that we can actually harness these data flows? We've got a whole lot of the new Statistics Act Amendment Bill talks about the data ecosystems. We've got the new national data and cloud policy. We've got from the DSI their big data strategy. So we've got a whole range of things going on. We've also got the Spatial Data Act. So we've got a whole lot of these pieces that are sort of floating around. But I'm going to tell you the honest truth, that if we just wait around for all of these things to come together so that you can get given a system and a platform that you can use to help you in government, I think you're going to be waiting a long time. There's the other side of it, right? Which is from the bottom up, thinking about your sphere of influence and starting to harness that potential. And I think as these two things come together over time, we can really make a difference. Both of these are, oversimplification. In reality, real world, it's really messy and it's really complex. So what about our own case? So I lead a project called Spatial Economic Activity Data South Africa. And really the problem statement as an economist is sort of this thing of geography really matters to the economy. I think we have an intuitive sense as South Africans. When you travel from one place to another, rural, urban, different provinces, different cities, within our cities, townships, space makes a very big difference in terms of what's really possible in terms of our economy. And yet, our ecosystem from Statistics South Africa's side has never been driven by spatial information. Yes, we do have the census, which gives us a focus on households, but when it comes to the firm and the economy, we just haven't had this lens, certainly not in enough granular detail. And so the Sustainable Development Goals ask our municipal planners to create more resilient and sustainable economies, but they don't really have the evidence base or the data in which to be doing that, because we haven't had that in place. So even basic questions. What's the GDP of Johannesburg? Do firms in eThekwini complement or compete with firms in Gauteng? What's the economic trajectory of our metros and CBDs compared with other nodes? Which sector created the most jobs in your local economy? These are really basic questions, but we actually haven't had the answer to them in our current statistical ecosystem. So what the project essentially was part of is, just a prelude. It would be nice to do an economic census, but it's going to cost billions, right? So what's the answer? Well, the breakthrough has come in saying, can we look at our administrative sources of data? And one of those being tax data, as we heard earlier with the DG and the SARS Commissioner. So this is the sort of value chain that we've got going for the project. In SARS, they've got raw records about employment, about firms. You can think about the PAYE information, the ITR 14, which comes from income tax returns, VAT, customs, all of this, really important economic data. This can then be processed in the Secure Data Center that's run by National Treasury, run by UNUWADA on behalf of National Treasury, and I think we've got a session in the future exploring this. But essentially, we can use that data center to curate the information, spatialize it, and then release it in a format in which other people can use it for their decision making. Part of the innovation has been that we're not releasing information about particular people, because that would breach all sorts of sensitivity, confidentiality issues, but because we're releasing information about places, it's being aggregated in a safe way to be sharing. And actually, you know, we can now finally start to understand these trends about local economies. A lot of collaboration just to do this, you know, from the primary partnership driven by the HSRC and coming from the city support program, but a range of other partners within the ecosystem that have had to sort of align themselves to make this possible. But also really important, service delivery driven by demand at the ground. So talking to the metros themselves about what kind of information they need to make better economic planning and decision making. And so I'm pleased to say that I think that the creation of a spatial tax panel is now a national asset. We've got more than 100 open access databases. The data for the 2023 tax year has just been released. Almost a 10-year time series in the process. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal, right? Field work will cost you so much money, and almost instantly, now we've got 10 years worth of time series, and we can keep on adding to it. It's very granular. You can cover province, district, municipal, and neighborhood level for the metros, and you can really zoom into these key themes of local industry, job creation, wage levels, gender, youth, etc., etc. We've got an open access portal, so part of the journey is also saying there are limited skills in terms of data science, so how can we make sure that this data can actually be used? And if you go to spatialtaxdata.org.za, you can use our tools. So for instance, you can use our dashboard tool to pick your municipality, and it'll take you through a series of curated analytics to help you better understand what's happening. Or you can use our Map Explorer tool to actually visualize different elements of the economic geography of the country. What's been really exciting, though, is actually the use or the testimony from our end users themselves. So here's some examples from the city of Cape Town who are using the data for all sorts of their policy and planning purposes, in their cost-benefit models in terms of which infrastructure to invest in which sort of suburbs, and also some specific things, like they had an issue about copper theft, and they could use the tax data and link it to the particular scrapyards, which they had information about where those scrapyards are. So there's so much that can be done if you make this stuff open and just push it out there. The potential for transformation is really big. This is an example from a colleague in eThekwini, and I'm hoping that our video, which is 2 minutes of his testimony, we can play. So let's see if it does.
So how do municipalities take advantage of the spatial economic activity data and make use of it to improve their processes? Well, I'll tell you what we've been doing in eThekwini. The first thing is we really wanted to understand what's happening in between our wards, which ward is more competitive on certain metrics than another, and so forth. Having specific location level data allows us to do this. So the spatial components of this data are really critical to municipalities because we have to make interventions in specific locations, specific townships, specific presence in terms of industrial areas and central business districts. You know, for us in Durban, we have Pinetown, Amanzimtoti, Umhlanga, and the main CBD. So we want to be able to compare activity that is happening there to have policies that are targeted and very specific. And this data allows us to do that. And we also have a bigger chance of reducing economic disparities between these regions within a city. A city is not just, all the same throughout. In the outskirts, you have these rural areas, especially in eThekwini. We also have tribal-owned areas that have their own dynamics. We want to be able to track that and reduce disparities, and this data gets us a step closer to doing that. Internally, what this does is it helps us improve our decision making. We're now able to make decisions based on data as opposed to based on some loose knowledge, but without any specific data tying us to specific locations.
Cool, thanks. We'll just go one slide back. So maybe just a sort of 1 minute final reflections. Thanks. So what are some of the lessons from our journey? I mean, I think the one thing is slowly but surely, okay? So I'd start small, start somewhere, and build trust and deliver on that value with a realistic workload. Too often, in so many meetings with government departments, all about frameworks and planning, but actually, can you try and identify something tangible, something small that you can experiment and make work and build out from there? Second, I think it has to work collaboratively. I don't think everyone has all the skills, so can you find partners that do have the skills that can come alongside you to support you in the process? We definitely need to find champions, those within our institutions that have the energy, that have the passion, and building those relationships, and being flexible and responsive. You know, as I say, one of the things with administrative data is you sort of got what you've got. So we need to try and work within those parameters. But it's not all good news. There are limitations too, right? Data is certainly necessary, but it's not sufficient. So I think for us into the future, we need to do a lot more to train people about how to use the data and turn it into knowledge and intelligence. Just the data in and of itself is a starting point. Yes, we need the evidence base, but actually being able to make sense of it is another whole journey. The technical expertise, again, can be a constraint. So we've seen Cape Town and eThekwini come out front, doing amazing things, but not all metros, and certainly not all municipalities across the country. And so how can we, again, from the top down, be thinking about building these capabilities and skills in government? There can be legal and bureaucratic hurdles in the process, even within strong partnerships. So, you know, trying to improve the quality of our geocoding, and we've had issues about our suburb layers. You know, there are definitely always going to be constraints, and it can slow you down. And as I sort of referred to, the sort of data ecosystem landscape in South Africa is still maturing, where we can actually have the interoperability of these different data sets. But to end on a positive note, I want to encourage, if everyone in this room and everyone online went back and thought about their area of expertise, their area of government, start thinking about what are the data flows that are going on, and how can you start to actually tap into them to do something. And I think this top-down and bottom-up will hopefully meet somewhere into the future, and then we'll really improve on our service delivery. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Justin, for that presentation. And if you haven't been, Justin? Okay. And if you haven't been on the website, the spatial economic activity data, it's a very interesting data set. I was playing around with the dashboards yesterday, Justin, and that's really exciting. Do we have Andrew on the line? Do we still have Andrew on the line? No.
I'm still here if you can hear me.
Okay, great. Andrew, I apologize, I did have to cut you off, but we've saved a bit of time from Justin's presentation. I wondered if maybe you were about to reflect on the role of artificial intelligence. I think for many, certainly me in the room, have engaged with artificial intelligence in the context of large language models, but I wanted maybe to allow you a chance to talk about thinking of training and inference and the role of artificial intelligence in the health information exchange. And then, Justin, we could then talk about this point that you're making around capability. And if you could reflect on capability as well. Andrew, I was reading your paper on the broader sort of health hub that you've created for the Western Cape. And how do clinicians, and in this case, in your case, Justin, how do town planners think about that? And how do we build up that capability? If you could give us some of your reflections. But maybe give us a sense, Andrew, because I guess there's the very popular version of artificial intelligence with large language models. How does this in your world work, and the role of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, thank you. So I think in healthcare, we're going to really see an explosion of AI. There are challenges in terms of regulation certification, etc. But anything in the diagnostic space or the personalization of therapeutic space, we're really going to see those developments, and we're already seeing in diagnostic radiology, for example, dermatology. There were 2 examples that I had on the in the slides, but anything that involves pattern recognition, a lot of specialist clinician resources could be made more efficient with some of the AI technologies that are emerging. But the personalization is also going to be harder to deliver than our very standard approaches at the moment. So, for example, we'll have a national treatment guideline that says everybody gets 1 regimen of drugs, and only those for whom the drugs aren't working can then flip onto the 2nd regimen and then the 3rd regimen. Whereas in a personalized therapeutics approach, we would want to tailor treatment based on various things. It could be genetic, it could be related to the genomics of the pathogen. And so that becomes more complex to deliver. So I think we're going to see pluses and minuses. But what I think we sometimes miss is the ability of new analytic approaches, including AI, to ease our inference and our linkage. So because I didn't get the chance to emphasize this point, but we are quite unique in South Africa. We have a large amount of health data in the public sector, like our National Laboratory Services entire public sector through one database. It's quite unique in the world. And yet we have very limited clinical coding because our clinicians don't need to submit codes to be reimbursed as they would in a health insurance system. And so we often have to make sense of the data using drugs and laboratory tests and where people sought care as a proxy for coding. And all of those inference approaches, as well as linkage without perfect identifiers, can be improved with analytic smarts. And I think that's where people often think about the analysis on top of clean data, but actually using AI techniques to produce or to beneficiate data for further analysis is a role that is often underappreciated, and we see that as a very important role, bringing those techniques into the health exchange to help with linkage and to help with inference.
Thank you. All right. Justin, you've worked, of course, on the city's economic outlook. I'm not too sure, is this the 2nd edition, or I don't know how?
I think it's the 1st edition.
The 1st edition.
Yeah.
Just tell us about the impact that you've had with the city's economic outlook, and what insights are you picking up around driving this particular local lens of economic development?
It's a great question, Keta. I think maybe first just to touch on the issue of capabilities, because I think it's a good thing to raise. I mean, we saw from Lucy's presentation that report about the number of data science skills, being hopelessly underwhelming in the country. And I think it highlights the importance of collaboration and partnerships. I don't think it's sort of realistic to expect all those skills to exist within government, but you can certainly try and find partners out there to support the process. But one of the mitigating factors is that we can also think about the project that we're trying to do and the outputs, and part of that process thinking about how to make it accessible, right? So in the case of our spatial economic activity data, we could have just released a whole lot of open access databases and put it into the world, and I'm sure it would do something, but actually part of the project is creating an online portal, an interactive tool that you don't need a degree in data science. You can go on there, you can pick your municipality, and it could sort of hold the hand in some senses. So I think technology can help mitigate, but of course it's a big constraint. In our own case, our end users are people in local government, right? So we don't face the same challenge that it's not the average Joe on the street. So that certainly helps. The other thing that we're doing, though, as part of the project is trying to raise resources to run a community of practice for local government in the space of digital economies. Again, as a way of acknowledging that the data in and of itself is just a starting point, but actually moving from data into knowledge into sort of real change in behavior is a bigger journey. And then it relates to what you were asking about our city's economic outlook report. So that's one sort of knowledge product that we've put together. The reason, and there's only been one so far, is because we haven't had the data to produce cities' economic outlook reports. So in some ways, it's a big celebration to have been able to do that. And you see a whole lot of interesting trends to pick up on. And maybe just to highlight one or two things. I mean, I think the first thing is that sometimes we've tended to treat our cities as if they're exactly the same. But actually, we need to understand what are their particular comparative advantages. So Johannesburg emerging as a financial professional service hub, Durban manufacturing, logistics. You've got a place like where we are, Tshwane, with government services, more resilient. So I think seeing how that urban system fits together requires better granular information. And we've actually, in the case of people working on the economic geography of the country, in South Africa, we really lag behind when you look at advanced economies in the north. There's a huge focus, many economists and regional planners looking at the changing economic geography. But in South Africa, economists tend to just look at the national outcomes. And I think this is this issue of sometimes we haven't had data in the first place to actually unlock people starting to take that local lens. And I started the project by showing you that provocative image about why geography matters. It really does matter. I mean, South Africa has a history of kind of apartheid spatial planning. So, I think it's a really promising project. So, thanks.
Yeah. If I think of the splash that, say, Raj Chetty has made with some of the work that he's done at the district level in the United States, I think there's so much. It was really exciting playing around with your dashboards yesterday, and I think the health data can give us great insights at the local levels. I think we have roving mics. I'd like to take some audience Q&A. So if you could indicate yourself, and a mic will be passed to you so that you are able to interact with the panelists on stage. Can we see a show of hands so that mics can be distributed? All right. So we've got two questions over here. Can we just take, okay. Yes, sir, please.
First ask the question.
And the lady in the red. Yes, please go ahead, ask your question.
Okay. One question I've asked here, but I've got a question for, I forgot the gentleman's name. He says Cape Town seems to be the front runner in digital transformation. And I actually looked at the IMD reports. Cape Town is number 37 in digitalization, especially in smartness in general. What do you think sets Cape Town apart that it can actually be able to do what other areas can't? That's one question. And the second question would be then, what about those, and I think maybe Alison is the best person to ask that question, to answer the question. What about those communities where there is no financial backing, those that are actually excluded digitally? How would they be comparing with the Cape Towns of the world?
All right. And the lady in the red. Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Great presentation, Andrew and Justin. For me, as we are unlocking the data that is available, and we are now celebrating 30 years of our democracy in South Africa, I'm just curious about the data that is currently on paper, because at some stage we were stuck in paper. So that data that is still there, I see that maybe it's still widening the data gap. So if we are to say we have to go digital transformation, how are we going to incorporate the data that is still on paper, so as we are able to try to inform the policy and the planning that we are trying to wrap up for this current cycle, and we are then in an attempt to use this artificial intelligence techniques. Thank you.
Okay. So, shall we start with the digital divide, Justin, and then?
Yeah, thanks for the questions. I mean, just to point out, it wasn't just Cape Town, right? We've had eThekwini as well, who've been sort of more front runners. And I'm referring to those within the metros that we're interacting with us as the project team and sharing with us lessons and collaborating with us. So, you know, what sparks it in one place and not another is an interesting question. But I think that that it's important that we start to create this assets that start to move the dial forward. And in some places it might be slower and we need to be realistic about it. And some places will have higher uptake. But I think what's really key is getting the community going, that lessons can be shared between them. So, you know, we think running this community of practice amongst local municipal planners and economists is, you know, a really important vehicle, because it's not just us here as experts with all the answers. Actually, other municipalities can learn from what eThekwini and Cape Town are doing. So we hope to widen the circle, get more people involved moving forward. Maybe also just to say, you know, the point of what I was presenting here is not necessarily just about the project per se, right? But it's just to show that actually there is a lot of good that can be done if we think about these information flows that are out there. And not all of it is big data and as sexy as that. It can be a little bit more emerging. It can even be on paper. But I think the point is that we need change agents in government to be thinking about what it is that your area of expertise are, what are the information flows, and how can we start to tap into those things, because it's actually a resource that can be fairly cost effective once it gets going. There are upfront costs in trying to, you know, generate the capabilities, etc. But actually, once the system is going, because those flows are sort of going on in terms of people's daily activities, it actually becomes really cost effective. So even with this tax data project, you know, every year we can now add another year's worth of data, and in some ways it's just rerunning the code. So I think, yeah, the potential dividends are really big. Maybe one other thing to say is that I don't think we should just see it as an either-or situation. We still need Statistics South Africa to go in the field and do what they're doing, right? For example, the tax data gives you a lens into the formal economy. But the formal economy is not everything. Yes, it is most of GDP, and it's probably about 80% of the workforce. So in our case, it's a large part. But, you know, there will be marginalized and excluded groups. So I think it's important as one tool in the toolbox of trying to sort of improve decision making, but not the answer.
Yeah, thanks. I see the master of the house is looking at me with dagger eyes. So while I did want to take Andrew's insights on how we deal with paper-based records, I will point out, Andrew, that your paper on the population data center in the Western Cape actually has some thoughts on digitizing records. There's some interesting advances happening in deep learning, particularly around these paper-based records and giving them a digital footprint. So I encourage you to interact with those resources. Justin, as I said, I'm pretty impressed by the dashboard that you've put together, and anything we can do, the upfront costs that you've talked about in actually getting a new edition of the city's economic outlook. That's going to be some exciting work. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want Vusi to have a heart attack over there. May you please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keta. Thank you so much, Keta and Justin. Andrew, thank you so much online there. Nice background, by the way. Gentlemen, I think you should leave my house with due respect. Thank you. All right, that's how you react when you are hungry, right? Anyone hungry? Should we continue? Maybe have lunch at 2. Then we can end at 5. Will that work? With a show of hands, who want to continue until 2? Then we'll end at 5. Who want to go for lunch now? Yeah. No, I see we're hungry. All of us are hungry. Thank you so much, Keta, for facilitating the session. Also, thank you, Justin and Andrew, for joining in the session. Also, thank you for the questions that you've thrown in the chats. We see them. Keta, you joining us for lunch? Justin, are you also here for lunch with us? Yeah, these two gentlemen will be here having lunch, so you can get some extended time with them. Also online, share those questions that we'll share with them so you could be able to get responded to. Lunch will be served, but not on this floor. There's a group that is currently having lunch on the other side towards the restrooms. So you don't go there. It's not us, right? So you go downstairs where you checked in at the reception. On your left, after you exit the lifts, there's a restaurant. That's where lunch will be served. We should be back here at 13:50. That is 10 minutes to 2, right? Yeah, 10 minutes to 2, we should be back here. Not leaving the restaurant at 10 minutes to 2. 10 minutes to 2, we should be back and start so that we can finish early. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been great. Have yourself a great lunch. We'll see you at 13:50. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay. And put it with my phone. Okay.
Hidden away from it.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check. Okay. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check. It was Keta's mic. Yes, it was Keta's mic.
It's over there. It's over there. Because we're gonna use it next. Susan, in your office.
Check if it's this one. I think that's 3.
This is 6.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 in front of the speakers. Mic check. check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Yes, check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 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 Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
motivation. My one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, yeah. She is always in my corner, right there when I wanna. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She looks like a model. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah, cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I see networking sessions are still underway. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about. But I can promise you that we still have a few breaks in between, and we're going to have a networking session a bit later on in the evening. Welcome back if you're joining us online. We highly appreciate you, and thank you for trusting us with your data if you don't have a Wi-Fi at home. But thank you for joining us. We highly appreciate it. The guys, I can tell you that the guys in this room are currently a bit asleep. So this is what we're going to do for them, and I want you to watch them from the comfort of your home. DJ, sorry, I said DJ. So it's a sign that I'm going to make you dance. Is that okay? All right, can you play me that theme song? And let's see, push it a bit where it's a bit high tempo, and see if you can get a bit of, push it a bit. Can you all please stand up, eh? Someone tried to teach me during the break, so we're gonna all do it together. Come, everyone stand, please. Come on, come on. All right. Everyone stand up, please, 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 please. You're sitting down.
All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone.
I won't ask you to do a catwalk, yeah, because you don't have space there. All right, let's go. This is an easy stuff, eh? Come on. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Come on. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. I can't be dancing alone. Come. All right, you can sit down. Thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause. Hey, guys, I'm trying. I can't dance. That one I should declare. The guys online are probably laughing. What's going on there? You know, the mood is different when we are not here. We just see different things. But we try, yeah, we try. Just trying to get the foot down the right places so we don't sleep. But coffee's around outside. During tea break, we'll have a chance to drink that as well. Thank you for coming here. I saw most of you are keeping a register. A few of you were here in time, and I appreciate it. And those that came in a bit late, next time you come late, we'll find us almost in the middle of the session. So we're going to forgive you for today. I wanted to do a poll, a few questions, but I understand they are still being loaded. So we're going to do them a bit later, questions that will help us to know you much better. So this session is really for us to get into details around some of the applications on digital transformation. Our experts are here. We're going to speak spending reviews, and then we're going to also look at some of the perspectives on digitizing public sector services. So it's more on what government has been doing in the transformation space. Later on, after coffee, we'll be having an expert talk where we share unique approaches in digital transformation and how the entire government has gone 99.9% digital. So those are some of the conversation we're going to have before we close and synthesize the day that we've had. A quick ask from myself, except that you'll be obviously participating online and sharing all your views on social media platform using the hashtag Gtac PEC. Please, also when you ask a question, especially if you are here and you've been granted a mic, identify yourself. It will be great to know who you are, from which institution you are coming from, so we could put some context into your question. But a quick acknowledgement on the socials then. We do have a number of you. There's a guy on a blue, pink, orange, brown suit there, Isaiah Sihlangu was really very excited in the morning and really shared his day about day 1 of 3 of the Gtac Public Economics Conference underway. And he says the theme is technology and data for enhanced government service delivery. Great insights, says Isaiah, that was shared earlier by the NT DG Duncan, as well as SARS Commissioner Edward Kisvetter, on how the two institutions is leveraging data science and AI perspectives in institution. Those are some of the thoughts from our good friend who's in the venue, Isaiah, who's with us here. So Isaiah is on the line to win himself an interesting gift that we're gonna give to him if he continues this way. At the end of the conference, there's a very interesting, I think sometime someone won a very big voucher that they could spend online or something like that. So they may be bigger this year. I'm not sure if they come, I'm not promising, but something big is coming your way. So keep on those conversations coming online. Hashtag PEC20, or just hashtag Gtac PEC. We'll be able to stream them live and get to hear what you're thinking of the event so far. So, without any further ado, ladies and gents, please let's move on and go to our session where we have spending reviews. We're going to look at 2 things: effectiveness of procuring the Gauteng broad-based or broadband network project through SITA, as well as the improving the efficiency and effectiveness of spending on ICT in the Eastern Cape. I saw the head of Treasury of the Eastern Cape, Dali, is here. Dali, where are you? He's here. So we're going to talk Eastern Cape. So this man is a head of treasury from the Eastern Cape. So we're going to have our panelist or our facilitator, Mr. Makoni, who's here, is also, like Amanda, is a long-term advisor in Gtac, and he'll be in conversation. I think, I'm not sure if the names still remain the same, but I have it under instruction that is Lungile Cindy from Gauteng Treasury, as well as Nadraja Governor, and James as well from the Eastern Cape. Musa Kumalo also being promising to join here. He'll introduce them to us. But ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together and welcome Mr. Daniel Makoni.
Thanks. So I go straight into it?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. After dancing, I think let's be more civilized and, let's do things nice now and professional. I'm going to invite my panelists up on stage. We are really going to delve into something that, we all have some sense on in terms of what have we actually been doing as public servants or as government, and some introspection, because that's what spending reviews kind of bring out. They bring out an introspective view and what we can do better and what we've done well and all of that. But I'm not going to preempt the show. I'll ask my panelists to please come on stage, and then we can introduce them and, let's begin the conversations. Madam,
This side, this side.
you can sit this side. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I think we'll just start with the introductions. We'll start from the no, sorry, ladies first. We'll start from this way. We skip me. We all know who I am now, and we can start that way and where you're from, and we can begin after that.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lungile Cindi. I am from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury under the Public Finance Unit.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Nadraj Govender from the Eastern Cape Provincial Treasury, from the Budget Management Unit.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gopal Reddy. I'm from CETA.
Okay, great. So now you know who's CETA, who's Eastern Cape, and who's Gauteng. The first question is going to be kind of simple to say. So, Lungile, Nadraj, why spending reviews? What was driving that? What made you do spending reviews on these particular topics?
Okay, ladies first, okay? Until you do a spending...
apologies. We also do have online, we do have James. James, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, conference. Look forward to an exciting discussion together. Thank you.
No, fantastic. So James is from the Eastern Cape as well, and he will be testing our digital infrastructure for us. So we'll see. If you buffer, minus 10 points for government implementation, and if it's all well, then plus 10 points. You can continue, Cindy.
So I was about to say, until you do a spending review, you will never understand how much you need it. So I work within the Treasury as a public finance analyst. So what our work is about is monitoring, obviously, the resources that government has. The reason why we went to do spending reviews is to look for opportunities. We understand right now that we are operating under very tight financial constraints as a country. So resources are really tight, even the ones that are given to departments. For us to be able to do more, because we have to do more, with the growing population and everything, we need to do more. With less, without compromising quality, we need to now expand the way we do things. We need to not just look at the budget, but look at other things such as processes and inefficiencies, and how we can then leverage what we have, the way we do things, to make sure that we find opportunities within budgets, we find opportunities within the way we do things, and then we can get value for money. So the reason why we wanted to do spending reviews is to also improve the way we do things as a treasury, to improve the way we do things, and also upskill ourselves in order to be able to add value to the work that we do.
Okay, fantastic. Nadraj, anything to add on that?
Thank you, Daniel. From our side, what we've noticed is that we are spending quite a bit on ICT and related costs, just over 1.2 billion per annum. It's about 1.5% of our provincial expenditure. But with that spending, we don't see that efficiency in ICT. We had a lot of network downtime. Sometimes BAS payments could not be processed, especially during the year end, when there's peak in the system. So we decided to do an expenditure review. But if you look at from the ICT governance point of view, we need to look at return on investment. And from that point of view, the expenditure review provided a good methodology for us to do that. And definitely. In the province, we also experienced a lot of fragmented delivery of ICT. We had OTP, our Office of the Premier, being central, but we also had, working through different departments, CETA as well, and third-party service providers. I don't know if James wants to add anything.
Yeah, James, anything on yours?
Yeah, thanks. Just to mention, I think one of the underlying things is there going to be benefit of a centralizing versus the decentralized model we have in the province, and also looking at whether or not it's use in-source services for supporting IT, providing system solutions, or outsourcing. And we'll share as the afternoon goes on, in real benefit from the in-source, the excellent civil servants we have in the Eastern Cape, the great solutions they've produced, saving us, I'm estimating about 80 million rand a year just for the systems. I looked at a survey that I did myself recently. So great to see those efficiencies coming from the civil servants in the Eastern Cape, the fire government, core government things. And so those factors, do we centralize, do we decentralize, do we rely on in-source, do we outsource, what are the benefits of the way? So those are some of the good reasons why we did the review. Thanks. Back to you.
Okay, so I think what I'm kind of distilling from this is, so fundamentally the spending review does give a pretty good framework for us to look at how we're operating as government, and it gives us time to say, okay, so this is where we are, policy, that's what the policy says, is this achieving the outcomes that we're hoping for, or are we not on track, and where is the money actually going, and is it doing what we're intending it to do? So I think that's quite useful, and it means that you can ask a lot of questions from these spending reviews, and what government should be doing or shouldn't be doing, or how government should be operating when you apply the spending review methodology appropriately. So maybe to you, now you see, I'm blanking
I'm
out.
ready.
To you, Gopal. So what does CETA do, or how do you see, what's CETA's role? I think it was mentioned passingly in one of the previous sessions, but you're here, no one else has kind of spoken to CETA and about CETA, and just in passing, but now we've two spending reviews that essentially kind of zone in on CETA. So what does CETA do? What is CETA supposed to be about?
No, thanks for the question. I think, firstly, I want to commend, Gauteng, the Eastern Cape. I don't want to leave out the Western Cape, and recently Northwest. And when I say commending, it's about the aggregation of demand. I think traditionally, as CETA, we engaged government departments. Each government department had their own budget, and they came with their own requirements in terms of their sites that they needed to connect. And CETA then used a model whereby we then went out on procurement for those specific sites. And clearly the model is not a model that brings economies of scale and cost savings. But with the approach of these provinces that I've mentioned, they've aggregated demand, aggregated budget, allowing for then going out, creating an infrastructure that is well architected, as well as looks at bringing economies of scale, and then also bringing all government sites up to minimum connectivity, rather than dealing with it at piecemeal. So I think that is leveraging partnerships with industry, leveraging economies of scale and scope to be able to bring the cost savings. And I think that's what we've seen. For me, from a numbers game, we're looking at 30% to 50% savings from the previous model, which was a fragmented model, to a model that's talking consolidation and moving forward. But then, yes, there are challenges as we move along, which we'll probably unpack. Thanks.
Yeah. So what is CETA's mandate?
So from a mandate perspective, I think CETA's mandate is there. It's fairly clear. We need to provide or enable service delivery of government. We need to do it in a manner that's cost effective. We need to ensure that we improve efficiencies of government department through ICT enablement, and then also ensure that we secure government data. That is the mandate. And I think everything that we do, and when you're talking broadband, the security comes in because it's a network for government, by government. Yes, we do use infrastructure from industry to leverage on that, but the point is we use it as pipes. We light up the pipes through the data that we create as government, and we need to secure those pipes. So that's the security. The cost effectiveness is what we spoke about, coming up with a different model, aggregating demand, which has come out. And then obviously, connectivity being the let's say the foundation to digital transformation or digital government. We cannot go get digital government without
a foundation, which is effective connectivity.
Yeah, very true. I think connectivity well, there's no internet without connectivity. And it really does make it almost impractical, whether that connectivity is by pipes or it's by air, satellite or whatever it is, but there is some connectivity that's required. So I think that's quite clear, and I think maybe that helps to frame who SITA is as a State Information Technology Agency. So you are kind of the vehicle through which government is supposed to be modernizing or leveraging ICT, whether we talk digitalization, automation, but anything to do with ICT, really, you're supposed to be the vehicle that is achieved through. Okay, so moving on to what we've what the spending reviews did and what they found. Maybe I'll start with you, Nadraj, and say, and James can also tick in to say, Nadraj, what were the critical findings of the spending review in the Eastern Cape? I see that there are the Eastern Cape infographic at the back, just for everyone to see. I don't know if we can get that on the center screen, maybe. Then everyone can kind of see a summary of that. But what were the critical findings of the Eastern Cape spending reviews? And what did you find?
Well, thank you, Daniel. Initially, from the cost side, what we've seen is that, for example, in our ICT-related costs, data and voice, I didn't mention the 1.2 billion spending. Just below 50% of that is data and voice, internet usage, etc. But you also understand there's also mainframe airtime, for example, BAS per cell, etc. So when we even wanted to verify those numbers, I think from the billing point of view, we could not really get that from SITA. But also, if we could have that data, we would also try to improve in terms of how we manage that the data. And also to look at bringing in some efficiency. I know if you look at the cost element of the ICT cost, for example, we had voice over IP in Treasury. So our data and voice costs were a bit low compared to other departments. So we really wanted to look at that. So the spending review actually found out that it's fragmented, the services across all the departments in the province. We had different usage rates, take-up rates as well. But also, as indicated, the efficiencies or other inefficiencies that we have in network downtime, we don't have clear metrics to monitor that. But on the ground, we have, as indicated, experiences difficulty in terms of paying service providers timelessly. But also what we said from the policy side, I think that's where we call James in because he's more on the ICT side. So that's how we roped him into the spending review. That we noticed that there's a lot of cumbersome policies, is not unified even in the province. So each department has its own set of policies, etc. You see. So from that perspective, I think that's what's clearly coming out from the spending review. Thank you.
Okay. James, would you want to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. If I can be great. I think the unequal expenditure across the various departments with regard to ICT investment, both on the personnel side and systems, technologies, etc., was quite marked. You have quite large departments with quite small IT teams, medium-sized departments with larger IT teams, and find these amazing officials doing their best with very limited resources. So that sense of a lack of efficiency or lack of consistency with regard to how IT is established, both from the organizational structure perspective, as well as from an investment in infrastructure, services, etc. And a lot of the expenditure has been around networks and just kind of keeping the lights on, as opposed to around innovations for IR, etc., etc. You can move to a place where the basics is there, the plumbing is in place, to use a building analogy, and we can then start to build and put the innovations in place. As I said earlier, it also showed us that insourcing in many ways was shown to be more efficient and also just cheaper, frankly, than outsourcing certain key services. So that was good to see the need to invest in our own people. So those are a couple of the examples and a couple of the key areas we picked up. And actually, even though the expenditure has been quite high, as Nadraj said earlier, over the 5-year period we looked at, there's actually been a decline year on year if you look at real terms in terms of how the economy's gone, etc., the ICT expenditures remain quite flat and actually dipped a little bit in the province. That is also a bit of a concern, as well as, like Nandro just saying, the need for us to be focusing our ICT expenditure on innovations, taking the province forward. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. So quite a few issues around centralization, insourcing versus outsourcing, the mode of implementation. Yeah, that seemed like it was quite in-depth, both from a policy and fiscal perspective. So that would be quite an interesting spending review for the colleagues or all the attendants to maybe read and see what does that mean. And for you, Lungile, what were the key findings of the spending review on the Gauteng Broadband Network, GBN? I remember the acronym.
I think before I even get to the findings, just to provide some context in how Gauteng is operating. Gauteng has the Department of E-Government, which then procures GBN on behalf of the whole of GPG, and then uses CETA then to do the procurement on its behalf. There are some funds that are also centralized under the departmental funds that are centralized within the e-government that are specifically for the GBN project. So what we had found, I think what also informed us doing the spending review was from the expenditure side, we saw that there was some historical underspending on the project. And for a project as big as GBN within the department, that was sort of like a red flag for us. So looking at that's where we, with this spending review, we could pick up that the issues that were also leading to the underspending had to actually do with processes. There were long turnaround times in terms of contracting. GBN is now in its phase 3. So moving from one phase to another would take so much time that sometimes it would hold expenditure. And then also in terms of delays in invoicing, so billing issues in terms of that. We also found that most of the expenditure as currently it stands is more on maintaining the current network. So it's more operational and just maintaining the current network and less expansion. And we cannot put fault obviously to the department on that, because there's also budget issues with the project. On the issue of pricing, we looked at the contract. There's also issues of contract management that we can speak of, and supply chain management capacity within CETA. I think that's also something that we can raise. I think with the representative from CETA here, it's issues that have also been identified by CETA through their annual performance plan, and I know they've got now an accelerated procurement reforms program that they're putting in place. So those are the other issues. Pricing also, we looked at the prices on industry and compared with what the pricing schedule is on the contract. As much as there's disparities, we also are aware that obviously there's also a value add in terms of what CETA provides and the charges and everything. But then that needs also an engagement to say, is the value add, does it warrant that much maybe of a price difference? Other issues that were picked up is when there is a budget, like centralizing of the budgets, department will centralize a budget within eGov and then maybe delay in terms of bringing out the site plans on what sites can be rolled out. So those are the kind of issues we also picked out using the spending review. Okay. Also, just one more thing that I want to add. Contract management. The one thing I think what we picked out was that in terms of assessing how the contract is performing, the department is doing good, right? But in terms of contract management, but there is a sort of like bias or a lack of us seeing something about how is the user, what is the user satisfaction about GBN, like on the ground level. It would be nice to see what the users are saying about maybe network downtime and all of those things, user satisfaction, and information about GBN itself out there within the broader GPG, but also the citizens.
Okay. Right, thank you. Sure. I'm just thinking about the previous section, the expert talk, where they were talking about the different frameworks and the fragmentation. And I kind of get a sense that we've got that fragmentation happening in the public sector, and we need to solve for that. And I suppose Gauteng is a little bit ahead of the curve in trying to resolve that. But after that, there's still a whole process of then getting efficiencies out of that centralization and what needs to happen. So I think with those findings and everything, maybe my question would be, we can go round. First, what have been the recommendations that came out of the spending reviews? And maybe from a CETA perspective, what would you say has changed since then? These spending reviews are probably a couple of years old now, a year or two. But what has changed? What has been done? I got some nuggets there from Lungile, but maybe to speak to that, and then the rest of the colleagues we can have a round of just speaking around what the recommendations have been from the spending reviews. You can start, Gopal.
Okay, thanks. So, apart from the provincial broadband approach in terms of aggregating demand, I think what I need to also mention is the government core network, powered by CETA, is looking at modernization. Right? So we're well into migrating to a software-defined. So we've brought economies of scale through that and efficiencies. We have recently then tabled new network rates. I think most of you that deal with CETA will know the term port cost, and I think that term is kind of really dreaded with the cost that were there. I can tell you that with the revised tariffs, we're now bringing those costs down in excess of 50%. Obviously, it needs to go through the approval processes. Then those savings, and I don't want to say it's savings to go back to the coffer. What we're proposing is that this savings go back, plowed back into the network. I think the key problem we have is sites that are connected with one access link. I mean, there shouldn't be a government site that has one access link. So we need to bring in redundancy to each of the government sites and also increase the availability levels. So you would be hearing that government buys a bronze service level, which is 95% availability. Obviously, it's because you've got one access link. The core network has its redundancies in it, but that last jump to your government site is where the problem is. So we need to increase that at the same cost, if not better, because of the savings that we're getting in. And I think those are the learnings that have come out of modernization as well as the aggregated model. And we definitely want to give back in that way, but increase then availability through those kind of improvements.
Okay. I will go to James, maybe for the recommendations. What would you add on that?
If I can just add an easy, I mentioned saying we utilize the way that we sort of provide good step, one of the recommendations made, that departments utilize the National Treasury term contracts. Obviously, we see value from money in those terms, the rates that CETA is negotiating, but the contracts do. There has been saving when those are being used. It's been really good to see. We've actually seen, for example, 15 mobile, as some of the municipalities authority use that with benefit for them in the province. The consideration of centralization and that there is more in-depth research whether or not the ECCAP needs to centralize and set up shared services running out of our Premier's office. The recommendation that our Chief Information Officer in the province is taking forward. Just formalizing IT planning and governance, not just the idea we something what seems innovative, but Is there proper studies around return of investment? Is there a proper architecture to put in place? Planning correctly? Have we done the risk management in regard to the measures we undertake? Is there a clear way forward, a clear strategy for the province? A really key funding. Spoken a lot about clarifying policy, ensure that we see CETA and we work with CETA as a key partner. And I think just a couple of the points that I've noted down out of the review, some of the key recommendations that came out. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks for that. So that was the buffering I was talking about. So that network. I don't know, does that... Eastern Cape, Gauteng, what we need is a central digital network or government network that functions no matter where they are. I think it speaks to the whole concept of that digital divide. And if we say, or if we exceptionalize Eastern Cape or it's far, then I think as a nation, we're leaving everyone in the Eastern Cape behind. I don't know if that's the right way to look at it. I want them to come along, and I'm sure everyone in the room would want them to come along as well. Nadraj, anything to add?
I think James covered me, but just to mention that when we take the centralized approach to ICT, it also improves our relationship with CETA in a sense that instead of them having to meet with different departments in the province, they have one entry point. And if you look at some of the frameworks and ICT governance policies, there are quite a few, and not everybody will implement or abide with them, and besides from the other frameworks of compliance in government. So it also would assist CETA, and if CETA now is indicating the modernization approach, I think that will definitely assist us having a one-point entry to the province. I think that's definitely where we benefit them. Apart from some of the other general issues like management of contracts, transversal contracts, all of that's also coming out as part of the recommendations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lungile? Without repeating, I think I'll start with the CETA part of things. I think we need to restore the confidence within the government of CETA, and that will happen if the department, in this case, the Department of E-Government with CETA collaboratively work together to just show that we are on the same page. So I think restoring that relationship, the trust that the provinces or government in itself has in CETA, that then needs a lot of work. I think that's one of the recommendations that's there. We also had a recommendation on contract management and also capacity building within CETA and also the department, also like especially the SEM divisions, because that's where actually the process is. If we falter there, most likely we're not going to find cost-effective contracts. So I think they're capacitating some of the SEM staff there and making sure that that training that we take them to are industry specific. I mean, conferences like this, especially if you're working from the Department of E-Government, is very important. On the expenditure side of things, I think we highlighted the fact that I think eGov should work with departments to ensure that whenever the budget is transferred, already the sites that have been identified are probably at an approved stage. We are not sure how that would work, but we already know that this part of the budget is on site expansion and this part of the budget will still be maintenance. Those are the kind of things that we were talking about. Also looking at user satisfaction, getting the information out there. Don't think I'm leaving anything out. One more thing, there is a report that eGov did, which is called As Is Evaluation Report. That report, I think, if the department goes back to it and remembers, because that's where also the recommendations about centralization, everything were done, they could go back then and just try and look at how far they've come since that report, and now in terms of issues of duplication, because we've already started the process of centralization. So now you need to see how far you've moved, and are you still experiencing the same level of duplication within departments, doing the same thing that you are trying to do for the province. I think that's one of the most immediate recommendations I think that could be taken to the department.
Okay.
Yes.
So my key takeaway, trying to summarize these findings and what everyone has said, or these recommendations, I kind of get the sense that there's a planning element that needs to be fixed across the board to bring our plans together. And it ties in, I think, with what everyone else has been saying, to say, so as a government, what is the plan moving forward? And perhaps starting at the top, I think the suggestion was, a digital government should be led right from the presidency. But even a bottom-up, I think, was another recommendation to say, well, if you wait for a top-down, you're going to wait for eternity. And we need to be looking at things and saying, so how do we plan and how do we put in place our processes and how do we fix our processes to be able to deliver on this digital government agenda that we have. So I think with that, I'm going to open the floor for questions, and maybe we can get people asking you guys questions. I've asked enough questions, and maybe there's questions online and in the room that might spark more sense. But I do like to mention the point, I heard someone clapping when you mentioned that we need to bring back confidence in our government and our ability to deliver on digital and networks. So, yeah, but maybe questions to the floor and online might be useful, if that's possible. Are there questions? Yes, the lady with the blue jacket. I had said the lady with the blue jacket. Sorry, we must honor our ladies.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiamo, and I'm from UJ. I'm doing my Masters of Arts in Public Management and Governance. So my question is, looking at the current spending projections and estimates, as well as the shortcomings of the national budget, is it a wise decision to invest in technological innovation, even though it will probably increase the level of inequality in terms of access to technology, information, education, as well as the overall service delivery, which would entirely affect economic growth?
So the panel, don't look at me, I'm a facilitator.
So maybe I can take this one.
Okay, so I've got takers. Your question will be answered. Can we maybe just take a few more questions and then we'll answer them at once? So the first one is on, you've got it, service delivery, and Dalu, yes, you can go.
Okay. No, thanks. Let me appreciate, I think, the discussions, of course, which have come through. Dalu Shangamachek, Eastern Cape. On my side, I think there are a lot of spending which is happening in government. And I think what we're not picking up is the element of the economies of scale. We know that SITA is, of course, through SITA Act, have got the mandate to kind of facilitate and very clear, efficient and effective management into it. I just want to know what is then the level of the strategy from SITA in order to drive, because I think all these get to be interconnected somewhere. And there need to be a certain level of that getting to be interconnected. I know there's Department of Communication, which is there, and everything else. SITA is the implementer of some of these policies, which are kind of, but I'm just saying it, at which time will SITA kind of enable efficiency in government in terms of procurement specifically, but secondly, in terms of utilization of ICT for the necessary benefit. I mean, it fits well, the issue of data management. I thought it's fundamental in terms of SITA as part of the core. And I think, to me, it fits very well into it. And I don't want to dwell to the issues that people start to encroach your mandate because of your inefficiency. And I think, to me, it's important then, what comes in, as we move along? Because I think we can do, the spending could be halved, I'm definitely sure, if we do things proper. Thanks.
There's, I think, the hand at the back there. Sorry. There's with the blue dress, is it? Okay. Yeah, and then we have to go online.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priya Chetty. I'm from Genesis Analytics. My question is for CETA, and it's around the National Data and Cloud Policy. And I'm interested to just hear on what the response has been within CETA to the National Data and Cloud Policy, how you're preparing for it, if it's influencing strategy going forward. And yeah, I suppose whether the CETA Act is also due for a legislative review.
Okay, I don't know if we have enough time for more questions. Okay, let's take the lady at the back, and then let's online.
Hi, good afternoon. Daniela Ellebeck from the FW de Klerk Foundation. Lungile, I have a question for you based on the information on your slide. So from what I can see here at the back, the cost drivers for the GBN versus market prices seems to be quite high. And I know that Nadraj, I think it was you, said that those should go down because of tariffs. Why were those cost drivers so high? What other mechanisms have been put into play to make sure that what government isn't paying isn't almost triple? If I look at, for example, the microwave cost, it's 8,024, so giving away my bad eyesight, but it's almost double what the market price is for that. I would like to understand what was exposed by that, what did you learn from it, and what plans of action to decrease that is in place. Thank you.
Okay, I think let's address the questions, and then we'll have a set of questions online, because those are some heavy questions. I'm grateful I'm not answering any.
No, thank you. I'll talk to the one on service delivery. I mean, as the provincial treasury, we more focus on the policy environment. So ICT improves in terms of the back office, for example. Simple processes we've automated. I'll give you two examples. We've developed Have I Been Paid principle software, in the treasury. It really looks at it's almost like an invoice tracking system, but it helps service providers out there to actually track the payments to see if they submitted an invoice and if they've been paid. So we have that, and I think we could have developed much more, but some of the regulations and that we have that we cannot get access to PESEL, BES, etc. Those kind of things are actually hindering us in developing some of the ICT. Another example is we developed a revenue model for the Department of Health, and now national government is rolling it out to the entire country, and we even won an award for that system. But developed in-house then, it was skilled in-house, so we're really moving on there. But that's on the policy side. Just on the service delivery, I know one of the Nelson Mandela Bay, they have now, and other provinces are doing it as well. Our learner driving tests are done online now. So there's no room for some, I won't say corruption, but hopefully get better drivers out there. So definitely that can improve the service delivery aspect. Thank you, then.
Okay.
Okay.
Lungile, you can answer the next.
I want to add on to that question about, with the finances and then spending on ICT. In this digital age, we cannot not make an investment at ICT as a government. I think what's important, government is positioned to actually be the ones that closes the digital gap. With private, yes, obviously it's about cost and money, but the government is positioned to make sure that you achieve an inclusive economy, right? Which means their job is to make sure that we close that digital gap. That means spending on ICTs. The issue, I think, with that is how do we get the information about the services, the e-services that are already out there to the people who are supposed to be using them? I can even make one example. I went around asking people about e-panic. Nobody knew, like people I live with and people I just, even people I meet at. So it's about how as government we take information down to the people who are supposed to be using these services, because we cannot not invest in those services, we cannot not have investment in ICT, otherwise we'll be left behind, we'll still be, and our turnaround times will be longer. I think, remember, ICT makes even turnaround time in service delivery a bit shorter, but it needs for people who are meant to be using the services to actually be using it. With the broadband obviously being the core, it's also another thing. We have to make sure that the Gauteng broadband network functions at its optimum, because it is the backbone on where all the other e-services that government and e-government is trying to really take to the people is going to function. So I understand where you're getting at, to say, okay, spending money where you could be spending maybe on other social instances. But with ICT, there's also a return on investment. It's just that obviously it needs to be quantified every time you want to do something that's ICT related.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to speak to the numbers. It's exactly one of the main issues that we, with the spending review, we're trying to understand, having looked at industry and seeing the huge gaps. I think that is a conversation maybe that will be responded to better once we've had an engagement with department and SETA, because we understand, obviously, like we're saying, there are some value-added services, but we want to understand, are they so much so that they warrant such big gaps with market? But also, you know, sometimes you think you're comparing apples to apples, but then you find that once you have an engagement with the department and SETA, then so this was just to highlight this is what we are seeing. But then we can then take it to a better conversation, so that with other contracts and when we're looking at costs, departments and SETA understand that we do go out there and look, this is what they also doing the same thing? These are things to raise those questions, to say, do you go out into the market when you're doing those, you know, the pre-work, the planning, and see that this is what has been offered, so that when we look, because if I come as a citizen and I look at these numbers, I will take them at face value. But if there's more information about what really informs such big gaps in costs, then yeah, but mostly it was an observation and was to highlight, but cannot really respond to what warrants the big gaps in that. I think that will happen after conversation.
Gopal, any responses or to add to this discussion?
Sure. So I just want to talk to the gentleman's point around halving cost and improving turnaround time, right? That's what he spoke about. So it's a play between centralization, decentralization, and a hybrid, right? So let's come to centralization. So from a centralization perspective, some of the things that Treasury has pushed is framework agreements, right? That looks at savings across government. I think we started with 12, and we want to expand on that, right? Because at the end of the day, we must get the economies of scale.
I'll just ask if you can keep it brief. I know we are under pressure, and I don't want dagger eyes.
No problem. And then we're talking about decentralization from a procurement perspective, where we're trying to then push procurement back to the provinces. So for those, let's say, commodity type of stuff, why do you centralize procurement? You decentralize it, but the more strategic stuff you centralize. And then I think the other question was data management, right? It was around data governance or something like that. Yeah. So here we're saying we're working, the centralization comes in again, where we're saying government needs to have a central strategy and a focus. Like we centralized broadband, if you take it up a level, you need a centralized focus on digital transformation. So as SETA, we've been working very closely with Gtac Council and the DPSA. So there is a government strategy in terms of digital transformation that we're currently all focusing on. And hopefully that then gives the answers to what do we focus on first, and then the issues around data governance and data sharing. Because if we do not share data, we cannot leverage that information to go AI and all these decision-making things that we want to do.
Okay. No, thank you. I think Is there anything else or online?
Yeah, look, there are questions online. Sadly, we've ran out of time. I can quickly read them to you, Daniel, and maybe you can join on the Slido and see if you can respond to some of them. But I saw some of the questions relate generally broadly to government. Marius Masoha, who's no stranger to this conference, by the way, asked the question, what criteria do you use to allocate budget to each department, and what usually determines the need to cut budget spending in certain departments? I saw Gillian is also here, Keta was here as well, so we can jump into that question. Moiteri asks a question, what causes the delays in issuing the invoices to the departments from CETA? Maybe you can jump into that one. Daniel Will is asking, how do health tech companies and digital innovations from health workers that are used in the public and private sector get contracts with the Eastern Cape Treasury? So Dalu is here to answer that one. So yeah, you can jump online if you can respond to some of those questions. That will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, I think, thank you. We'll follow off and we'll answer those online. Is that the right approach? Or
let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay, because I think time is up. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay.
Please give them a round of applause as they walk off stage. Thank you so much, Daniel, and your panel. Well done. Spending reviews could be a very interesting topic. As we said, you can check online for some of the responses that they may issue and offer you. But if you are around, please interact with them. Dalu is here, Daniel, everyone is here. You can always get those responses. So we move to the next presentation, or set of presentations, where we look on perspectives on digitizing public sector service delivery. We are looking at some of the shortcomings, successes, and strategies from other developing countries. Some of the key points that you should look out for is digital strategy versus reality, digital single window, what's possible, digitizing government services, where is the problem? And we have a number of experts that are joining us online. We're going to start with our friend from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, Sinit Zeru. Sinit should be online to join us. Can you please beam Sinit to us so we could... there she goes. Hi, Sinit. Hi, Sinit, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to have you, Sinit. Sinit, I want you to, in a very allocated time, of course, go take us through your presentation around the issue at focus here, which is perspectives on digitizing public service delivery. You know, after you, we're going to have someone else that's going to speak. Once we're all done, we will try to get as many questions as possible coming to you. Is that fine, Sinit?
Yes, that's great.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Let's welcome Sinit.
Right. I think, is my presentation visible? Great. So thank you very much for having me. My name is Sinit Zeru. I am from the Tony Blair Institute. If we go to the next slide. Okay, my presentation is going to with a really short introduction about my organization, the Tony Blair Institute. I'm going to talk a little bit about national digital transformation strategies and the characteristics of those strategies, particularly in low-income contexts. I'll zip through really quickly my experiences in terms of what we would ideally love to have during the strategy journey, and some of the reality checks, obstacles and gaps that I faced, and I'm sure everyone in the room has faced. But I really want to focus in on the kind of so what of those experiences. So some pragmatic lessons and principles, and then I think we'll focus in on a sort of a pragmatic optimism and a kind of call to action. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so the Tony Blair Institute, really briefly, we are a global not-for-profit organization, and we work very closely with government leaders across 30 countries, and we offer strategy, policy, and delivery, and we have a particular focus on tech as an enabler, and we're a big champion of using technology to maximize both government services, but also maximize the economies of developing countries. Next slide. Great. So some features of national digital transformation strategies. So they are typically more holistic than traditional ICT strategies. So when I came to Ethiopia, which is where I'm beaming from, Ethiopia had very traditional ICT strategies, and the government worked very closely with the Tony Blair Institute to create a strategy that treated ICT not as that guy in the dark basement who sort of came up when there was a problem, but really bringing digital and tech tools to the forefront of the way government wanted to address their development challenges. Inherently, digital strategies have to be international. They involve lots of international kind of players in terms of where tech and software comes from, also thinking about cloud policies and where infrastructure sits. Also thinking about the kind of jurisdiction and policy that's involved in doing effective digital transformation strategies. They are inherently international. And then I think the other kind of feature of those strategies is that there's lots of different frameworks, but a common theme is inclusion and innovation. And those are inherently complicated things to do in and of themselves. And then when you look at sub-Saharan African kind of low-income context, which is where most of my experience is, there are some interesting kind of characteristics and challenges that you have to keep in mind. So typically, the inclusion gaps are larger. There are quality issues with the legacy infrastructure. There are there's limited access to expertise in country, and I don't know if you heard me there, sorry. There are limited access to expertise in country. There's limited funds, like everywhere. Sometimes there are security issues that make rollout and engagement with stakeholders challenging. Like Ethiopia is a fantastic example of a country with many languages. There are over 80 languages and ethnic communities based here. So there are lots of factors that make national digital strategy Hi, apologies, I'm back. Can you hear me? Okay, shall I continue?
I seen it. Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Okay, let's move on to the next slide.
Seen it? Are you still there?
I can't see the slide. Yeah, I can't see the slide.
All right, we can see it from here. Maybe carry on. The slide that is currently on is on the 3 major life steps of a strategy, and you can talk to that.
Okay. Right, so I'm going to just very quickly skim through what I think are the 3 steps of the strategy. Basically, there's the design element where you develop the strategy, there's the implementation phase, and then there's the evaluation phase. So we'll go on to the next slide.
We are on the next slide, development ideally. Step 1. All right, tell you what, let's do this in it because we are struggling with your connection. Maybe let's give you a time to sort out your connectivity issues, and we'll pick up from step one when we reconnect with you. I'm not sure if do we have our next speaker available online to us. Is Debas Essential online? Or Debas is not on yet. Is Beta online?
Hi, apologies.
Oh, Debas just got here now. Debas, are you ready to connect to us, and we'll later on revert to Sinit? Sinit, we apologize for that. We didn't anticipate that there could be such connectivity issues. We'll try and continue, or maybe pick up from the questions from where you left. Debas, are you able to come on screen? There we go. Debas is essential. Is from Bahir Dar University in Ethiopia, and is also here to contribute his thought or two around perspective on digitizing public sector service delivery, sharing the shortcomings, successes, and strategies from developing countries. We seem to be having a similar problem with the Debas. Debas, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right, your video is frozen, but I'm glad we can hear your audio. Please go ahead, Debas.
Okay. I am following you from my phone since there is no connectivity also here. So to start with the discussion, the outline of the presentation reads as introduction, challenges in digitization, digital strategy versus reality, digital single windows, what is possible, and finally we conclude by providing concluding section. Governments across Africa are increasingly leveraging technology to streamline processes, reduce corruption, and improve the quality of service. But digitization is not just about modernizing infrastructure. It is fundamentally rethinking how public services are delivered, ensuring they are more inclusive and citizen-centric. The journey toward digitizing public sector service delivery in Africa is complex, which is accompanied by significant achievements and notable challenges. Understanding shortcomings, successes, and strategies is very significant for shaping the future of digital governance on the continent. What are the challenges toward digitizing public sector service delivery? The main challenge is digital divide between urban and rural areas in Africa. And secondly, there is lack of digital literacy among government officials and general public to use digital tools and platforms. Inadequate internet connectivity, particularly in rural areas due to limited access to digital infrastructure, and moreover, inadequate funding to implement what are there in the digital strategy is again an issue. And the use of outdated technologies is another issue or challenge. Resistance to use technologies is again another challenge in the African continent. This may be because of different reasons. One may be culture, and there are other issues. Data privacy and cybersecurity concerns are also major problems. The highest cost of internet access and digital devices is also a challenge in digitizing government services. Lack of robust legal frameworks to protect sensitive information is again another challenge here. And an enforcement mechanism to realize policies again a main challenge towards digitization. Now, what are digital strategies versus realities? Meaning, what does the strategy say about, and what is really on the ground? Digital strategies in Africa often outline grand visions for technological advancement requiring a huge amount of resource, meaning what is there in the digital strategy is very good, but it is very difficult to implement it on the ground because of different issues. One may be fund, another may be human resource. For example, we can take an example, Digital Ethiopia 2025. On the paper, this is very good, but the major difficulty is to implement it on the ground or to realize it. What are the realities on the ground? The reality on the ground reveals issues with funding and infrastructure. Unlike urban centers, rural areas do not have better internet connectivity, better electricity supply, and access to digital services. There is lack of basic digital skills among both public sector employees and the general public. Concerns about inclusivity, particularly for marginalized groups such as women, the elderly, and people with disabilities is again an issue. Lack of robust governance and regulatory framework is again a challenge. Weak enforcement mechanisms and issues of data protection, cybersecurity, and digital rights are significant challenges. Another topic which I try to highlight is what is digital single windows and what is possible with this digital single window. Digital single window is an integrated online platform that allows businesses and government agencies to exchange information efficiently, to streamline trade processes, to reduce paperwork, leading to faster and more transparent operations. It typically involves submitting regulatory documents such as customs declarations, import-export permits, and other trade-related documents. But what is possible with this digital single window? It enhances improved trade facilitation because it reduces processing time, and it minimizes paperwork and manual processes. And moreover, it is easier to comply with international trade regulations and standards. Another major thing which helps us is it assists increased transparency and accountability because it minimizes human interaction. It minimizes or reduces corruption. Governments and business can track the status of document processing in real time. These are some of the advantages. Other advantages are also, it helps us or it assists regional integration and trade agreements by harmonizing trade procedures. Countries can collaborate to integrate their digital single windows, and moreover, it assists security and risk management because it is efficient sharing of information, or it is efficient to share information between customs, immigration, and other regulatory bodies. Conclusion, the digitization of public sector service delivery requires concerted effort from government, private sector partners, and international organizations. It is necessary to invest in infrastructure, capacity building, and legal frameworks. There should be strong public-private partnership. Digital strategies must be grounded in the realities of the local context with a strong emphasis on inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Debas. Thank you so much. Look, man, sorry for not having the video as well as the presentation from Debas, but tell you what, I can listen to Debas all day. I'm sure you picked up a lot of lessons from there, in as far as challenges and lessons that we can draw from his experience. We should be having, Debas, by the way, don't leave us now. We may be having a question or two for you from the audience, both here and online, that we would like to ask you. So stay put as we get Bita to join us and talk more. Bita is an inter-regional coordinator for the UN Trade and Development. So Bita should be joining us online, as you could read her profile there. Bita, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Bita. What time is it where you are?
Good afternoon. It's 13 minutes past 3.
That's good. That's good. Glad you could join us, Peter, in this lovely afternoon. We have a number of students in the venue, professionals as well as experts. Some are joining us online, and they are so eager to listen to your presentation. They can't wait to get some of your insight in as far as perspective on digitizing public sector service delivery. In fact, particularly sharing some of the shortcomings, successes, and strategies, particularly from developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Bita for the presentation. Over to you, Bita.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I guess that it's a nice time to have a coffee break, so I'm going to be short. I'm talking to you from Geneva, Switzerland, at the United Nations Trade and Development Organization. We focus on helping governments, state members, in making administrative procedures clear and simple, and helping them to help businesses. Helping governments to help businesses and citizens to comply with rules and regulations. So this project was created about 15, 16 years ago. And the focus of our activities are on business processes, government procedures applied to businesses. But you will see that the concept and the methodology can be applied to any kind of government procedure. So we talk a lot about enabling business environment and helping SMEs or bringing foreign or local investors to different countries. And there are many problems that are of international, global aspects, but there are many other problems that can be dealt with directly in countries. One of the most important obstacles for businesses to grow or to do their activities the way they would like to are government procedures. And very often people think and believe that there are people who don't want to, citizens, they don't want to comply with the rules and regulations. There are, of course, some people who would like to bypass the laws or regulations, but this is not the majority. The majority of people would like to comply with regulations, but they don't know how. There is no clarity and there is lack of information about the rules and procedures. So we came up with a simple solution, which we call it e-regulations, and it's an information portal. I'm going to show you an example of a very difficult country, difficult in the sense that there is a lot of political instability. This is Iraq in the Middle East. You all know that it's years that Iraq is challenging with so many political and social issues. Governments are changing all the time. And it's very difficult to fix a strategy in this country. However, we thought about bringing the perspective differently to government offices, to government decision makers. So this is a tool that we have developed. This is called e-regulations. You see that it looks like any other portal. The government of Iraq can show all the services that they want to the public and to the citizens. Now, there are different topics. You can choose any kind of topic that you want to bring information about: business, registering a business, obtaining personal documents, any procedure relating to tax, or anything else you want to add, you can add here. So let me take the example of a procedure which is very common. It is called registering a local company. So here you see that if I'm a normal citizen or an investor and I want to create a company in Baghdad, the first thing I have to do is to know which are the steps that I have to go through. So here you see that there are 35 steps involved. A step is any interaction between the user and a public agency. So there are I have to go to request a trade name, then I have to go obtain a trade name. Why are there two blocks? Because there are different entities involved. Then I have to deposit my capital, and then I can obtain my registration approval. And once it is approved, I can get my registration license. There are 5 institutions involved. What is different here is that this portal, the government in this portal, is bringing the information from the user's point of view. So if I want to register a local company, the steps are different from registering a foreign company. So based on what I as a user want to do, the procedures are presented that way. And it's not only registering a company at the company's registry. To be able to start activities in a legal way and in a holistic way, you have to register at different entities: tax authority, social security. If you want to hire employees, you have to register at the Ministry of Labor, etc. So for registering a company and to be able to start your activity, you have to register at 5 different institutions. At some of them, you have to go several times. Here you see at Baghdad Chamber of Commerce, you have to go 16 times. Federation of Iraqi Chambers of Commerce, 8 times. You have to go twice to a bank. There are 2 steps which are online at the Ministry of Trade, and here they are mentioned. And if you want to get the final registration, you have to go 7 times to the Ministry of Trade. The result of this procedure is this certificate. We have an example here. And in order to get this result, there are 47 documents involved that you have to bring in at different stages. What is interesting is that you bring one form or one letter, and then you bring your document ID also here. Here you can see that this document is shown in 18 different steps. So in each of these steps, you will see that in 18 of them, you have to show your ID again and again and again as a user. Here you have a request approval that you obtain it during the procedure, but then it has to be signed and stamped at different procedures, right? So if I go a bit down, in addition to these 47 documents, you see that there is an estimated cost indication of the total process, and how long does it take, between 5 to 12 days, and what are the laws and regulations that justify or explain why this procedure step by step has to be done. Now, if we go back to the summary, you will see that there are 16 steps involved in just one agency. If I click on each of the steps, I can see the details of that step. So I have to obtain a request approval letter. So I have to go to this agency. This is the exact department that is going to deal with my request. And this is the person who is in charge. So you see his name, his phone number, and these are the contact details of the agency. This gentleman, his name is Mohammed. Mohammed is going to give me this request letter approved. And he will ask me to show trade name reservation request. These are the requirements, and my national ID. If I have any problems at this step, and either this information is incorrect or this gentleman is asking me to pay something which is not mentioned here, I can complain to this gentleman, who is his direct boss, or I can send incorrect information or suggest a simplification as a user. What is the purpose of doing this? First of all, this brings clarity for people to understand where they have to go, what they have to bring, and how they have to follow the procedures. After I get this approval letter, I have to go to another step in the same agency, but to another office, and go to see this lady. She's going to put her signature on the document that I previously got, and I have to bring her all these requirements again. So same structure, I can complain to this gentleman if I have a problem. From this step 3, I go to the next one with this document. Here, these people didn't want to show their photo, but we have the department in charge, and they are going to put another stamp or signature on the same document. So as you can see, and we have all experienced, the user, the citizen, is the messenger of public agencies, different departments. This is an eye-opener, the way this information is displayed and collected. It is an eye-opener for people who are in charge of procedures at different agencies. So when we showed this procedure to the person in charge of the Baghdad Chamber of Commerce, and we said, you see there are 16 steps involved in obtaining and just an initial approval letter, he said, no, this is not possible. And he saw this information from the user's point of view, and he discussed it with his employees, which said, yes, this is the case. So if you go in detail step by step, this is what you have to go through. So what he ordered was that I don't want the user to go through these steps. Let's make it simpler for the user. If we can't change the laws, at least we can change how the procedures are implemented. So he ordered grouping all these 16 steps in one. And you can see the simplified procedure now is in one step. You go to this one-stop center, and these people are going to deal with your request in the same place. So you don't have to go up and down and find the offices, etc. So this is a principle that we implemented in more than 60 countries around the world. I can show you an example of another big country in Kenya. This same system has been implemented, and trade procedures are shown. Let me open the Kenya page. Yes, so you have this one, you see you have all the procedures implemented and described step by step. It can be on any procedure that you wish to show to the public or see how it is from the user's point of view. This is good, but it is not enough. I mean, you can bring information to the public. It's very good. At least you know that where to go and how to follow the procedure. What are the documents? But it's still complicated. It needs to be simplified even more. That's where we got to the second tool that we have developed in UN. It is called e-registration, and that is digitalizing public services. We have been digitalizing in at least 10 countries worldwide. And the problem we have seen in all these countries is not technical. Of course, infrastructure is important. It is important to have internet connectivity. And all these are basic needs that are important, and they have to be there. But the main issue, the problem, is the way governments design services. So we came up with a solution which requires no coding. It is called e-registrations, and it doesn't require coding and the need for ICT technicians to design services. So the focus is on services and not on the technology. I'm going to show a little bit of methodology here. So if this is the user, what he would like to do is to register and obtain a certificate. A service is comprised of a registration where you give information and a registry where your data is stored. Once you register at any agency, you get a certificate out of it. In order to get this certificate, there are two moments. You have to create an applicant file, and there is a processing file where back office civil servants, they do the revision and approval, etc. As an applicant, you have to submit data. You have to bring documents, which are, again, data, but in form of physical papers. And you have to do some payments. So in this case, if you want to apply for a business permit or hire employees or even obtain a driver's license, you have to give some data about yourself. You have to show some documents about your identity, and you have to pay if there is a pay cost involved. And this guide will ask the questions, again, to tailor make the service depending on what you want to do. Once you do this, you fill out this form, you send your file, and no matter if you want to do this application or you want to apply for one service or for different services or among different agencies, the idea is that the user gives once the information that he has to do. So there is only one form which gathers all the data from all the agencies, and you upload the documents that you have to upload in one go, and you do all the payments in one go as well. Once you send the file, then you don't, as a user, you don't have to care about what is happening in the back office. If there are some registries, some agencies who already have your data, you can also exchange your data. For example, if there is a civil registry where you can connect to with your login and your credentials, and you can exchange the data, get the data from there, then your form will be filled. So your national number will already be there, and you don't need to upload again documents or give repetitive data. Then it goes, your application file goes to processing roles or to the back office. So there are not a number of controls. Each department does its own control. They can be unlimited number of controls until it gets to the approval. Once it is approved, it goes to this information goes to the applicant's registry. All the data and documents are stored, and the certificate is given to the applicant. This seems easy, but it's not easy to achieve because of the organization and the human organization in particular being behind the public agencies. This is what we call a service. So you can have one service, or you can have multiple services where you can combine registrations and certificates, authorizations that you want to give to people. But I would like to insist again on the fact that the difference between this methodology and other tools there are a number of very good ICT solutions in the market globally, but the only difference that we need to focus at is not the technology itself, but the way governments want to offer the service from the user's point of view. One of the gentlemen said this morning that you have to start small and give small achievements first, and then apply it to the rest of the agencies or government provinces. In the case of South Africa, a big country, a very advanced country, so it's very difficult to start with a very big project where you want to digitalize all government services in one go. That's what we have experienced in many of the countries we work in. It's difficult, quick results in a short period of time because of precisely the human organization that you need in the back. There is one topic that I would also like to mention, is that when creating online single windows, like this one, I can show you an example of the online single window for obtaining licenses in Lesotho, your neighbor country. We do not need to change laws and regulations. We just gather the information from the user in one go, and we don't care about what is happening in the back office. Because if you want to wait for changing the laws, for e-signatures, or for deploying different acts and strategies by governments at the federal level, it takes a long time. So we try to make it simple for the user, and then on the go, government agencies and civil servants will be trained in seeing the procedures, seeing the services from the user's point of view, and to remove unnecessary steps, unnecessary requirements, and then make it online.
Right. Thank you so much, Bita. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is Sanit back? Sanit, if you're back, maybe let me give you a minute just to wrap up your presentation, high level, what's the message we're sending, and then we take questions. I'm not sure if Sanit is back online, but if Sanit is not back, Bita, I'll also implore you to please stay on the line with us as we're going to take a number of questions coming from the audience, also here on the online and also here in the venue, and they are sending them through our chat room here. We do have for the lady, Evuma, who's asking a question about the methods. What method do you use to verify the accuracy of the information provided by applicants? We do have, and this goes again to you, Debas, if you're still with us, to talk about how can the role of the street-level bureaucrats be redefined to ensure their relevance in the digitized public sector? And to you, Debas, I think for me again, you spoke about a number of challenges that are facing the African countries when it comes to, when it comes to how we must implement the digital information or the resources that we do. So my question is, do you think as Africa, are we ready to digitize, given your experience in Ethiopia on the human resource challenges and the number of challenges that we face? Let's take those a few questions, and we're gonna come to the in-person audience after this round. Not sure if you are there, Debas, if you are there, Senit and Bita. You can come on stage and let's attempt these few questions. Let me start with you, Bita.
Yes, the accuracy of the data, there are two ways. One is that all government agencies, they are connected through the different databases. So if there is a civil registry or there is a company's registry, everybody is connected and they share the data. This is one way. The other way, which is the easier one and the quickest, while this data sharing is happening, which is a long way to go in all countries, even in very advanced countries. I live in Switzerland, and I have different EIDs, but they don't share the data I have in one institution is not shared with the other. So let me just very quickly share again my screen. I would like to show you a concept. The solution for this is to have one system where the user is the owner of the data, of his or her own data. So you have, as a user, you have one database, you have all your data stored there, all the documents and all the certificates that you get there are there. And it's you who is given rights to different administrations. Now, if these administrations, these public agencies, they do have their own databases, they can just query the data from your database, but it's you who is giving the access and rights to see what part of the data you want to share. And if they don't have databases, we can create with the e-registration systems that I talked about, screens where you can store the data and share the data with the users' central database. And in between, while there are no central databases, you have to register your application online. And at one point, one agency should assume the responsibility of the trustee and receive the user in one step physically and check the accuracy of the data with physical documents, which you can upload at the moment of application. You upload copies of the physical documents, you fill in the same data for the time being in the online form, and at what point one person can verify the accuracy of the data.
Right.
Back to you.
Thank you, Bita. Debas, are you there? Debas? We seem to have lost Debas. I'm not sure if Sanit is back. We seem to have lost both Debas and Sanit. Let me take a few from the floor, and we'll come back online. I see the few initials has asked, Munyandi, Nadraja Governor has also asked. Let's get a few questions. We have Ronette here to ask one question or two.
If I can well, I find it absolutely fascinating. I love what Bita is doing, and I love the type of detail that she's bringing to the work as a bureaucrat. I want to be blunt and say that after 27 years in government, didn't plan to, but I ended up here for 27 years, I'm sick and tired of hearing about this policy and this white paper and this and this, that, and we've got the most beautiful ideas, but we don't know how to implement them. And this here is the implementation reality. Now, we have done work like that already, and if anybody is interested, I can tell you, it takes 75 separate accountability steps to get a tender done. You're welcome to ask me for that. I can share that with the whole of government, okay? It takes 102 accountability steps to get appointment done of a person in government. I can show you the route of what it takes to register an NPO. I can show you the business processes of just about any policy that we have in this country. But what I haven't yet heard is people taking it seriously and finding the ways of costing against that and finding the ways of making it easier for the citizen. We heard this morning the Commissioner talk about how in SARS, because they're taking the citizen and the taxpayer seriously, they've worked out systems that allow them to do it, 5 seconds. Now, we can do our license applications, we can do our driver's license renewals, we can do all of these things in a quick and easy way if we put our minds to it. I'm really offering help here. From our side, from Gtac side, we have spent hours and days, weeks, thinking around these business processes. Please talk to us. We can do this in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the contribution, Ronette. We certainly can do this in South Africa. Any takers from the floor? Please identify yourself, the institution you're coming from, and you can ask your question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Pokazi Bushlichek. I am from Rhodes University, but I'll just be having these comments under the institution I work for, which is SALGA. Firstly, I just want to really commend the presenter, I think it was Mr. Debas, who spoke of digitalizing infrastructure, especially coming from an African country. Similar to ours, he spoke of challenges such as the lack of infrastructure, the lack of service delivery within the areas. So I just want to hear from him, how was he, if he can just provide, if he's on the floor, just lessons learned as to how was he able to overcome some of these challenges within the African context, especially coming from the Eastern Cape. I think we speak a lot about digitalization, but we seem to lack forget that we lack the infrastructure for that. And simple things like your networks. There's a municipality within the Eastern Cape who hasn't had network for the past, 5 years. They've been speaking to Vodacom, they're not coming to the party. So how, if you can just share some of the lessons learned as to how he was able to overcome that within that space. And maybe just the last comment to Gtac. I think our municipalities would appreciate that. That is something that they have been asking assistance of the business processes it takes. They are, especially in terms of also investors, they have been sent from pillar to post. So having something like that will really, really assist us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, any takers from the floor?
Yes.
All right, one more.
Yes, thank you.
There you
Sir.
go. All right, go ahead, sir.
Mine is directed to Beta. I would like to know, since while you have clarified the other end of the user experience, are there any models on the side of the public service? For instance, let me bring it home to South Africa. We have a procurement document called VA2. That VA2 has to go through the director of the directorate where you are situated, to budget, to internal control, and to supply chain until they produce an order.
Right.
So is there any tool that we have implemented to try to simplify and digitize that space whereby we can have a dashboard or maybe a tracker to see where the document is sitting, and then who's not yet signing, and then why is waiting that side? Thank you.
Sounds like your question has solutions inside. You want to bring them forth. Thank you so much. Let's cross over to Debas. I understand you're back. Let's quickly see if Debas is back. My team tells me Debas is on the line. I'm not sure if you picked up a question from our local government colleague on how did you overcome some of the challenges when it comes to digitizing some of your services. Debas? Debas is gone again, but...
Yes.
He's back. All right. Debas, please go ahead and maybe, I'm not sure if you got a question around your strategies on overcoming some of the shortcomings that you experience when it comes to digitizing your infrastructure for service delivery.
Okay. One of the questions I heard was, are we ready for digitizing government service in Africa at this time? The answer is yes, but priorities should be given. Unless otherwise priorities are given, it is very difficult to digitize public service in Africa. What does it mean? Meaning that, for example, I have tried to mention that there is a difficulty in understanding or in implementing basic ICT works. So in that regard, a huge or a very huge amount of training should be given, specifically for those who are implementing the digital government services. So what is the main or the key idea here is priorities should be given. What must be first and then what must be second should be prioritized. And in that way, it is I think, possible to digitize public services in Africa. The second one was, what should be the role of the government? The role of the government is facilitating, for example, making digital legal frameworks in the country is one issue. Otherwise, it is very difficult to digitize public services unless otherwise there is a legal framework to implement digital government services. And generally, it's important to have a strong public-private partnership in order to implement this digitization process, because it is very difficult to implement with government capacities all in all, since a very huge amount of funding is required for the implementation of the digital government services. Thank you.
We thank you, Debas. Peter, quickly, maybe your reaction to Ronet's intervention there earlier on, also just briefly to answer the gentleman's question there around overcoming some of the challenges when it comes to service provision. Peter?
Yes, the answer to modeling, if there are models, yes, there is one model which is efficient, and that is seeing the procedures in details, as we saw in one of the examples, and removing documents, removing data requirements, and gathering everything in one go. So no matter what the procedure is it public procurement, if whatever the procedure is, the best way, the best model is to see what is good for the user as an applicant and gather all the data in one form, make it online, make the payments online if possible. If not, it's better to have one physical step at the bank than 75 steps that you have to go again in addition to apply for public procurement authorization or whatever. So it should happen gradually. And the model is this: removing documents, removing requirements, making it online, and having all certificates in one application. I would just like to add one more thing about this question comes up very often about the possibility of digitizing government services in Africa or in other countries. I think the lesson we have learned in all the countries we have worked in is that the less advanced the infrastructure or the strategy of digitalization is in a country, the better it is, because you get the most advanced systems. And there are some tools like the e-registrations system that I showed. You don't need to have programming knowledge, or you don't have to depend on the ICT as a government service provider to design your user-friendly service. So the problem with digitizing government services mostly is, one of the problems is that you depend on external service providers. You design a service, you publicize it, and people start using it. In 6 months, you want to simplify. You depend on an external agency to do it for you, be it a local or external in another country. So what we think is to enable government agencies to draw their own services the way they use Facebook, Instagram, or any other no-code platform, and just use the ICT infrastructure and experts to maintain the system, which is very minimal maintenance requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Bita. Maybe before I let you go, Bita, your final, very quickly, 10 seconds closing remarks, and maybe those that want to interact with you or with the work that you do, how can they go about?
I can share there is a web page where you can find my contact details. And my final takeaway is that it's easy to do, but it requires human infrastructure, not technical infrastructure. This is already solved. And what makes it difficult is to have people from different agencies work together.
Thank you, Bita. And Debas, are you still there? Maybe also to you, a final parting word, 10 seconds, and those that want to liaise with you, how should they do so?
Okay, please again.
I wanted to get your final sense to say goodbye to our audience, and those that want to interact with your work or yourself, how can they do so?
Okay, my address, you mean?
We seem to be struggling with Debas. Anyway, Debas, thank you so much. I hope if you go online on the Gtac website, you can find Debas' information, maybe Google him and reach out to him from time to time if you need to pick up this conversation and more. Thank you so much, Bita. Thank you, Debas. And Zanit, we apologize profusely for that intermittent connection as well as disconnection, in fact, we were looking forward to receiving your full presentation. And I think let's give them, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you once again, ladies and gents. We have reached the almost a quarter way of our, over halfway of our session this afternoon. We're gonna go for a tea break, and I'll need us to come back here at 5 minutes past 4, so we could continue. And when we do, we'll be able to have one more presentation. Off we go, and then we're gonna close our session. Let's enjoy our coffee.
222. Ah, it's working. I don't know. This gig is falling apart by itself.
Yeah, it didn't take much. So listen, they went to the waters, you helped that, and you...
222. Two.
motivation. My one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, yeah. She is always in my corner, right there when I wanna. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretend? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She looks like a model. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretend? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She gives me love and affection. Baby, did I mention you're the only girl for me? No, I don't need a next one. Mama loves you too. She thinks I made the right selection. Now all that's left to do is just for me to put the question. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Thank you so much. We are back. Those that are outside, they're gonna miss out. Time waits for no one. One thing I can tell you is that those that are joining us online, they've been sitting, waiting for the session to begin. So we wait no man. We continue with the event here. There's an interesting quiz that I'd like you to do. Here it's gonna pop up on the board. I'd like to see how smart you are, and I really want to stretch your brains. A tip: save your data. Save this hotel some Wi-Fi. The answer, you won't find it on Google. So that one I can tell you. So put the question up for us, and let's see how smart we are in this room. The question should be coming shortly. Let's see if they can bring it up. Before Petra comes, I'll introduce Petra to us. But let's see if we can have Marley a question that comes. And go to your Slido and answer that question. And let's see how good you are. It should be a cloud question more than a poll. But let's see how your answers would go. There you go. You have a minute to answer that question. Someone says that everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. What am I? That there's only one smart person in the room. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. What am I? Save some time, you don't have to go to Google. This question is not there. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. What am I? Time, tax obligations, data. All right, we're seeing some competition between the 3 or 4. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. The online audience also, please do participate. Here's a question to test your mind. A lot of you are saying data here. Data, someone saying money, a slip, nothing. Tax obligations made a cut there. But most of you seem to be agreeing that it's data. I am sad to disappoint you that it's not data. So stop with data. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. What am I? A lot of you still insist it's data, government, money. Money is making some inroads there. Secret, sleep. Nobody wants sleep. Time. I thought everybody wants time. Tax obligations. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. Let me see if I can pick up who's is this anonymous or not, but we'll be able to see it here. Everybody needs me, nobody wants me, yet anybody is with me. All right. Moiteri says money. Asindi Swiwe Mini says AI. Asindi Swiwe repeating AI repeatedly there. Let's see who else. Water. All right. Time is making inroads. All right, let's stop there. Thank you so much for the results. So most of you think everybody wants data, nobody wants data, yet anybody is with data. Does it make sense? That's what you're saying. You're saying everybody needs data, nobody wants data, yet anybody is with data. Does it make sense? Right? But that's what you said. All right, please give it up and give a big round of applause for Muiteri. Everybody wants money, nobody needs money, but everyone is with money. Please give it up for Muiteri. Muiteri, where are you? There she is. There she is. I'm telling you. Muiteri money. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I'm happy to take you off on a cup of coffee. All right. Anyway, let's carry on and have our next speaker of the day, who's already joined us. Also, she has a few questions for you. So I hope now you are quite useful on using the facility that is Slido. So she has a few questions for us, but let me introduce you to our next expert who's from Estonia, who's going to share their unique approach to digital transformation and how the entire government has gone 99.9% on digital transformation. So let's bring on stage here, on the visual stage, we have Petra Holm, who's a digital transformation advisor at Estonia Briefing Center. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Petra Holm.
Hello.
Hi, Petra.
I'm online, I suppose.
You are online, go ahead.
I can hear the echo. Thank you very much for inviting me to this year's Public Economics Conference. It's my honor and pleasure to be with you. I hope you had a lovely tea break that we call a coffee break in Estonia. But yes, so I'm going to share our relatively unique story of almost full digitalization of Estonia. I'm a digital transformation advisor at the Briefing Center in Estonia. We welcome a lot of delegates from across the world who come to visit us physically and to learn from the Estonian experience, and we're usually the first stop on their journey around the different companies who have actually helped build the digital society that Estonia is today. So to give you a little bit of an overview of context and background to how Estonia, such a small country, in the middle of nowhere for as far as most people are concerned, how we went digital, how we decided to do so, and how we managed to be quite successful. So we are located in Northern Europe. We prefer to call it the Northern Europe. However, we are a post-Soviet country. So that comes with a legacy that we wanted to address and change. There were some things in the 1990s when we regained independence that we could change, some things that we couldn't. And let me just give you a brief overview of what we had to deal with. So our population is tiny. We are a country of 1.3 million people. This is not something we have been able to improve since the 1990s. Our population is declining, as is almost everywhere in the world. And regardless of that small population, our country is relatively big. For us, we are a very sparsely populated country. We inherited a broken government, a very corrupt government when we regained independence, and digitalization has helped us battle corruption. So we've always strived to overcome the difficulties that we had. We've always wanted to join the Scandinavian club. These days, we are proudly called the New Nordics. We accept that. We've always wanted to create a welfare state and provide high-level services to our citizens. But we couldn't really, because with the population this size and a budget of 130 million for the entire country in 1991, we didn't have the people, we didn't have the money and the resources to provide government services to the people scattered all over Estonia. We are actually over 50% forest. A village in our terms is 3 houses in the middle of nowhere, 3 kilometers apart from one another. It's a village for us. So that was a challenge indeed. And we were blessed at the time to have a very digital-minded leadership. Looking back, we can call it this. Those were young people who weren't afraid to make sometimes politically suicidal decisions. We realized that our history and our path, something that we started doing over 30 years ago, is not exactly replicable. Every country is different. You have your own challenges and your own advantages. It's not a copy-paste solution, but it's a hell of a good story. Now, we got lucky with all our challenges. We did get lucky. You have to succeed. Since the Soviet Union was making all of these countries who were part of it specialize in different industries, manufacturing, whatnot, Tallinn, or the capital of Estonia, was the home of the Cybernetics Institute since the 1960s. And that allowed us to benefit from the existing know-how that we had in the country when we started thinking about going digital. So that's a bit of a background, not too long of a history lesson, but what can you do in Estonia digitally these days? Well, pretty much everything. There's only one service that hasn't been digitalized. We don't quite care that it hasn't yet. We are promised that it will be by the end of this year. I don't know if you have answered this question, so I wonder if you can guess what is the one service that hasn't been digitalized in Estonia. I'm trying to follow the Slido as I go along. Something for you to ponder on. But to be honest, government services is not something that usually has a significant impact on the life of citizens. If you open up your phone and look at the apps that you have there, you are most likely going to find private sector apps. Those are the apps that make your life easier. They make it faster and more convenient. So when we embarked on our digitalization journey, it was actually the private sector companies who were quick to uptake the decisions that the government was making. So yes, these days, almost 100% of banking transactions are done online, but I don't know if that is something that can actually surprise any of you. What may be an interesting fact is that because of digitalization and how our government is set up, declaring taxes in Estonia only takes 3 minutes officially. It actually takes less than that. I'm going to go over the technical side of things, but the reason it takes so little for most private citizens to declare their taxes is because the tax declaration is pre-filled. We decided not to play the hide-and-seek game in Estonia and pretend that the government doesn't collect data on their citizens. It is quite obvious that my tax board knows where I'm working and how much I'm making. Only they know that, but my employee, when they registered me as their employee, this official data is stored in the tax board. And so is any social benefits, any other money that I receive from the government. So we reversed the roles where a government once a year presents a citizen with a blank page and asks them to fill it. In Estonia, citizens own data, their own data, and we ask the government to report to us. And this is a very good starting point. So on the 15th of February, when the tax declaration season starts, Estonians rush to the tax board website. We crash it very often because it is just a very fun activity. You mostly get money back. So Estonians are very eager to declare their taxes. Usually you just scan the information that the government has on you. You may confirm that it's correct. You may add, but via a few clicks, information on your private investments. That also literally takes a few clicks. It's all automated. I just need to log on to my into my bank and send my private investments report. Same thing goes for the any withdrawals that I can make because of my loan payments. So all of that is sent automatically to the tax board, and within a few days, we get the money back. Now, why am I talking about this for so long? Because it's a very good illustration. The point is, when we gradually digitalized all of our services, government services, of course, we managed to save quite a lot of time and quite a lot of money. 2% of GDP is saved thanks to the usage of digital signature. We almost never sign documents using pen and paper. Well, we have an online login to do so, and you never have to go anywhere physically. That helped to free a lot of people who were working in the government sector and basically doing the paper pushing. We are not enough people. 1.3 million people, we cannot waste any talent. So yes, we lost some of the basic and boring government jobs, but we free the people to find their calling in the private sector, become entrepreneurs, spend their time more productively. No one really wants to push paper in our experience. So these are just a few examples of what life is like in Estonia. Now, this may seem like I'm talking about something quite unrealistic. I hope not, but still. So with so many digital services seamlessly integrated into our daily lives, we actually barely notice the government. I talk about it all the time to the delegates who come to visit the center, but in my daily life, I never think about the government. Everything is automated. The government doesn't become obsolete because the citizens are not forced to think about how to get a paper or a signature or how to make to find time to visit an office. It's like the best manager is the invisible one. It's kind of like that with the government. It's an invisible hand that whose goal is to make its citizens' lives as good as possible. When we embarked on our digitalization journey, yes, we had some of the IT talent present in Estonia. Obviously, that was a good start, but we couldn't start digitalizing services immediately. We had to, in a country with no internet in the 1990s, we were not a special nation. We barely had access to phones. People had absolutely no money to buy personal computers. We were not in any way exposed to digitalization in our daily lives. So the government had to actually start with mass digital literacy trainings. They had to create a legal framework that would allow for the later introduction of digital services. This took quite a bit of time until we could move on to the framework and then the actual provision of the services. And it wasn't as smooth as I may be making it sound like. People were not happy. People didn't understand. In our journey over the 30-year period, we have discovered things that are essential for a functional digital society. As I mentioned, this is not a copy-paste solution, but it is something that you might consider when thinking about going digital. So I mentioned already that the government is here to make our lives better. So all of the services that are created for Estonians are citizen-centric. The idea is to imagine a service, to see a service, not from a bureaucratic, official kind of side, but to look at it from a person's perspective. So if you take marriage, for example, for a government official, it's a very complicated process involving a lot of steps, a lot of paper, or a lot of declarations, checking, and so on. For a person, it is a day when you put on your best clothes and walk down the aisle with your loved one in the presence of family. How can we make government services look more like what the person wants to see? A once-only principle is actually the reason our information exchange and digital provision is so quick. It's almost instant. We don't duplicate data needlessly. We have created laws that assign specific government authorities with the collection of unique data about a citizen that they do not duplicate, but that they have to exchange using our information exchange layer, X-Road, that I will talk about later. So digital-minded leadership is absolutely necessary because funding comes from above. Throughout the over 30-year history, a lot of governments have changed. But this decision that was made in the early 1990s to go digital, to continue providing support and training for the people, this has remained the same. You cannot, in our opinion, have governments go back and forth on this decision to go digital. If you embark on this journey, you stay on it. Of course, internet is absolutely necessary. If you want to reach people in remote areas, internet is the only way. These days, Estonia has very good internet coverage. It's about 95 to 98% 4G. So it's fast speed. It's somewhat expensive. A lot of people complain, but it is quite reliable. My computer right now, for example, is operating on Wi-Fi, and I was told my connection was pretty good. I'm sitting in a random office. And one important concept, in our opinion, also is that individuals own their data. I already mentioned that government reports to us, and I have the ability to ask questions if something is suspicious or not quite to my liking. One very important concept, in our opinion, is that you cannot do it alone. In a country of 1.3 million people, it's quite unfathomable that we would have the talent needed to build a digital society, something that hasn't been done before. So we are complete trailblazers. There's no one to learn from. And then we would have the required talent all at government level. that's unimaginable. So we have been doing this as a society, as a team thing. We collaborate. The public sector collaborates heavily with the private sector, who has actually built most of our platforms and most of the digital solutions that we as a society now use. This is a major export category for Estonia, because we don't have any natural resources, we don't have any people, we don't have anything really. We have found something that we could help the world with, so we are exporting our digital services to the world. But again, this was done by the private sector and in collaboration with experts, with academia. I've mentioned that. And it's not like you build a digital society and then think about how to make it secure. You don't provide your citizens with hundreds of digital services only then to think how to address cybersecurity. This has been something that we have been doing from early on. And I will talk about the 3 pillars that are necessary for a functional digital society. I will touch upon confidentiality, integrity, and availability, because the CIA triad is something that will make the information exchange fast, smooth, and almost unnoticeable. So in our opinion, it is absolutely necessary to find a safe and reliable way to identify your people online. Every Estonian has a digital twin. It's in no particular place in any specific area, but it's a collection of data that the government has on me. And in order for me to access services online, I have to prove that I'm me. So Estonia is a rare example where an ID, an electronic ID, is compulsory. We didn't leave our people a choice, and they were not happy about that. Because when we came out with an electronic ID in 2002, it was an expensive, useless piece of plastic. And yet you had to have it. A government gave you a number and promised that you would one day benefit greatly from remembering it. Well, these days, there are quite a lot of ways for us to log in, to go online, and to prove our identity. So this digital signature that you saw on one of the first slides that helps us save 2% of GDP annually, we can now log in using a mobile application, Smart ID, which is a very popular way to log in. Over 50% of people use it. I prefer mobile ID for no particular reason. I actually have to pay for it, but it's not an app-based solution. It's a SIM card that I get from my telco company installed into my smartphone, and it's not in any way connected to the internet. So these days, the ID card has transformed from a useless piece of plastic to a loyalty card, to a travel document, to a way for me to get my electronic prescriptions, to prove my right to drive. It is a very useless document. What we're trying to achieve with this digitalization is actually seamless integration of services into daily lives that are proactive in nature. We keep thinking about how to improve our citizens' lives without them actually noticing it. I want to show you what our digital services actually look like. And I will do that in just a second. The one thing I would like to show you first is what makes us so sure that our data is secure. Once I log in, how do I know that that my data is not going to be tampered with, that I can actually trust my government, and that the services are going to be reliable? The second pillar, you may remember from a previous slide, the X-road, it can be any type of exchange layer. But what makes it unique is that every government service, every private sector service, they can use any type of software that they'd like on their in their company, but it has to be compatible with X-road, because X-road is how we allow for how we protect our data and create a spider's web of data that doesn't allow a single point of failure. Let me illustrate. So this is, I hope you can see. Yes, you can. So this is X-road. Estonia is not the only not the only country using X-road to exchange data between private and public companies and between citizens. But what it looks like on the back end is quite interesting. So this is what Estonian digital society looks like on the back end. We accidentally ended up with this very secure, decentralized system of storing data. To be honest, when we started the journey in the 1990s, we simply did not have the resources to build a data center and to store all the information safely in one place. So we told the government authorities, we told private companies that you create you hold your data, you store it, and then we're going to build a system for us to just exchange data, because there was simply no other way to do it. Later on, we found out that this is actually this is how you keep your data safe. Just a second. So when I right now log into this interface, it's a public Estonian website, Eesti.ee, which is actually just estonia.ee in Estonian. This website is the go-to place when a citizen wants to learn what services they can use or what authorities they have to go to if they have an issue that needs resolving. We don't expect people in Estonia or citizens, residents, to know exactly where they need to go. That's too much trouble. This is something that you probably learned from your mother and your grandmother, and this takes a lot of time to navigate the social structure and the government authorities. It's quite a difficult thing. So we don't want people thinking about this too much. We have a website that has collected a lot of data about the things that are available to Estonian citizens. To get access to it, you actually need to log in. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to use, this is a very standard thing that you see on pretty much any government website. They look the same. You are expected to do the same thing. You choose a way to identify yourself. So ID card is plugged directly into your computer, mobile ID, which I'm going to use, Smart ID app, an app solution that allows you to go through the two-factor authentication, or a European card that I haven't talked about yet. So we use one number to log into any digital services. Remember the electronic identification or the plastic card that it used to be at first? This is not a secret number. It is actually compiled of your date of birth and a gender assigned at birth. And there's only 4 unique numbers, so it's very easy to remember. So I put in this number, and I put in my phone number. Please don't call me. And then I get a notification on my phone asking me if I see the same number, 3656. I say, yes, I do. And then I enter the only secret thing that I'm not going to tell you, my PIN code. So it's not 1234. When I enter PIN 1, this is how I tell the service that Petra Holm is logging in. So I'm sort of knocking at the door. Have a look at this. Did you notice that revolving circle? This is this website aggregating data from this. So whatever it needs to display, it doesn't host it. It doesn't have it. But when I log in, it collects it for me and displays in a readable manner. So my name, personal identification number, population register, link in case I want to change my address, ID card number details, passport. If I want to change my password, there's a link there. So it's convenient. You don't need to know what to do. It's provided for you. Healthcare and prescriptions, certificates. I can see when my government paid for my sick leave, for example. If I got any benefits, if I own any vehicles, if I've signed any notarial documents lately, I've sold part of my business. So all of this trail of documents is digital. I don't need to store it anywhere. It's right here. When I log in, I have easy access to it. But what's more interesting about this is the way this page is set up. Remember, I mentioned many times that we don't expect our citizens to have a master's degree in navigating government services. So I don't know how it is organized in your country, in South Africa, or what you've been exposed to. But the way we have decided to address this is organize it according to topics, very clear, understandable topics. You don't need to know which registry you need to address or which government body you have to go to if you have a problem. So it's easy to find. For example, family. You're probably going to be excited to see that under the category of family, you will also find pets. It's really cute in my opinion, but it makes sense, doesn't it? So this is the way to, I guess, address government services from the perspective of a citizen. Let me show you what proactive government services looks like. So having a baby. Let's take this example of having a baby. This is one of the proactive government services that we have managed to sort of provide. It's an ongoing process. It's what we're striving for. But the idea behind proactive services is actually very simple. There's a social contract. There's an understanding between a citizen and a government. I pay taxes, you take care of me, right? There's also an understanding in Estonia, according to law, if you have a baby, you get certain benefits. Now, in the olden days, you were required to request these benefits. And we thought, why? Why make this so difficult for people? Why risk some people not applying for benefits in case they don't know that they have that they have the right to them. So if these benefits do not depend on your level of education, if they do not depend on how well you can use the computer, then they should be automatic. So let's imagine that I am having a baby. Now, what this looks like is starting from this date, when the pregnancy is detected, then you have automatic access to certain benefits or additional healthcare. It's automatic. You don't have to apply for it. You get notified over email. Especially when the child is born, you get an email saying, congratulations on your new baby. Is this the bank account you would like to receive your benefits at? That's it. We try to make it as simple as possible because all the people have the right to benefit from these services. Let me go back to my presentation. I am a little bit confused about how much time I've got.
I think we pretty much slightly over. I'm not sure if you'd still want to take a few questions. Yeah. I'm not sure if you want to take a few questions.
Yes, I would love to take a few questions.
All right, but do you want to wrap up quickly and then we can invite questions in 30 seconds? Yeah.
Yes, well, I am so sorry that I wasn't able to cover everything that I wanted, but I would like to leave you with one slide that will give you my last slide. That I haven't covered security, education. Oh, okay, that's a bit difficult. I'm sorry. The business environment. Where is it? Oh my God.
Take it easy. It's okay. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, when I do it
yeah.
here locally, and I can interact with people, it's a lot easier to navigate. And I over-prepared for this presentation. Lovely. I usually can just pick the right slide for my deck. There we go. Slide number 81, I guess. So it's feedback, but it's not just feedback. This QR code actually will take you to a website where you can find some of the slides that I showed you, but actually a lot more, fact sheets and everything, and a lot of information in the notes if you want to learn more about the digitalization journey in Estonia.
All right, that was our colleague from Estonia. What a way to have a last presentation. Interesting, wasn't it? Very interesting. Some people were angry that I came to disturb. I could say, like, stop it now. I'm paid on time, so my boss will fire me if I don't get things done on time. Thank you so much that was a beautiful presentation. But let's invite a few questions and get any inputs as well as contributions and questions, of course. And I'd like us to see if we do have a few online. The online audience has been saying we don't get a chance to answer or to ask questions. So I'm going to go ahead and check if we do have. Justin Fisache is asking you if do you have any mechanism to allow researchers and policymakers to analyze joint up identity records. So he's asking, do you have any mechanism to allow researchers and policymakers to analyze joined up identity records? That's coming from Justin Vesachi, there online. I don't see any further questions here on the platform.
I don't actually know what's a joined up identity record. We have a way of establishing whether a record is correct or not. So we use KSI blockchain, timestamping, I guess, mechanism so that at any point of time, we know whether the information that was exchanged via X road is correct. And if it's not, then we will know who changed it at what time, and we'll probably find out for what reason. So I will need, I guess, a little bit of clarification to understand
Right.
what that means.
All right, they'll provide clarity. In the meantime, we do have Akho Ludweregala or Regala and asking, in digitization public-private partnerships in Estonia, what is the role of government and that of the private sector? In digitization public-private partnerships in Estonia, what is the role of government and that of the private sector? And the Patience Mudicha is asking, is the automated services require free data access? Is the automated services require free data access? If not, then you are a rich country. She's laughing. If the services are 99% automated, everyone can afford to buy data. Then we have
Okay, I'm looking at these
Sibusiso.
questions too.
Yeah, last one there from Sibusiso, and Sibusiso is asking, does each government ministry operate their own IT infrastructure, then integrate using the X road? If so, which government agency is responsible for the X road?
We do not have a centralized government authority that is responsible for the entire framework. So we have 5 ministries who are entitled, who are responsible for their part of the work. There are 2 agencies also overseeing that. X-Road is, well, I guess, managed by the state IT agency. Sorry for the quick translation.
Right.
Should I address any of these questions that I see in the Slido?
Before that, let's do this. Let's take audience in the room, and then we'll come back to a Slido if we still have time. We do have a few questions and the roving mics around. Let me start with you. Do you have your mic on? All right. I'm going to start with Ronette and get a contribution from here. Go ahead, Ronette.
Good afternoon, Petra. It is wonderful to see what you're doing in Estonia. It really is amazing to see what you've achieved so far. My questions is sort of a little bit around the journey that you've had. I'd like to know, how did this start? Like, what was your first step? A short timeline, perhaps, and then what were the major hurdles? What didn't work out well, and how did you resolve it? Because clearly in a 20, 30-year development, a few things you end up in a dead-end street. So I would be very interested in that. And then I cannot believe that you don't get hacked. What do you do? What do you do? That would be interesting. So if you could talk to those. Thanks.
Before you come,
yes.
before you come back, let's take one more. I saw a gentleman here, very dying to ask a question to you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for such an insightful presentation. I'm Isaiah Sihlangu. I'm with the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. I just quickly took a peek. I saw you are like about 1.3 million. And I'm very much aware about the setup of European countries. I want to understand how you were able to reach the village areas to onboard them into the online platform. That's number one. Number two, we have something similar as well in South Africa. We have what is called the State Information Agency as well. That sort of like does similar, it's just they haven't gotten to the stage where you are way ahead of us. Now, in terms of the cost implication, you mentioned early on that initially when you started, you didn't have money, and then you probably gave it to the private sector to do it. Now, who then who bears the responsibilities to safeguard the 1.3 million data for your citizens? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over to you, Petra.
Wow. Thank God I wrote some of them down. down. Okay, so the first question was about the journey, if I remember correctly. So what we started from a legal framework, and from kind of educating people about what's coming. Not that our politicians or decision makers at the time actually knew what was coming. We had no idea where we're going to go in 30 years' time. It's just that the constant feedback loop and the public-private academia partnership that allowed us to continue pivoting maybe at some point and just improving services as they were developed. So the legal framework and education, we continue training our people because we haven't been hacked, you say. We continue to be bombarded by hackers, and security is a major issue, but because of how we built this framework, because of its decentralization, because of our unique electronic identification that has never been hacked, and continuous training of cyber command and people who want to contribute to cybersecurity in Estonia on a volunteer basis. That's a thing in Estonia. We've been able to provide a very good level of cybersecurity that actually Estonia is very highly recognized for. We were victims of the first, I guess, historical attack against a nation. It was a DDoS attack in 2007. We have a lovely neighbor to the east, and they didn't like us removing a Second World War memorial. So, I mean, not removing, but actually just putting into a better place. So we received a massive DDoS attack, and our systems were down for several hours, but nothing was stolen. The way things get stolen in Estonia is through social engineering. Our ID card is very safe. Our X-Road provides great level of security. We have this KSI blockchain and timestamping, and everything works wonderfully. But the moment I open that phishing email and click on that link, my work computer is going to be invisibly hacked, and my entire business network can be affected. These things happen in Estonia, so we continue educating our public. This battle will never end. We are not born with a special gene of somehow being knowing right away what to click and what not to click. At work, for example, there are cyber hygiene courses that we have to regularly take. So these issues are addressed at school level, at work level, and we have websites addressing these issues. And we keep talking about this as a society, because you can have a very safe system, but if you click on the wrong email, they're going to get you. If I may address the second question.
Go ahead, Petra.
Or the bundle. So how we, the villages, how we got them on board. I don't know how we would have provided services to remote villages if we hadn't gone digital, because it's physically impossible to provide services to very remote areas, even in a country this small. You're obviously, South Africa is way bigger, unimaginably bigger for me, a small Estonian. So, but the issue is sort of similar. It is easier for people to log on or log in than to physically go tens or hundreds of kilometers to the nearest office. Now, how we got this internet coverage, right? So yes, most Estonians these days can buy or afford a smartphone. I, for example, have a Chinese one. It cost me €200, and that was 7 years ago. It's still working. You don't have to have a lot of money, but everything is relative. I understand. So we can afford phones and we can afford computers right now, but there's no use to them if there's no internet coverage. And the way we did that, it's a very clever way the Estonian government has managed to improve a lot of things in our society. You know, when the Scandinavians started seeing the Baltics, of which we're technically a part of, and Estonia, as a potential market, then they wanted to come and do business here. The telcos from Scandinavia, from Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, and so on, they wanted to make money. And we said, yes, of course, come, sell us phones, sell us your services. One condition: we need internet everywhere. So it was kind of like a bundle deal. And now we have internet everywhere because we pay a lot for the internet. And I guess it's sort of evened out for the Scandinavian countries. So they are making money, we have connection.
Right. Thank you so much, Petra. You can clap for her. You can clap for her. Go ahead. Right? There's a slide that you showed. I'm not sure who's responsible for your slide, but it had contact information, I think, your contact information. I mean, some of us wouldn't mind to be 1.31 million people in your country. So if you're inviting us, we are happy to come and be there. So if you could share your details, that those that still have more questions to you and would like to interact and understand your country much better. How do they go about it?
You're absolutely welcome.
All right. Do you have your contact details? Were they shared on the screen? Who's responsible for that?
I have them, I shared them, but I will make sure that you have access to them once I send my files and presentation to the organizers.
Thank you. Someone who's responsible for beaming the slide, maybe can in the meantime bring back that slide. It will be interesting, fascinating conversation to pick up with Petra. Petra, thank you so much for your time. We highly appreciate you, and you must have a wonderful day. Keep up the great work that you're doing there in Estonia. All right.
Thank you.
Please, a round of
applause. I hope you visit.
She was trying to say she hoped to visit to South Africa. We welcome her. We need those lessons and to learn. All right, ladies and gents, what a way to sign off the day. Yeah? It has been a very interesting conference. As people are packing, still have a lot to talk about. Anyway, that was a great day. We all saw how it started very nice with the DG and the commissioner setting the scene. I hope you did get some lessons there from them, and you can follow up the discussions. If you missed a discussion or two, the podcast is now available on YouTube, Gtac channel. You can pick up and fill in some of the missing gaps that you probably missed in the discussion. And also, we did have some very interesting experts that were coming in to give us some international perspective and overview on the digital transformation. Thank you to all of you that have come from, I think, a number of them that came in here. I won't mention them by name, but also I think the last session really was to give some application of digital transformation and learning from other countries, which Estonia is one of them. So that's what we had for the day, and we hope tomorrow we're going to take it a notch higher. DT Treasury is here. SARS is coming back. Who else do we have? Technology, Department of Digital Technology is here. Small businesses is here. Who else is here? A number. SASA is here. We're going to learn grants, big data issues. Health should be here, someone from health. So tomorrow, you don't want to miss the day. And we start much earlier at 8:15. We should all be gathered here and starting the event. Before we leave and before the announcement, I'd like to acknowledge that someone who's set to take a crown for, am I speaking from here or here? I'm speaking from here. All right. Someone who's set to take a crown from the prizes that we are ready to give away. On the social media platforms, particularly X and LinkedIn, we have Robert Yes. Sorry, sir, to butcher your name. But if you're here, please stand up. Let's see you to acknowledge you. Thank you so much. Yeah. The guy has been tweeting to come nice. Everyone knows about Gtac now. So if you want to catch up to him, please do so. Also on Slido, we have Nomonde Zama on Slido, who's very interactive. Is Nomonde here? Where are you, Nomonde? Oh, there you go. So you see the trick. For you to participate, you need to sit at the back. And that's where they're sitting. So well done to you all. You haven't won yet, by the way. This is just day one. Tables will change, so the trick is to keep going. Someone else might beat you to it. All right, we should be back tomorrow at same time at 8:15 here. But before you go to your lovely rooms or before you go elsewhere, there is a networking session prepared specially for you just by as you pass the lifts on your right here, you go straight by the pool section. We're going to have a nice, quick networking, very brief. You should be able to meet a delegate or two. Those that are joining us online, please take it easy. We should be seeing you again tomorrow, 8:15. We're looking forward to more interactions with and from you. Otherwise, you guys, we see you again tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
Jerusalema, ikhaya lami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalema, ikhaya lami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana.